Solovyov and Tsarist Russia in 1796. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101. Welcome to the 19th century. The 18th century was filled with major events. In the 19th century, the aftermath of the French people's storming of the Bastille would also bring great political shocks to Europe. However, for the people of St. Petersburg, it was just a welcome to the new year. Solovyov's house also welcomed guests. It was the Baroness who invited Mrs. Lebrun and Julie to her home at 4 Laundry Lane. After all, they were both French. In such an occasion, it was obviously unlikely that Russian was spoken. Mikhail était vraiment d'aller pour faire les choses, sinon n'aurait pas été électionné par l'empereur pour rejoindre la garde. Mikhail is really good at doing things, otherwise he would not have been selected by the emperor to join the guards. Mrs. Lebrun always praised Solovyov. After all, he saved her daughter's reputation and marriage. Julie also married the young painter who won the Rome Prize last year. After the marriage, the young couple accepted a job at the St. Petersburg Academy of Arts and planned to settle down here. But he has no feelings for young ladies now. At least he has no intention of getting married, if he hadn't told me in Milan. Mikhail loves exoticism, but Italian girls are so attractive. Julie was on the side. She didn't speak the same language as Julia, but they were highly consistent when they were playing with the children. But Julie also had some troubles. When the lady was creating the Flora Goddess series, she contracted smallpox. She even thought that she was disfigured and would be disliked by her husband. However, after the careful care of the lady, only some shallow scars can be seen now. You should know that the lady has never been infected with smallpox. She is taking care of her daughter completely with maternal love. As for Julia's slightly bulging belly, this is also a sign of movement. However, because she is taller, the lady is not too worried about her daughter coming here. It is probably French expatriates, and they are all female relatives. They communicate with each other on a daily basis, especially the issue of taking care of children. The lady is preparing to become a grandmother. Mikhail n'était pas pressé. Il northeast parvait donc quatender. Mikhail is not in a hurry, so he can only wait. The lady heard this and laughed. The Baroness was only 24 years old, and she was considering these issues as the hostess. Of course, Solovyov didn't know what happened at home. He was visiting the Academy of Sciences. Today was not a vacation, but a mission. In front of these experts from the Department of Geology, there is a pile of excavated huge fossils, including teeth, skulls and part of the spine, that is, a head. Experts have been arguing about this big guy, but since the excavation site is near a mine on the east side of the Ural Mountains, and the minerals in this area, if placed in modern times, are considered typical Permian characteristics. However, the address classification in 1800 is not even as accurate as it was decades later, and at this time, even dinosaurs have not been identified. It can be imagined that this is a desert area. If you look at this thing, Solovyov is actually very interested. He has always been a geology enthusiast, but more for mining. Count Bobulinski obtained 2 large estates from the Tsar, one in Tiller and the other in Ryazan. The Count himself plans to use his estate in Ryazan to mine, because there are coal resources nearby, so he also wants Solovyov to take care of this aspect. But Solovyov was more concerned about oil, especially the border areas of Chechnya and Dagestan, as well as Azerbaijan and the Persian Empire. Peter the Great did not know the mineral deposits in these places. He just wanted to expand Russia's territory to the Indian Ocean coast, not just the Black Sea and the Baltic Sea. The Empress did the same thing when she was in power. During the reign of Tsar Paul, although his diplomacy fluctuated with his emotions, he never stopped expanding to the Caucasus in the south. However, the Russian nobles gave up the business of going south to brush points and insisted on uniting with Britain, which made the south miss the best opportunity for expansion. The Qajar dynasty of Persia can be said to be the most unpopular among the many dynasties that ruled the Iranian plateau, and the treasures in Persia are extremely rich. Even if this is not counted, Nader Shah of Persia, as a conqueror, defeated the two neighbors, the Ottoman Empire and the Mughal Empire, and obtained a large amount of treasure when he looted the big cities of the Mughal Empire. The jewels alone are shocking. Such a place should be involved from any angle. However, Russia's attention has long been on Europe, and its actions in the Middle East have been constrained by Britain. Later, the governors of Siberia in Russia made a profit, and then the nobles and soldiers and civilians who were released suffered in Siberia. The colonies in North America were even more beastly, making people live in poverty. The Russian-American company has never been run. Now in the Paul period, we can still see a large amount of dividends to the Tsar, but it will enter a loss-making operation in a few years. The Russians' way of management is really confusing. They are probably bureaucratic in their bones, but the British are delaying tactics to maintain the existing system, while Russia has always had a rigid system and does not know how to change it unless it hurts. And this can be applied to the world, but according to national conditions, they are not quite the same. When looking at this fossil, there is not even the concept of the Permian period. The representative geological structure of the Permian period comes from the double-layer rock in the Perm region of Russia, and it has to wait until 1841 to be named. Experts believe that it is a mammal, because of the canine teeth. Experts of this era always go off topic when they talk. Taxonomy has just begun, and a large number of organisms are located in many geological periods. In the research, we must also pay attention to the origin of these big guys and make effective classifications. Considering that experts do not know about the Siberian traps event, this large-scale extinction that almost wiped out all the creatures on Earth may be more terrifying than the asteroid impact on the Earth. Research must be done bit by bit. Even Darwin does not exist at this time. If we find an expert, the Cuvier brothers in France are more reliable in this regard, but the classification project they are doing is obviously not too connected with Russia. They may be good at modern biological classification, and they are also good at identifying ancient organisms, but under such insufficient technical conditions, it is a bit difficult for them to analyze this ancient organism that is likely to be from the Permian period. But Solovyov knows that the head of this thing looks like a wolf lizard, the giant beast that appeared in the BBC documentary. This thing can be said to be a great overlord of the synapsids in the late Permian period. There is also a long spinosaur, but that one is from the early Permian period. He could only stare blankly at the experts talking nonsense, and after a while, he could no longer bear it. Speaking of which, he heard from his father, Baron Sergei, that when relatives from his hometown wrote to him, they said that they had dug up stones that looked like monster bones. As for those semi-illiterate relatives from his hometown, it was only after the branch that left their hometown became prosperous that the literacy rate was relatively high, and some people could write letters. In the past, priests had to write letters for them. However, the country people were still very honest, and they all tried their best to describe what they saw, but they were a little exaggerated. What Solovyov didn't know was that the type species of this wolf lizard beast was a specialty of his hometown in Arkhangelsk. However, large-scale excavation work had to wait until the archaeological excavation at the end of the 19th century, and many research materials were not discovered until after 1922. These geological experts identified it as an ancient crocodile. Although it may be correct in the definition of reptiles, it is the opposite of the truth. You are asked to go to the Caucasus, but you ran away to Siberia. He felt bored, so he walked towards the Winter Palace. On the road of Million Street, he met Grand Duke Constantine again. Your Highness, good afternoon. Solovyov, you are still walking like this in this weather. Don't you have a sled at home? It's for my father. His legs are not good. The women in the family don't go out at this time. Yes, I saw Mrs. Lebrun entering the laundry lane on the riverbank. Your stepmother is French. They should have something to talk about. Constantine also took a canopy sled from his own marble palace to the Winter Palace because he was traveling with the Grand Duchess and Sofia. No matter how bad their relationship was, now that they had a daughter, they still tried to maintain a peaceful relationship. Although the Grand Duchess was still planning to escape back to her parents' home recently, with her daughter here, she temporarily showed a more relaxed attitude towards Constantine. Constantine stopped beating his wife after having a child. It seemed that something that Tsar himself said to him had an effect. This prince had a bad temper, but he was still very polite to those he considered his own, especially Solovyov, who risked his life to save his life in the Po River and invited him to get in the car again. "You'd better get in quickly. I'm afraid the child will get cold." He was just like Tsar Paul, a child slave, and had nothing to say about his younger brothers, sisters, and nieces. But as soon as Solovyov got in the car, Sophia started crying, and the Grand Duchess tried many ways to help, but it didn't work. Solovyov, who was a part-time babysitter at home, patted her on the back twice, based on his experience in taking care of his younger sister, and the crying stopped. This child is only a few months old, but when she cries, her voice is really loud. My little sister is still like a kitten when she was learning to talk. Yes, although the child raised by my sister-in-law is healthy, she is not like Sophia. She grows up really fast. It has only been a month since I came back, and she has grown a lot and is almost catching up with Maria. This is talking about the second daughter born by Larissa. Solovyov has a conditioned reflex to this name. After all, when this girl sees him in the palace, as long as he is not on duty, she will be dragged to extract folk songs and various music. It is really terrible, and she doesn't get paid or copyright fees. When he was still in the Grenadiers, Elena always grabbed him to be a model for painting. Elena has been much quieter recently after getting married. She no longer looks for models to paint. Instead, she starts to learn German in the palace. She spends the rest of her time in the palace. The Prince of Mecklenburg is tall and strong, and treats Elena very gently. This lady still gives money, but thinking that she may leave Petersburg in the spring, it will be difficult to see her in the future, and one can't help but sigh. Constantine came to the palace at this time, because Larissa wanted to meet her sister-in-law, and bring the child with her. Alexander also wanted to meet his brother. They have a good relationship with each other. In addition, there are only women in the palace. There is not much to talk about with his cousin from Württemberg and the other brother-in-law. He can only talk to this brother who now has muscles in his head. After all, they have been together since childhood and know each other's habits very well. Juliana is on this lead. Since you have to go to the garage first to enter the Winter Palace, there is a distance. She is more curious about the major's practice of taking care of children. This is not what the man in charge of the family does. Your Highness, it's because my family can afford a nanny, but Amy insisted on breastfeeding. My stepmother is also interesting. She doesn't want to hire a nanny either. She takes care of the baby herself. She said that Paulina can walk now, so let Yulia's former nanny take care of her. Your little sister is named Paulina? Yes, I looked it up in the dictionary. If the emperor didn't value me, how could I, a little adjutant from the countryside, be promoted twice at this age and join the guards? Constantine liked the fact that, although Solovyov was cunning, he was honest and loyal. However, his father ordered this kid to go to the Putin regiment, and he couldn't ask him to come to the Izmailov regiment. After all, loyal and capable officers are scarce resources everywhere. After all, this is the female usage of the name Paul. I think, if my brother has an heir in the future, you should take care of him. When he can't talk, you can hold him for a while and he will be quiet. When he can walk and learn to read, he will have a good teacher. Well, Constantine, this guy, really doesn't hide anything. He starts talking nonsense when he finds something to say. Of course, no one would have thought that when Larissa gave birth, all the children crawling out of her belly were girls. Logically speaking, the potential lovers of the crown princess either went abroad to become diplomats, or have not appeared yet. Several suspicious guards officers nearby did not have the courage to do so now. Alexander had many mistresses outside, but Elizabeth Alexeyevna was still very favored. It was inconvenient to go out in winter, so the crown prince wanted to discuss the structure of the human body with his beloved wife under the pretext of the encyclopedia. But Larissa was ill again recently, so Alexander focused his attention on other things. 1800. It was probably like this, starting with all kinds of trivial matters and research that made no progress. Chapter 102. Your Highness, do you want to watch a real storytelling performance? After entering the Winter Palace, it was inevitable to go to the garage. After arranging the sled, Grand Duke Constantine helped his wife get out of the car. The job of the nanny was replaced by Solovyov. If you get married and have children, you will definitely be a good father. Sofia fell asleep, as if the power was turned off, with only her little head exposed outside, and her face was covered with a mask, also for fear that the child would catch a cold. There were many things Solovyov didn't know. He was now in St. Petersburg, but he was about to become a father. Sylvia was stroking her belly in her own manner in Milan. She anticipated the result of playing too much that time, but it was the first time for both sides, and she was extremely inexperienced, and still got caught. This can only be said, that her physical fitness is too good. But even if there was an illegitimate child, Russians always call it apprentice. He would not know the situation far away in Italy, and Sylvia would not talk about this matter when she wrote to him. Now, he is in the palace, to take care of the baby for his superior in Italy. Moreover, when walking in the palace, he was not afraid of being laughed at by the old guards of the Putin regiment. The ones here today were the 2nd Battalion. They saw the commander of the 1st Battalion, who was following behind the Grand Duke. They were all professionally trained, and were definitely not laughed directly. The ones who could laugh were the young ladies who were having a ladies' tea party here. Especially Catherine, who was laughing so hard that her body was shaking. It was not funny to see a guards officer with a baby, but it was strange. She was also the youngest among the sisters with consecutive numbers. Empress Maria doted on her the most, so it didn't matter if she was a little unrestrained. They were in the reception room, and on the table was the page of the Petersburg News that published literature. Solovyov knew that he would not be able to escape today, because the serialized article in the newspaper today was the content of Romance of the Three Kingdoms that he translated. The editor-in-chief had issued a notice at the beginning, that is, the translator participated in Marshal Suvorov's expedition, and the translation of this book was temporarily shelved. He translated the content on the way, after he came back, except for the latest 1 or 2 chapters, which had to be put aside for a while according to the progress. He basically updated it in revenge for more than a month. When readers were excited, some wrote to the newspapers, asking the author to speed up the progress. Even the owners of number 17 Nevsky Avenue, Count and Countess Stroganov, had received letters urging them to update, and some people directly wrote to declare that they believed that the reason for assuming serialization was that one of the entourage after Grand Duke Constantine returned was the translator. Solovyov knew that he could not escape, and taking advantage of the countess's coming to accompany the crown princess, these 2 young ladies who liked riding horses did not miss the opportunity, and directly got the author out of the countess's mouth. In other words, Solovyov was usually either on duty, or in the officers' rest area in the palace. For Catherine, it was not easy to catch him, and he was not violently urged to update. When they had a chance to meet, Solovyov always stood behind Sarpol. No matter how much these 2 relied on their parents' love, they would not do anything too outrageous. Today was different. This ladies' tea party was originally a few girls and their maids chatting in the reception room of the crown princess. Solovyov followed Konstantin and his wife in, which could be said to be a shot in the arm. "Major, don't run away today. Explain this to us." As an expert in squeezing Solovyov's surplus value without giving him a kopeck, Maria held the newspaper and asked in a very gentle tone. Although her tone and expression were so gentle, there was still a dark side in her. Moreover, she was wearing a pink dress, pink lipstick, pink nail polish, and she took off her shoes, placed her feet flat on her indoor shoes, and even painted her toenails pink. This pink color seems to be black when cut open. Although she always took him to the concert hall in the past, she could just take out 2 songs at a time to fool him. When she made up something out of nothing and urged him to update, anyone would get scared. After all, his translation work has slowed down again recently due to his duties. Your Highness, it seems that you also know that the unnamed translator is me. We also heard that you are also tinkering with some other novel at home. Julie saw it when she went to your house, although it was only a partial excerpt. After reading it, she was so moved that she cried. Oh my god, his home was also attacked. He had nothing to do, so he practiced. Among the books he brought back from Kayakta, there was also the Romance of the West Chamber. The most powerful, The Story of the Stone, has not been brought out yet. Besides, Solovyov himself feels that he does not have the ability to do it. Even if he gets the book, he dare not translate it himself. He must at least develop some basic knowledge of Chinese studies in Russia before he can start. Speaking of which, the French are also familiar with this matter. They have translated part of Confucius the Analects in Shandong. In addition, Julie is pregnant with her husband's child, but she is still so restless and follows Mrs. Lebrun everywhere. But your highness, I can only bring out these mature contents. Don't let Julie read some of them. If you were not an officer of the guards appointed by your father, we would have driven you to my sister-in-law's study and only let you do translation work. This child, Ekaterina, was able to read some legendary stories by herself at the age of 10. It seems that the second-year syndrome has come to her mind in advance. After all, they are mostly of German descent, but the Russian descent from Peter the Great and the Baltic descent from Catherine I are all causing trouble. Plus the willfulness of Peter III and Paul, which always affects these young ladies. Your highness, what do you think? I think it's a good idea. If the diplomatic academy needs a writing expert in the future, you can go. Constantine's head is more off, and he especially protects the fourth sister. Speaking of it, Catherine's relationship with her two brothers is very orthopedic. They communicate with each other and exchange small gifts all day long. Well, your highness, I have to say that translating texts is also a big project, and I do it all by myself, translating novels of hundreds of thousands of words into French or Russian. What Julie saw should be the farce I translated into French, but that was a semi-finished product. Mr. Voltaire used to translate The Story of the Prince's Revenge, and what I translated was the love story of a college student and the Prime Minister's daughter. The most interesting thing here is Miss Cui's bridesmaid, Little Matchmaker. Speaking of which, the set age of Matchmaker is about the same as Mariah, and no matter how much Cui Ying raises her age, it will not be older than Julie's current 19 years old, not yet 20. You have to perform for us. After Mariah said this, Constantine, the second sister protecting maniac, also began to respond. I think it's okay. Call Lisa and come to watch this kid perform. He also patted Solovyov on the shoulder and said, after all, in all of Petersburg, only you have this ability. You understand Chinese culture, can perform, and are eloquent. At the same time, you are also in the guards. It's okay to call you to perform. In terms of martial arts, Solovyov really wanted to fight with the Grand Duke. Because he was not a heavyweight, no matter how high his skills were, it would not be of much use. What's more, the other party was so familiar with him now, which was an expression of trust. Here, I'm going to make a fool of myself. However, your highnesses, I still need to change my boots into leather shoes or soft shoes worn by servants, otherwise it will be awkward to perform. That's good, of course, we don't want you to fall. Mariah was particularly concerned about Solovyov. If he got injured at work, it would be difficult to find a song machine like this in the future. It was not for anything else. But Constantine also remembered that Solovyov had been injured once, in the leg. Miss Cap, don't force yourself. Is your leg injury okay? After returning from Prague, you didn't play in the second half of the first ball, and you went to the guards barracks for dinner with the veterans in the second ball. I'm afraid you've injured your leg again. Although the Grand Duke was rough, he always took good care of the subordinates he admired. It doesn't matter, your highness. I wrestled and played sambo with someone a few days ago. Although there was sambo now, it was not a system. Since Solovyov said so, Constantine didn't say anything else, but asked the servants to bring all the props needed for roll call. Alexander was not there again today. He was in an official residence on the riverbank, not in the palace. When the harbor was half frozen, Tsar Paul went to Kronstadt to inspect the maintenance of naval ships when they were unattended. Here, Constantine is the most influential person, and he is considered the current big shot in the Winter Palace. The Queen herself is not in the palace either. Although the Crown Princess or the Grand Duchess should be in charge, they both have little presence. The most lively girl in the palace at this time is probably Catherine, but the more sinister one is Mariah, who has used Solovyov as a free laborer for countless times. Although there is no suitable weapon, Solovyov still performs with the lance of the Ulan Lancers. He also has to make sure that the space in the reception room is large enough, at least it is safe for him to play with the lance. Speaking of which, when talking about the romance of the three kingdoms, the most lively part is the Changban-Po section, but considering that it is too dangerous and Constantine, who is prone to brain derailment, doesn't know what outrageous things he will do again, he uses the lance instead of the Kinglang Yanyu sword, and begins to tell the story of passing 5 levels, and killing 6 generals. Regardless of whether it was French or Russian, it was definitely impossible to imitate the old gentleman that Solovyov was best at imitating. He could only tell the outline of the whole story with a combination of civil and military skills. Considering the time limit, the story was not that rich. However, in the palace, these young ladies rarely saw this typical tea house performance. But because Solovyov was good at using the fancy spear, they all applauded at the end. It was a wonderful performance, but it was hard for you to use a long spear to imitate a broadsword. Constantine felt a little satisfied watching it, and asked the servant beside him to bring lemonade to quench his thirst. Speaking of which, it was this rough-edged Grand Duke who took care of him, gave him a seat, and continued to talk about the serial content. I think you should speed up the process, and finish translating the whole book. Before my father goes to bed, he always listens to Kutasov reading a passage. It's not surprising. After all, this Tsar often publishes his replies to petitions from local nobles and civilians in the Petersburg News, and he also lets his subordinates read newspapers. If there are interesting stories in the news or literature section, he will naturally not miss them. It can be said that the Tsar is also in the army of urging more people, but Paul himself is diligent in his daily work and does not understand so much. He can just read the content in the newspaper. But among the sisters in the palace, Catherine, who is relatively unsteady and has the least classes, has plenty of time to make trouble, and Maria is also involved. But you can't believe this book completely. What General Guan used was not a broadsword, although there is such a broadsword in the Guandi temple in China. Hey, didn't you say that Guan Yu was a general? Why is there a Guandi temple? Constantine asked this, and Solovyov had to continue according to what he knew. During the Song dynasty in China, the emperor formed a kind of worship because of General Guan's loyalty and began to make him a king. Before the current Qing dynasty, he was also made emperor, and that's why the Guandi temple came into being. I see. After all, in Rome, he was called imperator. It's not surprising that such a loyal and brave general has such a commemoration. The one who made this explanation was not Constantine, but the crown princess, who was holding a book and a child at the same time. Your Highness, although your explanation is different in China and Russia, the meaning is somewhat consistent. The Emperor of China should be more like Basileus of Macedonia or Shah of Persia, while the Emperor of Europe means Commander-in-Chief. Sister-in-law, you know a lot. Catherine, if everyone is like you, then I don't know so much. If you don't do your homework, you are still young now, and after a long time, your mother will be unhappy. She has high expectations of you. Although Catherine admired her sister-in-law and Larissa didn't like to preach, but when she said this, it was a bit serious. Let alone reading, etiquette and language can't be left behind. Constantine added that he was lacking in etiquette, but because he was in the guards every day, and was a second in line, this was not a big problem. As for Larissa, she was actually very curious about this Chinese strange book. Major, if you are not on duty in the palace, you can come to our tea party and tell us some ancient Chinese legends. Although the invitation was gentle, it was hard to refuse once it was said, I'm willing to serve you. However, as you just said, you have to point out the parts that are inconsistent with history. That's natural. Science is constantly progressing, and the same is true for sociology. This morning at the Academy of Sciences, I saw experts from the Petersburg Academy of Sciences studying several fossils and identifying them as ancient crocodiles. This is clearly wrong. Crocodiles don't grow that kind of teeth. Canine teeth are more like mammals. Although Larissa had met the Major several times in the past, she was not very familiar with him. It was very interesting to see him blushing and talking seriously like an encyclopedia. This road, if you are not careful, you will turn. Chapter 103. The Tsar is dissatisfied with his naval vessels. At the Kronstadt naval base on Kotlin Island, Tsar Paul was very dissatisfied with the state of preservation of these large warships of the navy. Unlike the Black Sea Fleet, which has daily duties, the Baltic Fleet must stay in the naval port once the sea freezes. The Baltic Sea itself has a relatively low salt content, and it will definitely freeze in the coldest winter, which is worse than the situation on the Norwegian coast, which is cared for by warm currents. He came to inspect these large warships of the navy, because the current Russian finances are not enough to maintain a large army, while also having a larger navy that is always in the port, and cannot bring benefits. Although the Baltic Fleet is very important, and protects the capital of Russia, Paul still has many aspects to consider. Although he has no immediate plans to change, he is shocked by the poor maintenance of these large warships in Kotlin. After all, the naval budget he allocated is still enough to point out that he has a deeper relationship with the Navy Department. During the decades as the Crown Prince, he served as a minister here. When he was in charge of the Navy Department himself, the budget was not cut so much. Paul was also very angry about Admiral de Ribas, the Spaniard. This was the case in terms of official duties. In the past, as the mentor of Count Bobulinski, he was dissolute, but he was very strict with his students. In terms of personal character, he did not conform to the spirit of the knights that Paul wanted. Although the Count did not complain to the Tsar, the current Minister of the Navy and Minister of Forestry had already made Paul very dissatisfied. From a financial perspective, it can be openly said that many Russian bureaucrats have problems, including those noble leaders and local governors. Many of them have huge expenses on the one hand and huge consumption on the other hand, so they make money from the local areas and take money from the budget. There are many nobles who do these things. A few local noble leaders may disdain this aspect of deduction because they are rich. For example, Count Kuleshov, the deputy chairman of the Navy Committee, has the right to inherit a huge fortune of 10 million rubles because he married the niece of the Prime Minister of the Empire. This is only a small part of the huge fortune of the Prime Minister of the Empire. He didn't care, and he wouldn't be greedy for the port and warship expenses in the Navy's military expenditure. This was a small amount of money, but it was also a life-threatening amount of money, and it was impossible to touch it. In addition to some people saying that he was an old cow eating young grass, marrying a 16-year-old yellow-haired girl at the age of 46, the key point is whether this yellow-haired girl is a beauty or a small rich woman. Only that Tsar himself expressed dissatisfaction with this unequal marriage, thinking that Countess Lyubov Bezborodko was completely worthy of a young officer, and Count Kuleshov was already very rich. However, Count Kuleshev's management of the navy could not be said to be successful. With Admiral Lushakov in charge of the Black Sea Fleet, it was obvious that nothing would happen. With the addition of Admiral Kutuzov, who was a sick boss, the management of the Russian navy was actually very bad. The surname of this admiral was Garlanishchev Kutuzov, which was also a huge family. Mikhail Kutuzov was also a Russian double surname, and they were all relatives. The fat old man recently bought a new house on the Palace Embankment, now 30 Kutuzov Embankment. The road was not named at that time, which is considered a relatively new urban area in Petersburg. Paul was very dissatisfied with these things. He was still angry when he left Kotlin Island. It was late at night when he returned to the palace, so he did not follow the usual schedule, but went directly back to the palace. The next morning, Solovyov was on duty. He did not rest at all the day before. After performing for those young ladies, the crown princess asked a lot of questions, mainly about classification and botany. If Solovyov is now confused by Mr. Linnaeus's classification method, it is mainly because his Latin is half-baked. This gentle princess is indeed unforgettable. If Mario stepped on Boza to rescue Princess Peach, that is Peach, then this crown princess should be Her Royal Highness Almond, but this is a secondary factor. The main problem is Latin. As for China, although there are some opinions on the pharmacopoeia and there are signs of taxonomy, it has not started detailed research on plant and animal taxonomy and basic analysis of some chemical substances like Europe. It can be said that on the eve of a scientific explosion, even a noble woman living in the deep palace can learn a lot from the books she has. This prince is more suitable to be a female scholar, just like the dean of the Petersburg Academy before, and he gets along with her very happily, and even exchanges experiences in raising children. who let Solovyov play a guest role in raising children at home, and when he was pulled over by Maria last time, he also showed what position to hold the child in, to make the child most comfortable. In short, he didn't get a rest. It was very late when he returned to the barracks, although the prince provided meals and invited him to eat fresh donkey meat. Even the meat eaten in the barracks for breakfast the next day was donkey sausage and smoked donkey meat. The number of donkeys eliminated in Petersburg was a bit too much, but this was a peak period in winter, and a large number of donkeys needed to be imported to Russia. Paul also asked a question in front of the major on duty on the parade ground. Major, the soldiers of the 1st Battalion are very spirited. They are the best soldiers in Russia. I hope you can lead this unit well. Yes, Your Majesty. I also want to know what you had for breakfast. Your Majesty, it's pickles with cabbage and carrots, and smoked donkey meat and donkey sausages. Ah, I know. Donkey meat is delicious. You should think so too. Yes, Your Majesty, but it's okay for the soldiers to eat too much donkey meat. They are grateful to the emperor for having meat to eat, but I know where all this donkey meat comes from. That's right, Major, ride with me after the disbanding. I want to talk to you. Thanks to the fact that Solovyov spent the whole journey on the backs of horses and mules during this expedition, his riding skills also improved. Kutayisov was supposed to accompany him as usual, but the Tsar himself refused. This is Petersburg. We are all safe in the Winter Palace, not to mention that we have our loyal guards. Hearing this, the soldiers of the 1st Battalion shouted "Yura" 3 times in a long tone, which made Paul very satisfied. The soldiers were the most loyal to him. When riding in winter, always pay attention to the horseshoes, Your Majesty. Of course I know this, Major. You are a student of the Field Marshal. He must have said this a lot when crossing the Alps, and I have been told many times by Count Kutuzov in Petersburg. Your Majesty, if that's the case, the friction of the sound entering your ears will cause calluses like on your hands and feet. Yes, the queen often works on reliefs, and she has calluses on her hands, and her hands look very strong. My baby daughters don't participate in labor, so their hands and feet are very slender. What about you, Major? Let me see your hands. Your Majesty, there's nothing to see in my hands. You can see. Solovyov took his hands off the reins, brought the horse's head close to the Tsar's horse, and then showed it to Paul. Although you often wield swords and guns, your hands are really beautiful, not as thick as those of some old officers. Your Majesty, this may be because I'm still young. We do need young people. If old guys are always on the stage, they will only be satisfied with the status quo. If young people also rot, like those decadent guards officers on the palace embankment and the Moika River embankment, that would be a bad thing. Yes, Your Majesty. Do you know why I'll let you, a little guy, come to the guards and promote your rank to the commander of the 1st Battalion? Your Majesty, you must have your own considerations. Since you know, I won't say so much. Let's talk while riding. It just snowed heavily here, which is a good time for horse racing. Tsar Paul chose German-produced horses. Petersburg is not like inland Moscow. The climate is not so cold in winter, and the horses are still very happy when running. Although the Tsar has never been on the battlefield, his riding skills are still not bad. The horses selected in the court are all good horses, and he is also very skilled in riding. Solovyov still had to follow the Tsar. He couldn't be left too far behind, nor could he rush too fast, like he did when he was delivering orders at the front line, because that would make him faster than the Tsar. He was not as good as a normal horse. Are you used to the fast pace on the battlefield, Major? Yes, Your Majesty. Although I didn't let the horse sprint, the speed was not slow. To become a better rider and control your mount well, it is not only about making the horse run fast, but also keeping pace with the companions around you. It's just that some people are not so diligent now. I was very dissatisfied when I went to Kotlin Island for inspection yesterday. Your Majesty, I'm only a major in the guards, not a naval officer. I know this, and I want to talk to you, because you are an expert in weapons development. Your Majesty, you say I'm an expert, but I'm still young, and I'm far from being proficient in this. But it doesn't prevent us from discussing the problem. What do you think of the Navy? Your Majesty, I have thought about this issue. The French warship technology is the best, although their admiral is very poor. The fact is that after the British Royal Navy captured a French Marseille commercial class first-class battleship, it expressed sincere admiration that a first-class battleship with 118 guns that looked clumsy was as flexible to operate as a fifth-class frigate of the British. The British's own new warships, the main battleships, that appeared after the victory, were not as flexible to operate as the French battleships, and many warships of the French Navy became spoils of the British Royal Navy because of the defeat in the naval battle and the defection of the Royalists. Nelson's fleet was able to win the victory of Trafalgar later, thanks to the French captured ships in his hands, but unfortunately he himself should not have this opportunity. The ships on Kotlin Island are poorly maintained. Although we have enough reserve materials to build new warships, the budget may not be so much for the Navy. They are all. The Tsar wanted to speak well, but he suppressed his thoughts in the end. After all, D. Ribas and others were promoted by him. The Russian Navy has no shortage of admirals, but lacks suitable management personnel. The wood of those warships has begun to decay. Of course, before 1850, the steam-powered warships such as ironclad ships were somewhat shocking. Now is the peak moment of sailing warships. Therefore, Solovyov thought of considering the problem from the perspective of fluid mechanics and making a clipper-type sailing ship. The bow of a pure clipper ship is hollow, and the whole design also emphasizes the sailing speed. Unfortunately, Russia is more dependent on land, and the only Black Sea port that can be used for all seasons without considering floating ice is still blocked by the Turks, and transportation is intermittent. If the British find out, it may be easier for them to copy. Moreover, this opponent controls a large number of high-quality timber production areas outside of Russia, which is also the advantage of maritime countries. We can try to build this kind of ship, but the place where we need it is still in the American territory, which is too far away. Your Majesty, the Black Sea is like a bathtub, and the ocean is a stage for this kind of ship. If necessary, we can also quickly transport goods back from our friendly countries. It's a pity that except for the Oldenburg territory, we don't even have a piece of territory facing the sea in Europe. Paul now has some opinions about his Empress Mother. She gave up the territories of Holstein that originally belonged to Peter III and gave them to Oldenburg and Holstein's cousins. In fact, Russia used to own a lot of these overseas fragmented lands. Now the Oldenburg territory is actually ruled by Paul's aunt. If we consider Russia's maritime strategy, they actually lack a foothold overseas. Maritime trade is not a big deal for Russia. Their fur transportation from the Pacific will not be interfered by the major powers. Their priority in the Atlantic is not as good as the whaling ships sent by the Crown Prince to catch live whales, to amuse the Crown Princess. Solovyov also told the Tsar about this. Paul doted on his son and daughter-in-law. Even if someone slandered the Crown Prince in front of him, he also enforced the male priority law of primogeniture. There must be something to do, and the aquarium is also beneficial to the people. I'm afraid you have a share of the creativity there. Yes, Your Majesty, but I just said it to the princes. Let me think about it. It must be Maria, my little sparrow, who spread the word. But this is also good. Whales and dolphins are both intelligent animals. I also like them when I go there. The Tsar also likes this idea very much. No wonder he strongly supports it. Chapter 104. Russia should not just have Russian-American companies. What has recently upset Tsar Paul is the profit sharing of the Russian-American company. After they merged, although there was profit, it was clear from the company reports that the four companies were operating in different regions. However, no matter how brutally managed they were, there was still some competition. Doing it this way now can be said to be a one-time exhaustion of resources, which also led to a sharp decline in the profits of these fur traders in 1799. Paul returned to his office in the Winter Palace and raised this issue. We don't need a company operating at a loss. If they can't even handle the franchise granted by the emperor, we can build a new company opposite their company to compete with them. Paul was really a little angry. The land of Russia connected to Siberia is also in a harsh environment. Although there are rich resources buried underground, it is not yet time to develop it. Moreover, Russia's territory is vast, and the output is often unable to be transported out. The loss in the middle is shocking. especially when a country's territory is concentrated in such a cold region. It is difficult to use some ice-free ports and islands in the Far East as bases. Your Majesty, if that's the case, you can issue an edict to the Russian-American company's office in St. Petersburg and the company's headquarters in Irkutsk, ordering them to make improvements. That won't work. The Tsar of all Russia is not the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, who travels around the territory and even moves the court. Our country is so vast that we can't adopt the methods of the Alemanni. He used the French word German flexibly, and Kutuzov also knew that at this time, there was no way to rectify the Russian-American company. Your Majesty, then you can consider using your trusted confidant to handle this matter. At this point, Paul began to sigh that he only had a younger brother and a younger sister. It would be great if Anna could grow up. If she got married now, the Empress would only find a son-in-law for her in the country, and a brother-in-law could also be sent to take on this task. Paul cherished his only brother very much. After the death of the Empress mother, he made him a count. This brother has now started a family and established a career. His wife is a German noble in the country, which may be of some use, but not much. And if Paul counts the nobles who are related to the royal family and can work hard on these matters, there is not even a male child. The one he is talking about is the Count Skavrinsky family. This family is a branch of the brothers of Empress Catherine I, the former ambassador to Naples, is the most male representative of this family. The marriage of the Russian royal family is mainly with the German states. There is no descendant of the branch of Prince Alexei. He also knows his sons. Alexander and Constantine are too high in rank, and Nicholas has just begun to receive tutoring. If his unpromising father has a useful illegitimate son, Paul can also pinch his nose and accept this matter. After all, he can't put all the property in the name of his most trusted brother, and his daughters are destined to marry abroad. As for the other illegitimate children, Paul has a say. After Alexei and Anna, he has never seen his Empress mother's belly bulge. It's not until you need it that you feel that you have too few relatives. Russia's overseas operations can actually establish colonies and trading posts in relatively blank areas in Africa, or end ports in allied and neutral countries to operate. This requires that you cannot be hostile to Britain. The Netherlands, which has always been friendly, is now under control, and the East Indies and Ceylon, the British have long coveted them and are ready to take action. There is a simple way to solve this problem, which is to directly use Persia to start the operation. Although it deviates from the original plan to march into Constantinople, it is more convenient in the Caucasus. This is also the reason why 3 generations of Russian ancestors and grandchildren have troubled Persia since the Empress, but they have always been small fights. But after thinking about it, he had to let the relatives of his brother and sister-in-law solve this problem. The Countess's father was Baron von Sternberg, and her mother was from the German noble family of Tachenhausen. The most prominent of this family was Ivan Andreevich, the Empress's loyal chamberlain. The Countess's family was related to her and was certified. This was the only way for him to marry her, and his wife always liked her. Empress Maria liked her very much and often summoned her when she lived in Pavlovsk and Tsarskoye Selo. But it was rare for him to summon this lady. It can be confirmed that the two families were close cousins, and Count Tachenhausen did not make any arrangements for the marriage. Your Majesty, my mother is indeed very close to Ivan Andreevich, and they are not distant cousins. That's just right. I have thought about opening up overseas business. After returning from Kotlin Island, I had this idea. But Alexei already has a job. If your Majesty gives too much, it would be too much of a favor to our family. Yes, in addition to palaces, jewelry and manors, the Tsar's rewards to his brother also include many profitable businesses in St. Petersburg, Moscow, Tiller and Ryazan, and even recently 3% of the shares of the Russian-American company. I know this, so I considered that I would need the help of Count Tachenhausen's family, that is, your mother's family, Anaya. It's just that the Tsar always has a whim. When he heard about the Clipper, he wanted to start trying. The brand of this company has been thought of. He is indeed full of malice towards the British, Russian South Sea Company. Think about the modern bubble crisis caused by the British back then, which is comparable to the Ponzi scheme of tulip mania. These business-loving people are like this. They can always create bubbles. Moreover, The Russian Tsar was not too worried about establishing good relations with African chiefs and kings, because they really had black nobles here. The descendants of General Hannibal, after several generations, the difference in skin color was no longer so obvious, and they all had the characteristics brought by their grandfather. This time the emperor is not whimsical. He should have thought of it after going to Kotlin Island. At present, he just wants us to make preparations. There are still many places along the coast of Africa that have not been occupied by colonists yet, and there are opportunities. But Africa also has various terrible diseases. The coast of West Africa is still good. There are still a few countries in the inland areas. In fact, they are going back and forth between slavery and feudalism, and the trade there is mainly slave trade. Since the Dutch are engaged in the immoral slave trade, for Paul, he is against serfdom, but his country is in such a mess that he has to implement a 3-day edict very slowly, which means that the serfs can breathe a sigh of relief and cannot be bought and sold at will, but he cannot accept the naked slave trade in Africa. He still remembered his friend Louis XVI and his wife who had lost their heads. The little cake queen did not like to regard black slaves as objects or property. The little black slave presented to her was adopted as a nominal son, and someone was sent to teach him the craft. Louis XVI also acquiesced to this practice. Although it sounds a bit abstract, the French royal family did not like slavery. When Mary Therese was in St. Petersburg, she also mentioned her adopted brothers. One of them seemed to have died in the army. She also remembered that the little black man learned the craft of locksmith and carpenter in the courtyard of the Palace of Versailles. But she probably didn't know that her black brother also died of illness. Paul's thoughts at this time were more naive, but it was true that he had set his sights on the overseas colonies of the Netherlands. Whether the Russian South Sea Company could be opened still depended on how fast the Tsar acted. His understanding of the world was not only through the huge Russian map, but also through those overseas places. In the past, when the Tsar was chatting, he heard his younger brother talking about geography. Although his younger brother was not good at other things, he was good at digging. When his two nieces got married, he not only sent gifts, but also submitted a memorial to his brother, saying that coal mines had been dug in Rouen, and the output was not low. Although he was my stupid brother, the Count was still very proud. He did not spare his brother's worries in the few projects he was good at, especially mining. This was what Solovyov wanted to see the most. He stood guard for the Tsar for a day. At dinner that day, the Tsar suddenly called him, and the two brothers, the adjutants of the Putin regiment, and 3 officers of the guards, to go to the prince's bedroom. Your Majesty, why are you going to His Highness again? Nothing, I'm a grandfather and I want to see my granddaughter. But Paul was really ugly, and Tonna was used to her grandfather's face. Maria burst into tears when she was picked up. It seems that I'm not good looking. Children are honest, especially babies who can't talk. Then he did not hand his granddaughter to the nanny, but to Major Solovyov. Mishap, I heard that you are very good at taking care of children. It must be Maria who told her. She was the most favored by Paul, and she must have said something in front of the Tsar. Solovyov felt that he might have owed a debt to Maria in his previous life, otherwise it would not be like this. He already had this idea. Apart from the idea in his mind, he was not too different from the Russians around him, just like another major who came to the Crown Prince's guards recently. If he rubbed his face, he would look like a handsome middle-aged uncle. He would say the same thing in Germany. Solovyov stroked little Maria's back like this, and after putting her in the crib, he began to gently pull the child's arm. She was not crying now, but felt it was fun, and began to laugh. Major, you really have a plan. It would be better if you were a maid. However, when Paul thought of this, he remembered a painting by Alina, officer in maid's clothing, and the model was this boy. He was indeed very handsome. If his title was not too low, he would really like to arrange a wife with a high family background for him. He actually thought about arranging such a husband for Maria. Anyway, when the third daughter was gossiping, she also said so. He could arrange even a hereditary heir. Paul's idea was simple. After all, he didn't want his daughters to get married in his lifetime. Thinking of this, he was even a little afraid that in the future, all 5 of his precious daughters would marry abroad, and except for Alexander and his wife, they would move to their own palaces, and the Tsar's palace would be empty. After all, he couldn't imagine how many children Larissa would have in the future, and it was impossible for him to imagine his own fate. After finishing reading, the crown princess came to see her father-in-law again. "I'm very sorry, Lisa, I made the child cry just now. After all, as a grandfather, I'm not that good looking. Alexander is not here. Your Highness went to Count Stroganov's house today. The Grand Marshal's nephew and his girl are going to be formally engaged there." "Ah, that's a good thing, Lisa. You should also participate in more social activities, and don't always leave Alexander outside." "Your Majesty, I just prefer to be with children, not only my own. If my brothers and sisters had children, and raised them in the palace, I would also like it. You know, Elena had a vomiting reaction this morning. I asked Countess Skafronskaya to see her, and the doctor couldn't confirm it because her wedding is only 5 weeks away." When Larissa said this, it seemed as if she wanted to turn the crown prince's bedroom in the Winter Palace into a huge nursery. She was too partial to children. Paul was not too surprised by this, but he was more worried that Elena was too young. She was indeed going to give birth to the heir of Mecklenburg this year. A woman who was too young would be at high risk during childbirth. As for Alexandra, it was the same. Paul was afraid of all these things, and as a father, he was also worried. This was indeed one of the strange curse names in the Russian royal family. Alexei was no longer used because he was the crown prince of Peter the Great. 2 girls with the name Alexandra died in childbirth, and 1 died of meningitis at the age of 7, so there were no girls with this name in the future. Then, Nicholas II used both of these cursed names at that time, and Paul's daughter Olga had died before, so it was not surprising that his family ate peanuts together in the mine. After all, these names are poisonous. Paul did meet a charlatan who told him that some names cannot be given to girls from the royal family. He told him this when he was fortune telling for Alexandra and Elena, and also brought in some superstitions. If these 2 girls can get through a difficult time, they will experience hardships in their lives, but they will still be happy. Paul, a devout believer, still believed in what the fortune teller said, especially in the countryside of Russia, where superstition was very serious. That is, when Paul became the Tsar, his decrees were supported by the serfs, otherwise Peter III would have been pretending to be dead all day long. Chapter 105, Journey to my own village. Bagration had not returned yet, so his duty as the general on duty would definitely be postponed. The permanent population of Pavlovsk Palace would increase in the summer, but Paul would usually take his family to Gatchina to spend the summer. In the summer, only Queen Maria and her 3 younger daughters would stay in Pavlovsk for a while, and then go to Gatchina to meet the Tsar. Now this plan is probably going to be cancelled, because Elena had just married, and had already had a reaction before leaving Russia. She needed further diagnosis from a doctor. The queen's plan to go to Pavlovsk in the spring was also abandoned, and the whole family stayed in the Winter Palace. Alexandra's situation was still unclear. She was indeed older, and had better physical fitness than her sister, so it was normal that she did not react so early. You have to know that their cousin in Württemberg did have his own way of identifying beautiful women. The guard's duty was not always the same in Petersburg. Solovyov received an order to go to Gatchina. Although the guards may not appear on the exercise ground, the Russian army will conduct inspections, military exercises, and military meetings in Gatchina every spring. As a guards officer promoted by the Tsar, Solovyov will prepare to assemble and hold a sand table in the front hall of Gatchina, based on this problem, referring to several major battles in which the Russian army participated to conduct sand table simulations. This point was recognized by Paul. He believed that the dispatch on the battlefield should be seen from the exercises, but the arrangement of the sand table can refer to the pre-war layout map commonly used by Frederick the Great during his lifetime, and can be used to a certain extent, so he approved this method. At the same time, some facilities on the exercise ground should also be adjusted. Some difficult problems, such as Korsakov's performance in the Battle of Zurich and the Russian army's partial maneuvers west of the Trebia River in the Battle of the Trebia River, all need to be mapped and acted on at the same time. In general, Paul wants to conduct a battlefield review, and in this way, the prescription cannot be said to be wrong. But the workload was actually quite high, because it was the first time. just preparing the relevant maps, various raw materials for making sand tables, and the tin soldier models, took up a lot of time in the preparation stage. Solovyov only came here to assign a task, and then he would return. However, this time, he also wanted to visit the village near Pavlovsk that Tsar Paul had rewarded him with for his military status. He was able to get such a close fiefdom village, and he had always made a good impression on the Tsar, so he got a village with 200 people, Pokrovskaya village. Speaking of which, Paul was originally going to reward this place to the little fairy's sister, but their family had already received a lot of rewards, and finally it was sealed in Solovyov's hands. The actual population of this village is larger than the number reported to the Tsar, which Paul himself would not notice. This village is on the only way from Gatchina to Pavlovsk. When Solovyov was in the Grenadiers, he had passed this village from the mainland, but he had never been there. When the fiefdom came to him with official documents, he had already participated in the expedition of the Grand Marshal, and had never been to this manor. When he came to the village honestly, the men, women, and children in the village were all confused. "Young master, who are you looking for here?" "I'm Mikhail Solovyov, a major of the Imperial Guards of His Majesty the Emperor." "Old man, if that's the case, you should know who I am, right?" The old man was very surprised after hearing Solovyov introduce himself. "So it's our master who's here. It's just that I didn't expect you to be so young." "Old man, don't rush to salute me. Since I'm the master here, I have to follow the Emperor's edict to guarantee your interests. I came to the village just to follow the Emperor's order to go to Gatchina to arrange military exercises after the spring, and I came here to take a look on the way back." "Master, then you'd better go into the village. The weather is unpredictable." "Okay, old man, I'll follow you into the village. I went to a village with the Emperor once before, and all the young and old in the village surrounded us. There were 404 people in that village. How many people are there in our village?" "To answer your question, there are 276 people in our village, including men, women, old and young. There are still more young people in our village. During the time of Empress Anna Ivanovna, there was such a village. Although it was a royal farm, no one has ever come to take care of it. It's because the women in our village are very fertile that the population of this village has increased. So that's how it is, old man. The wooden houses here are well built. Yes, because it has always been an imperial farm, so many emperors and empresses come here. Although there are people to collect taxes and perform corvée, it is not as hard as the villages nearby that work for the masters." Solovyov was relieved when he saw it. Although the village allocated to him by Tsar Paul was not rich, it was self-sufficient. Especially in recent years, with the issuance of the Tsar's edict, the burden of these villages in the imperial farm has been greatly reduced. When the pressure is less and the cost of living is not high, the village looks good. Moreover, the men, women, old and young here look healthy and there is no malnutrition. "Old man, how many people are there in your family?" "I'm the only one, with a wife, a son and 3 daughters. My daughters are all married. My son is serving in the army for the emperor, and he followed our old marshal to Italy. He is now the Grand Marshal. Alexander Vasilievich was appointed by the emperor last year to become the Grand Marshal of the Russian Army and Navy. By the way, your son is still in our army. I was leading troops beside the Grand Marshal and was transferred to the Guards after I made meritorious service. Sir, do you have any news about my son? He is from the Chasseur Regiment of Prince Bagration. My name is Vasily Pokrovsky, which is the name I changed from that of my village. My son Ivan is in the Prince's regiment. I know there is such a soldier. He has made meritorious service. He captured a French cannon in the battle. He should be in the winter camp now. When the Grand Marshal is about to return in triumph, you may be able to see your son. Thank God, my son is fine, and he has made meritorious service, so there will be a reward. Thank our emperor for giving these soldiers a high reward. These villagers would not be chameleons in front of their master, and they did not know that this master, who had not even grown a beard, was going to annul the indentures of the whole village. Their bodies were freed, and they actually became tenants. If they still had some of their own land, the land relationship could be upgraded. However, he was also worried that, if he did this, he might be praised by Paul, but that Tsarist might be besieged by court officials and some great nobles. For a major in the guards like him, his father was only a retired major, and some active and retired generals were protecting him, which was still too eye-catching. Therefore, Solovyov actually set a very low rent for them, basically in accordance with the regulations of the 2-day corvée in the most relaxed Ukrainian region under the Tsar's rule, which was also implemented quite thoroughly around Kyiv. That's it. The villagers are grateful to him. Although the manor no longer has the status of an imperial manor, this young master is really kind-hearted. But, old man, you don't have to thank me in a hurry. My father is still alive. Our family has always made money by doing business. The manor doesn't charge too much rent. Thank you, sir. It's really hard to find a master like you. In addition, I want to see how many streets there are in this village, and what the local specialties are. Sir, our village has ponds and wells, and we grow strawberries. You see, our village has a street called Strawberry Lane. That's great, old man. It would be a good thing if you can grow high-yield strawberries here. However, it is really difficult to increase the yield of strawberries in 1800. Solovyov is going to use some of the knowledge he has mastered before to grow high-quality strawberries here. When he asked, he knew that the local strawberries were all grown in the yard, and the taste was always good. It was not because of the imperial farm, but also because the local soil and water were good, and they could be sold at a good price in the city. Speaking of which, Paul must have never paid attention to what the products in the imperial farm were. He might know more about the village around Gatchina. If he could target the large-scale natural villages in Russia and use some liberal masters who supported the liberation of serfs as a lever, the reform might be useful when the relatively enlightened Tsar was in power. But the difficulty was that the reactionary forces in Russia were too strong. Just like the most famous British Prime Minister said, the Russians are too strong. The power of these reactionaries was only temporarily defeated by Paul's unconventional play during his time. If they dared to collude with foreign forces, it would be very dangerous for the rulers. Of course, Solovyov noticed that the village was very close to the city, which was naturally very convenient. Pavlovsk is so close, whether it is transported to Gatchina, sent to the imperial village or the winter palace or the summer palace, or to the manors of the lords, vegetables that are not easy to preserve can still form a stable supply to the palace if they are well grown and preserved for a long time. In order for the villagers to make more money under the condition of de facto freedom, that is, to use his identity as an officer in the guards, as long as he sends all the fruits and vegetables during his vacation time, he can still get attention. He has been in the upper class for a longer time in recent years, and knows a lot of people. It is not impossible to sell them the same vegetables and fruits. If they taste better and are larger in size, they will also be suitable for promotion in the future. It is also a good way to adapt to local conditions. When he thought of this, he was a little dazed. Master, what are you thinking about? I'm thinking about how many puds you can get from these strawberries, so I can find a place to sell them, and don't have to rely on the merchants to come and buy them directly. I'm a major in the guards, and I can see the emperor when I'm on guard every day. If I could send the fruits and vegetables from our village to the emperor's table. Master, if the emperor likes the strawberries in our village, I'd be willing to die. Russia has always needed a good emperor. Since Peter the Great, only 2 empresses were considered good emperors, but their taxes were heavy, unlike our current father, Pavel Petrovich, who is really good to us farmers. If you say so, wouldn't it be great if we could grow strawberries as big as in previous years this year? Listen to me first, although I'm an officer and don't farm, but if I plow the land deeply, deeper than half an arshин, and raise the ridges, we can get a better harvest. I remember everything, old man. If you want to do this, I think you are educated and an officer, unlike us farmers. I think you can be a good hand. Let's not talk about this for now. If there are animals dying in the village, the bones can be ground into powder and put into the fields like fertilizer. Also, I will ask someone to buy you some things processed from ore, and then put them into the fields. The strawberry seedlings in your yard can grow taller and stronger than usual. Of course, Solovyov still had to calculate the numbers. This involved the formula ratio. If something went wrong, it would definitely be a disaster. He had a small problem, that is, he didn't have such a greenhouse at home. His family had one in the manor in his hometown, but it had been abandoned for a long time. If he really needed it, he might have to go back to the palace to ask a few young ladies to verify the planting of these fruits and vegetables. His brain works quickly. Anyway, the villagers who heard him think that the young master has good ideas in his head, and those who listen to him will definitely be able to grow good crops. However, the verification of this was already on the agenda when Solovyov left the village. However, he did not expect that when he returned to the palace to tell Maria about this, she would say this: "The greenhouse of the Queen Mother in Pavlovsk happens to be empty, and nothing is planted in it. I will take care of this. If it works, you can try it. I like to eat blueberries and strawberries very much." She also patted her still developing chest and promised that she was finally squeezed out of surplus value by this little girl, and now she can see the return of money. However, all this will eventually serve the fruits that Maria likes. Chapter 106, Glass House of Pavlovsk Palace. This glass greenhouse was built by Tsar Paul in imitation of the citrus greenhouse in the Palace of Versailles. It was put aside because of the insect pests and serious diseases. After Solovyov asked the gardener of Pavlovsk Palace, he knew that this newly built greenhouse should be infested with parasites. At this time, the soil should be treated. If it is vacant, it will not be of any use. And the way he thought of was to clean the soil thoroughly. According to the description of the gardener in the palace, it should be nematode disease. What is a nematode? It is a crop parasite. Very, very small, monsieur. In this era, there are microscopes. In fact, some parasites can be seen under the microscope, and microorganisms can also be seen. Solovyov mentioned the problem, but he couldn't say anything with these agricultural experts. He didn't know if there were any experts in microorganisms in St. Petersburg. He just knew that Eula's descendants were here, and that the Bernoulli family in Switzerland would sometimes come to visit. If he really wanted to study agriculture, he didn't have the brain to connect to a Wikipedia search, and even if he typed Russian in his mind, he couldn't find relevant experts to help. At this time, he could only do it himself. He said that there were microscopes imported from abroad in Count Bobulinski's shop, and he saw eggs and adults when analyzing the soil. So how to deal with this disease? Now there are no crops in the soil. We can take the method of changing the soil. If we don't want to waste the fertile soil in the palace, we can burn it and flood it with water. Burn it while flooding it. The method is definitely effective. In addition, he did a relatively rough organic matter combustion test, which showed that the soil in Pavlovsk Palace was still not suitable for growing vegetables. So he borrowed a company of grenadiers, because he was familiar with the old guys in the grenadiers regiment, took away all the soil in the palace, and replaced it with fertile soil from the estates near Tsarskoye Selo and Gatchina. Then, it was time to start farming, and build a greenhouse earlier than the normal sowing season. On Alina's side, after the doctor confirmed that there was nothing serious, the queen brought her daughters and 2 young sons to Pavlovsk, and the Tsar himself was arranging a wedding for Anna Lapashina. This young lady was the Tsar's spiritual friend. She had recently told the Tsar that she loved her childhood friend Prince Pavel Gagarin. The Tsar then recalled the young man from the front and wanted to bless the new couple. Well, this should be a request, and the Tsar asked the new couple's wishes and then did it. It was not his violent act of arranged marriage, but this marriage was really bad. Prince Pavel Gagarin was a complete scumbag. Contrary to modern society, he attempted to encroach on Anna Lapashina's property. These things were going to happen in the future. Alexander brought Larissa and his 2 daughters to Pavlovsk. The problem came from the princess's sister, Catherine. How old was she? She had already set her sights on the crown prince himself. Although Alexander likes to have sex with women outside and is very popular with women, he is also tasteful. At least he will not be the same as his father, even if the other party is only 17. Moreover, when this little girl first tried to seduce the crown prince, she was only 14 years old, so she was arranged by Paul to be the daughter-in-law of the wealthy Demidov. This is one of the few marriages arranged by Paul without any accidents. The little girls in Petersburg are really terrible. Only the cats raised in the palace are not too troublesome. Today, they are urging their sister-in-law to work in the fields together. Solovyov is also helpless. These girls want to get involved when they see something new. Since they are going to start trial planting large strawberries and various fresh fruits in the palace, they are very curious. And the greenhouse is warm. They put on the clothes that they think they are little country girls, take off their shoes and socks, and go down to the fields to participate in sowing. Although it is a bit nonsense, Solovyov also has to ask the queen for instructions. Baron, the three of them are willing to do this. You should let them work now. I will deal with them in the evening. Isn't this bad? It doesn't matter. Just let them have a good enjoyment in the bathroom. You just need to keep them in check, and don't let them cause trouble or ruin your work. Yes, queen. You are dressed properly like this. The son of a country gentleman has experienced life. If Nicholas was not too young, I would have let him work behind you. Boys can do anything. I have spoiled these two girls. They should learn to spin, or be like Elizabeth. Although she is a wicked mother-in-law, now looking at her daughters who are as unruly as two village girls, and there is a little daughter following them to play, she thinks that the eldest daughter-in-law is so docile, which is not bad. However, as the second-ranked woman in the palace, the crown princess is the target of the queen's main attack. This kind of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law battle may be the most ridiculous plot in this relatively warm palace, even surpassing the soap opera of Alexander finding a mistress. At this moment, Larissa was rocking the cradle on the side, watching her sisters-in-law go down to the ridge to make trouble. You two, put Anna aside, don't let her go with you to go crazy. The crown princess took some effort to get Anna to her side. Although she was a girl, it could be seen that Anna was taller than other children of the same age. This was obvious when compared with the 5-year-old children brought to the palace before. Several old maids said the same thing, and the child's main task now was to lie on the cradle and watch her niece. When Solovyov came back, he started the first step, which was to start turning the soil. This was indoors, and only a small plot of land was used for the experiment, so naturally no animals were used. Several guard soldiers, including Solovyov himself, were used. They began to turn the soil here with a wooden plow, and the depth was set at more than half an ashen. However, the soldiers worked in groups of two. Solovyov was holding an Irish handmade plow, which was usually used for work in inconvenient mountains or small spaces. He was also quite comfortable using it. Solovyov, I want to use your thing. It looks fun. Ekaterina obviously felt very fresh when she saw someone plowing the land. Your Highness, this is a thing used by country people. You are so young. It will be difficult for you to use it. Yes, looking at her slender neck, hands, and feet, and white skin, even the most lively and healthy one among the sisters had never done any physical labor. Then, she stumbled and fell into the mud, and the wooden plow was still stuck in the ground. You obviously used it very well. Why did it happen to me? Before I told you how to do it, you took action. It should be like this. But she fell so hard that her white clothes were covered with black mud, and Mariah had to come over to help her pat it off. Katya, I'm telling you, don't be so new to everything. The major promised us to help him with the work, and he only asked us to sow seeds, but he didn't ask you to plow the fields. But I also want to say, Your Highnesses, where did you learn to dress like this? Although the look is right, a farm girl wouldn't wear such a white dress and a flowered apron when she goes to work in the fields. Not only is this for work, it's also pretty. The young lady explained very readily, and she put her hands on her hips and stuck out her undeveloped chest, as if she was very proud of it. Ekaterina looked like a compass produced in the Tsarskoye Selo. She was born in the Tsarskoye Selo, with her feet stuck in the ground. She guessed right not to wear shoes and socks, otherwise she would have to bury her shoes in the soil. Soldiers are very experienced in this. After all, the muddy ground has swallowed their leather boots many times. Then you act like a kitten in a mud pit. No matter how much your mother dotes on you, Mammy will be unhappy. It's not decent. Mariah said this, but she completely ignored the fact that she was also dressed like this. However, she was obviously more obedient. Solovyov asked them to stand aside and wait until the soldiers finished plowing the land before coming in. Look, this strawberry seed is only this big. Dig a hole and put this seed in. Ekaterina lost her patience after a while, but Mariah was very patient. She bent over and finished the part assigned to her. Katya, you have to hurry up. We won't help you finish it. Yes, your highness. She pouted and was angry with herself. She looked really cute when she was angry. No wonder her two brothers were so fond of her. I'm just a whimsical little rascal. I deserve it. This time, she was the one who took the lead and wanted to persuade the sisters to come to Pavlovsk to participate in the labor. As a result, she sat their downtime before she finished half of the work. She took the lead and had to finish the work even if she cried. One of her characteristics was that she lacked patience. After finishing this short period of work, she did not return to her old ways, but curled up in Mariah's arms and cried. Woo woo. But the tears flowed, and she made herself dirty and looked like a little cat. Larissa, who had been watching from the side, covered her face with a fan and laughed. Then Mariah and Anna, as well as several veterans who were sent to work, all laughed. Why don't you laugh? I'm trained, your highness. Solovyov replied with a polite smile and took out a mirror. After seeing this, Catherine laughed. She made herself dirty and all the exposed skin was covered with mud. In contrast, after Mariah washed her hands, she had more mud on her legs and feet, except for her clothes that were stained by her crying. Considering how she played around in the palace all day, it was not surprising that she got herself dirty. When the queen passed by here, she felt angry and funny. She wanted to spank Catherine, but she loved her daughter the most and couldn't bear to see her, so she just asked her and Mariah to go to the bathroom to wash up after a while. The servants were preparing hot water. Then the two girls who made themselves dirty sat on the side with their legs crossed. When they had nothing to do, they were prone to ask all kinds of questions. For example, when there were no greenhouses before, what should we do if we want to eat fresh vegetables in winter? This question stumped me. I really only know how to build greenhouses, and I don't know the origins. So even an inventor like you doesn't understand sometimes. Sister-in-law, do you know? It seems to be related to Emperor Tiberius, the successor of Augustus. He was required to eat a cucumber every day for health reasons. In order to ensure the supply, he built this type of greenhouse for the first time. As for the heated greenhouse, Koreans can actually apply for World Heritage because the earliest greenhouse with floor heating that can be seen is recorded in the Joseon dynasty of Korea. However, it can be confirmed that French nobles began to build various heated greenhouses in order to show off their luxurious dining tables. Initially, it was to ensure the supply of citrus fruits. Later, the Duke of Bouillon wanted to eat a few rare pineapples. Even some tropical fruits entered Europe one after another after 1700. It is not surprising that it appeared in Russia, but it became popular in the aristocratic circle, mainly in St. Petersburg and Moscow, and even only a few places were built. It had to wait until Paul's sons became Tsars to promote it. However, due to the high cost, the popularity rate was not that high. This is probably the earliest known greenhouse. At that time, there was no glass. Thin mica sheets were used for lighting. This princess really likes to read history books. After reading the encyclopedia, she probably memorized such an unpopular place. After planting all the strawberry seeds in the field, Solovyov went to fetch water to wash his hands, and he also reminded the two young ladies, "Your highnesses, wash your hands and feet first. You still have to take a bath later. You can't go into the bathroom like this. Indeed, if you make yourself look like a mud monkey, you will be beaten even in a civilian family. The two of them will be punished by the nanny, especially Ekaterina, who looks like she rolled in the mud and came back." When the two of them went to the bathroom wrapped in bath towels, they were still talking and laughing, but because steam was provided, it caused fog. Even the visual animation was not clear. Because Paul was attending the wedding of Prince Lopukhin's family today, it also provided a topic for the two of them. Even Ekaterina's mind was full of young men in military uniforms, especially Prince Mikhail Dolgorukov. "How old are you? And you're thinking about men? Sister, didn't you always ask that major to sing for you in the palace? That's different. You secretly wrote letters to that prince, and the major wrote letters to Sister Elena." Indeed, Ekaterina is currently 11.5 years old. Although her letters cannot be called love letters, she is quite clever at such a young age. Chapter 107. Mr. Talleyrand, you are asking for a bribe again. can a nobleman's asking for a bribe be called asking for a bribe? Solovyov's vacation was not forced. As the commander of the 1st Battalion of the Putin Regiment, this garrison accompanied the Tsar the most. Even when he moved to the Pavlovsk Palace, he had to accompany him. If he wanted to take a leave, his vacation had changed from 28 days a year for low-level officers to 30 days a year for middle and senior officers. Although he had vacations, he would leave the barracks and go home or to the village given to him. There was no other place to go. Moreover, the Tsar's family often came to him for something, and now he was walking in the corridors of Pavlovsk with the Tsar. If he did not show his ability, he might just be like his old father, a squire in Rouen, and end his life peacefully, just like his old father. Even Napoleon could not come to his house. But he still wanted to make his life meaningful, but he did not expect that the progress was so fast. With personal efforts and opportunities, he came to such a position. In fact, compared with the general officers of the guards, except for those who have connections with the top wealthy families, the rest are the children of some local nobles. He is right in between. Although he has friends on both sides and has good relationships, he cannot enter the circles of both sides. The 3 brothers of Prince Dolgorukov have a good impression of him, but those noble children are unwilling to accept his title after hearing about it, and he also can't stand the gangsters below. Therefore, he always feels lonely, and the Tsar happens to be a lonely person. Come here, Major. I've thought about it. The kind of fast-sailing ships you mentioned can be built in the Navy Ministry's factory, but the technology must be kept secret. We can't let the British seize them like the French warships, and the relevant technology must be stolen. Yes, Your Majesty, we need to do a good job of defense. But the water of Lake Ladoga is not calm either. We can keep it secret there. It should be there. You read a lot. Do you know some other situations of the French? If it's about the Navy, I mainly know about shipbuilding, not naval battles. If I were at sea, I would probably be like those French people, either running away at full speed, or shooting at the opponent's rigging. In terms of fighting spirit, the French Navy is nothing compared to the army. Although it was taught a lesson by the Prussian army in the Battle of Rosbach, I also know that an army cannot always win. The field marshal was defeated in a small battle when he was young, and generally no one cares about this because he has never failed in a large battle. Paul remembered clearly and was probably a little narrow-minded. He even knew about the defeats Suvorov had fought when he was young. Those battles could barely be considered as battles and were far from battles and campaigns. Your Majesty, you want to tell me this? No problem, I just want to chat, and the design of this clipper is considered feasible by the Navy Committee. Moreover, building it on the shore of Lake Ladoga is conducive to confidentiality. The British know too much in Petersburg. How many spies do they have here? If we team up with the British, they will only use us. Some people damage the interests of the country for their own interests. Even just for me personally, a Tsar is just the leader of a country. One day in the future, perhaps Alexander and his descendants can do better, and people may forget about me as a Tsar. Before me, there were Peter the Great and 2 empresses. As an emperor of all Russia, it is inevitable that I will be compared with them. If those Austrians did not command recklessly for their own interests, but advanced from northern Italy and southern Germany to the southern coast and eastern mountains of France, France might not have ushered in their new first ruler now, and would have failed in the second anti-French alliance. Even the British did not expect that the Austrians would make stupid mistakes under such unsuitable circumstances, which led to Paul not directing his anger directly at London, but at Vienna. Paul missed the only chance in his life to become a great Tsar, and his foreign policy also took a 180-degree turn. He first started the Second Armed Neutrality, united with the Nordic countries and Prussia to guarantee this agreement, and also began to mobilize troops back home. Now he has no plan to conquer India, but is preparing to shrink back and accumulate national strength. The direction of expansion is mainly in the Caucasus, and the troops that were withdrawn at the end of the Empress are now mobilized again. Anyone who sits in this position will feel uncomfortable. I can understand that you are a loyal young man. Unfortunately, although you are a noble with a title, your status is too low, and you are too young. When I'm old and Alexander comes to power, maybe there will be room for young people like you to display your talents. Your Majesty, I dare not think that far. What I can do now is to do everything well. Yes, that's it. Do you see over there? There are some young noble couples who have recently got married in St. Petersburg. Most of them are of the same age and are now enjoying the joy of their marriage. When Solovyov mentioned this, he thought that the Tsar might be going to mess around with couples again. He was very alert, but before he could speak, some other people came from the corridor. Looking closely, it was Count Rostopchin, the dean of the diplomatic academy. Solovyov was impressed by him because of his action of sending warmth to Moscow. But now he is the one who holds the power of Russian diplomacy, and he has presented new articles and diplomatic initiatives sent from France. Your Majesty, the new First Consul of France is ready to release more than 6,800 of our prisoners of war, and release Russian ships detained in French ports. This Bonaparte, in addition to being an outstanding commander, seems to know how to resolve their diplomatic difficulties. I think this was proposed by Mr. Talleyrand, the French foreign minister, but he always asks for bribes. Your Majesty, what is different now is that Mr. Talleyrand asked for bribes from the Americans, but the Directory did not trust him so much at that time. If he needs 200,000 rubles, you can give it to him. He is such a greedy lame jackal that we have to negotiate with him wearing masks. Yes, Your Majesty. Count Rostopchin then left, and Solovyov continued to accompany Tsar Paul for a walk. It's spring now, let's go for a walk. My two unmarried darlings have been causing you a lot of trouble recently, Major. That's not a big deal, Your Majesty. The two Grand Duchesses are healthy and lively. It's inevitable that they will be playful, while they are still not yet of marriageable age. Have the strawberries you planted sprouted now? At first, I was just raising seedlings. I thought about raising seedlings in pots, but there were some problems when transplanting. So I kept them in the greenhouse for sowing, and strictly controlled the temperature, which is conducive to the stable growth of the seedlings. You are always very careful and know a lot, but it's a pity that all your knowledge is in your head. It would be nice if you could share some of it with others. Your Majesty, knowledge cannot be shared, it can only be learned and taught. That's right. In addition to the St. Petersburg Academy and the Moscow Imperial University, there should indeed be some higher education institutions. Education in our country is also very important. We should even require serfs to be literate. People not only have physical strength, but also knowledge. People are the country's greatest treasure. Yes, Your Majesty, you often say that. There are so many people in Russia. If everyone has a smart mind and a chivalrous spirit of self-sacrifice, it will be a powerful force. He didn't say much, but in his heart he was also lamenting the things he had encountered since he ascended the throne, including the inspection of the surrounding areas of Moscow in 1798. He knew very well that the civilians loved him from the bottom of their hearts, but he was afraid of this power. He wanted to help all the people under his rule, but he was afraid that their power would endanger the imperial power of Russia. From a personal perspective, he was indeed much nobler than the average monarch. He could even be said to be stupid, cruel and neurotic. Perhaps only the last one was because of the huge pressure on the throne of the Tsar, which made him more neurotic and moody. But in quiet moments like now, he is a benevolent monarch, and he is also very thoughtful. If he did not rule a country like Russia with a vast territory and many problems, it might be easier for him. For example, if he was in charge of Austria, France might have been cold by now. Your Majesty, but you are the leading actor on the stage. I know, Major, I'm the leading actor and I also need to satisfy the audience. I heard from the three Dolgorukov brothers that you called General Messina, who destroyed our cause, an old soldier. Yes, Your Majesty, he was born a civilian, and he was able to grow into a Legion General in the French Republic. But I only learned about this general through the interrogation of General Schurrer. Yes, that's your credit. You were just a captain at the time, and a burst of gunfire wiped out Schurrer's headquarters. To be honest, the Knight's Medal of Malta is too little for this merit. You are now Major Officer, and can be awarded the rank of Commander. Your Majesty, I don't ask for medals. You have given me enough. Others are not satisfied with their current treatment. How about you? You are still satisfied now? Apparently, Tsar Paul had heard the whispers of the nobles below. Many people were dissatisfied with the status quo. Solovyov felt satisfied now. probably because his life was peaceful and fulfilling, and he had reached the position that many young officers dreamed of at a young age. If in the era of the Empress, the officers of the guards would have a lot to do among the royal family and the women of Petersburg. Tsar Paul also hated that kind of atmosphere. He did not like Prince Potemkin, but he still took good care of Prince Potemkin's family. The problem of infighting in the Russian court can be said to be an old problem accumulated since Peter the Great. Prince Potemkin did coordinate in the Russo-Turkish War, letting Suvorov and other subordinates do it, and achieved an unprecedented brilliant victory. But in the process, he excluded Kamensky, and at the same time, sent the prestigious Marshal Rumyantsev to retirement, and finally obtained the qualification of Commander-in-Chief. This kind of drama is always indispensable in Russia. After Paul concluded Korsakov's case, he has been paying attention to the strife in the court. This internal friction has put him under great mental pressure. But he has no choice. After all, these people are the only ones available. At the same time, the long negotiations with France have begun. The French release of goodwill is also to prevent Russia from maintaining an attitude of leaning towards the anti-French alliance. This time, the release of prisoners will be carried out in Baden and Württemberg, and then these Russian troops can leave France and return to Russia with their belongings and even weapons. However, Rostopchin also realized a problem, that is, the eldest princess married Württemberg, and Württemberg is now controlled by France. This is a huge disagreement between the two countries. He is going to pay Mr. Talleyrand silver rubles, so that he can always get a good price from this gentleman, and the Russians are accustomed to using bribes. It's just a matter of price. Of course, there is no place for impartiality. This kind of diplomatic bribery is also common in Europe, and one of the important instructions Rostopchin gave to the Russian representatives going to Paris was to put forward Russia's demands in response to the demands made by the French side. Diplomatic negotiations, sometimes skills, are essentially no different from the vegetable market. Tsar Paul walked into the garden again on this day's walk, but the temperature in the garden is not high now, and there won't be so many people. Kutasov, when is your son going to get married? There will be some days, Your Majesty. I know. Paul stopped Kutasov again, before he left the garden. Your Majesty, do you have anything else to do? I think we should choose some good hunting dogs in the palace, and also cats. The Tsar himself may not be afraid of a fight between cats and dogs. After all, he kept cats and dogs separately. The cats in the palace were raised by the queen and the women, and the dogs were very useful when hunting. After the Tsar ascended the throne, in addition to laws targeting people, he also had laws targeting dogs. It was not like the 5 shoguns of the Tokugawa shogunate who did not allow the killing of dogs, but he required the breeding of hounds and various dogs to be regulated in order to breed better offspring. Obviously, he was very knowledgeable and even banned speeding carriages and stray dogs on the streets. However, this problem has not been solved in many places in the 21st century. Chapter 108. This scene is too useless to learn. In addition to the Tsar's decrees against speeding carriages and stray dogs, his obsessive compulsive but effective decrees also included making all the buildings in Petersburg look like a chessboard with distinct colors, because Petersburg is located in a high latitude and there are no street lights at that time. People trapped in the cold can use the weak light to find guardhouses and rescue stations for help. Some of the things he did seemed strange to modern people, but they were also very reasonable. But keeping cats at home is a common practice for Russians. Solovyov also had cats at home, and he could see cats in many places in the palace, the city, and the countryside. This is a Russian custom. The Tsar himself prefers horse racing and dog walking, and cats belong more to these female relatives. It was Solovyov's first time to visit Maria's bedroom. It was not like the princess's room and the general impression. The wallpaper was carefully selected sky blue, the cabinets were piled with music scores, and various musical instruments were placed in the room. On both sides of the bed, there was a piano on one side and her favorite instrument, the harp, on the other. The prince himself was now leaning on a recliner and playing with a cat. But Solovyov always felt that Maria's cats, dogs, and canaries. Your Highness, don't you have mice here? Don't mention mice, Mr. Major, I'm most afraid of mice. Her configuration here takes these species into consideration. This bedroom was not demolished because there were no mice. The white paws and fur of the cat in her arms made people think of Tom. And what he thought was that the family had a white female cat and recently gave birth to a litter of kittens with all kinds of colors, but he didn't say it. If these kittens grow up, his yard will definitely be able to accommodate them, and he will also send some to other families. But there may not be mice in the palace. I saw them in the Winter Palace, and I fainted from fear. The queen called you dragoon. Why are you so frightened? Isn't it just a mouse? Solovyov thought so, but didn't say it out loud. I'm not afraid of this thing, but rats are indeed a dangerous pathogen and must be eliminated in the palace. You are the guards. If you are afraid of rats, that would be strange. Mariah was right. Solovyov came here for another mission, which was that the women had to go out on horseback. Alexandra, Elena and Anna were all in the carriage. The queen asked Mariah and Ekaterina to go out on horseback today. The guards officers in Pavlovsk also had to accompany the princes to choose horses. Mariah, who put down the cat, also went to the palace stables in Pavlovsk through the corridor, accompanied by the maid. Your Highness, you have grown taller again. But I don't recommend that you ride a horse that is too tall. Considering that women's legs are on one side when riding, the stability is too poor. Solovyov went to lead a Siberian pony over, and after stroking the horse, he confirmed that there was no problem. Your Highness, something like this is good. What kind of horse do you want to ride? Me. The new breed bred by Count Orlov is good. He recently presented several horses to the palace. The emperor himself doesn't ride this kind of horse, so it's a bargain for us, the officers of the guards. After all, this is the earliest bred Orlov trotter. Although it was bred by Count Orlov, who was said to be not good at riding, it is also very famous. It is the main horse breed in Russia, and has a very docile temperament. The third of the 5 unfortunate Orlov brothers went into exile abroad during the reign of Tsar Paul. He wanted to test the Tsar's attitude towards him by presenting horses. However, these bred horses are now in the royal stables, and most of them are ridden by the officers of the guards. Although the Tsar did not allow this Orlov to return to the country, he never confiscated any of his property. He just said that if he wanted, he could choose to return to Russia. But such a speech was not enough to make the Count dare to make the decision to return to the country, and he could only continue his self-exile. The horse Solovyov chose this time was a second-generation Grey Orlov trotter. It was very comfortable to ride, probably because of the huge hoof and special horseshoes. The stability was really strong. If there was such a horse on the battlefield, it would be great for the cavalry. Solovyov thought so. After galloping around, he turned back. However, he was a guard. When he went to the battlefield, he would probably be in the infantry group, not the cavalry. You are such an excellent rider, Major. In response to Mariah's praise, Solovyov said, Your Highness, the guards are not just infantry, they also have more professional cavalry. My friend Prince Dolgorukov, who is a member of the Blue Hussars, is a very good rider. Although the keywords were separated, when these words were mentioned, Ekaterina blushed. It was not known whether this girl really liked the prince, or because of the feeling of being held in his arms after she fell recklessly. It sounded like the same thing. Mariah saw her sister blushing, and was also wondering what the little girl was thinking. Everyone must have a good time on this trip today. This is what she said after meeting the queen, but it turned out to be a cross-country horse race for several officers of the guards who were sent to escort them. They all wanted to show their faces in front of the queen and the unmarried girls. The 2 grand duchesses might be going to marry abroad, but the queen and the maids around them were all the favorites of the Tsar and the descendants of those famous families. It was necessary to win the favor of these girls. Girls from any family also hoped that their prince would be handsome and capable. Solovyov had run a lap before, just because he couldn't hold back after choosing this good horse. You know, the Orlov trotter was a fine breed for horse racing and carriage competitions for a long time in the 19th century. It was only surpassed by the American trotter in the late 19th century, and then it was revived in continuous breeding and cultivation. It is an extremely good horse. Owning such a good horse is like owning a sports car. But today Solovyov faces a strong opponent, Count Pavel von Palin, the son of Count von Palin, the favorite of Tsar Paul, the head of the Cuirassier regiment, and an excellent rider. This burly German, still wearing the uniform of a cuirassiers, looked tall and mighty. Solovyov knew from the conversation with the little fairy that the little girl was in love with the count, but he didn't know that her sister Maria was the same. If he knew, he might have sighed first, what a heroic cavalry officer, and then cared about his gossip. He rode an Oldenburg warmblood horse, which was carefully selected through strict breeding. When paired with him, it was really a tall man and a big horse. "Hello, Count. Hello, Major. I have heard of you from Katish's letter, a brave little officer, but you don't look like an infantryman when you ride on a horse. Are you interested in leading the cavalry regiment? The real warriors are either guards or grenadiers, but the guards cavalry are the bravest of the brave." Although the tone of these words was gentle, they highlighted his arrogance as a guard cavalry. And this guy is really strong. If he doesn't use a gun, Solovyov thinks he is definitely not his opponent. Another problem is that he is a major general of cavalry and a general before he is 25 years old. Solovyov is just a major of the guards. Except for the greater responsibility, he is inferior to him in all other aspects. Although I'm only the commander of the 1st Battalion of the Emperor's Guards, I have captured 3 enemy flags on the battlefield, commanded my men to capture the commander-in-chief of the Italian Corps, and rushed across the Devil's Bridge. I followed the field marshal in Italy and Switzerland, participated in more than a dozen battles, and walked the most difficult road. If I say that as a warrior, I'm no worse than you. Seeing that this kid still had some courage, and told him about his achievements in commanding the troops, the count asked for a horse race here. "Major, besides you and me, there are also all the officers present." Since Her Majesty the Queen said that she wanted to have fun today, we warriors cannot spoil the fun. We have to have a horse race in front of Her Majesty. Although we cannot compare who is braver, we can also know who is the best rider. In terms of horse riding, the general obviously has a great advantage. He is quite confident in his riding skills, and the officers present are of similar age. The oldest are Prince Peter, the professional referee, and Count von Palen, and the youngest are Solovyov and William of Württemberg. Everyone is excited and holds the reins tightly for such an impromptu competition. Especially this grassland is very open and there are no pedestrians, which is very suitable for horse racing. The Queen herself is different from ordinary ladies. Her brothers are all soldiers. They love these brave young people and hope that they can have a place to play to their heart's content. In this event, Prince Peter was not allowed to participate in the competition, but because he is fair, he served as a referee. You always come to be the referee, just like in the past. I know, Major. But I have to say that your opponent is very strong. You may not be his opponent, and my brother is also involved. The opponent this time is indeed strong enough. Think about Alexandra's husband William riding all the way from Budapest. He is not an easy opponent. They will not use sprinting in this competition, but Peter will set a route on the map that Solovyov brought with him. Before that, several guards cavalry will be sent along the way as standard bearers. After completing the specified route, they will return to complete the competition. The infantry officers all picked horses from the stables, except for Count von Palen and Prince Mikhail, who were cavalrymen, and brought their own horses. Especially the latter was a hussar, and was always very confident. Before he set off, he saw Catherine, who was blushing, waving a handkerchief at him. "Sisters, who do you think will win?" "I don't know, Catherine, but cavalry officers are always better than infantry officers of the guards, right?" As Prince Peter fired his gun into the air, the 14 officers of this horse race galloped forward. Once they started sprinting, they didn't care about anything else, and wanted to grab a favorable position. Solovyov's start was not fast. Several guys from the cavalry regiment rushed to the front at the start, leaving him and the Prince of Württemberg behind. William was told by Alexandra not to fight before the start. The prince listened to the advice of his wife and cousin, so he didn't rush too fast at the beginning. As for Solovyov, it was purely a matter of experience. If he rushed too hard, he would be knocked off his horse and withdraw from the race, because it was not a good idea to get injured in the fierce collision at the beginning. Prince Mikhail saw Catherine's encouragement and didn't want to lose to the count. They were also professional cavalrymen, so they naturally had to fight hard. William was actually quite good. When Solovyov passed his opponent, He found that the prince was on par with him. He was very compatible with the good Württemberg horse. In fact, according to the prince's own thinking, if he competed in classic dressage or obstacle race, he would be confident that he would not lose to those present. This temporary rule of trotting race made him dissatisfied. The Earl's riding skills were indeed superb, but he did not expect that several people would catch up with him. Although he had maintained the advantage was still reduced. At this time, he could not save the horsepower. After passing several passengers in a row, he could sprint before reaching the finish line. At this time, for Solovyov, he wanted to compete with the Earl, so he sprinted forward on the widest part of the road. This all-love trotter horse was really good. In the sprint stage, it relied on its strong legs to almost catch up with the count. However, at such a critical moment, it stumbled. When Solovyov fell, he was more worried that this good horse might break its leg. He himself fell into the grass, which was not a big deal. He was relieved when he saw the horse stand up and come to him without the rider and put his nose close to confirm that the rider was okay. It was really a good horse. When he fell out, he was too anxious. Seeing this scene, the frightened women were relieved when they saw Solovyov leading the grey horse out again. The count finally won, but it was a close victory. Prince Mikhail chased him all the time and finally came in second. The winner was more worried about his new friend. He was relieved to see that he was okay. This was an upright knight, and he was completely different from his father, who was plotting with him. Of course, he did not forget to wave to Countess Maria. At the same time, Elena also noticed that the little fairy was crying, and she didn't know what was wrong with her. In fact, it was like this. She was the first one, from writing letters to courting. Why did her sister win in the end? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109, Deer Hunter in a Leather Hat. The British racked their brains to find no way to make money from the Qing dynasty and get opium over. Whether in Kyakhta or Guangzhou, Russia could at least make money and buy suitable things. In Kyakhta, it was a barter trade, and the Russians went to Guangzhou, where the 13 factories also took their work. They found that Chinese merchants praised the quality of sea otter skins, and thus found a new channel for the fur business. However, at this time, there were still many sea otters, and with the Russians' extensive management, except for the unfortunate sea cow, which was at the lowest point of the species, no species had been heard of that could be wiped out so thoroughly in a short period of time. Even in terms of exterminating animals, the Russians were no match for some Western European colonists, nor for the Americans. After all, an oil spill could kill thousands of them, and the Russians' killing might still be a drizzle for the sea otter population of hundreds of thousands to 300,000. You should know that the Russians also have oriental cunning. Their fur business is not only about the warmest sea otter skin, but also about various furs from Siberia to Alaska. There are still many varieties. Just providing a certain amount of sea otter skin can also make a profit far beyond expectations. Besides, the number of hunters of the Russian-American company is really limited. You can't let them hunt thousands of them in time, and they are also likely to be attacked by the chiefs of the nearby indigenous tribes. Some people say how cruel Russian fur hunters are. You only see the thieves stealing things, but you don't see the thieves being beaten. Even Russian colonists have been defeated by local tribes many times. The Americans may be the ones with great destructive power. They have sold people. Today, when Tsar Paul came out to play, he was very happy after hearing about the horse racing of these young officers. At least there are young officers in the guards who want to prove their bravery. So the reward he took out was some fur hats. The most precious sea otter fur hat was given to Count von Pahlen. One was for himself, and the other was obviously a women's fur hat. The meaning is self-evident. Solovyov received a bearskin cap from the Guards Grenadiers. This is just right. My cap was chopped off by French soldiers during the Battle of Trebia last year, so I just happened to have a new one. He got 4th place despite his misstep, mainly because he was chasing the 3 in front of him and left the others behind by a long way, enough for him to lead his horse out and then slowly cross the finish line. Tsar Paul was also very generous to the rest of them and gave them rewards. As for the otter fur cap, there was also a female one attached. Solovyov probably thought of the Tsar himself as a prank, and he sometimes did not play by the rules. Of course, the little fairy who was squatting on the door of the carriage crying had cried so much that her eyes turned into peach blossoms. She would not respond if asked, and she would not fight back as usual if pulled. What happened? If anyone knew about this drama, only Solovyov would sigh. The countess would not say that her sister Maria had accepted Count von Palen's proposal a day ago. As for the wedding, even if the countess and Count Litter objected, it would be useless. The Tsar himself acquiesced to this kind of free love, although he preferred to appoint marriages for his close associates. And today, it can be seen that, because of the strong wind, this girl took out the otter shawl that was given to her at the beginning, and the warming effect is really good. Katishi, don't cry like this. Think about the spring, this kind of vitality, the scene of all things competing. You should feel happy. After saying this, she cried even harder, grabbed Solovyov's uniform jacket, and began to wipe her tears, and even through the hood in the car. She cried so hard, and she knew what was going on, but Countess Maria did not come to comfort her sister. Although the relationship between the sisters cannot be said to be bad, after the revelation, as rivals in love, their relationship will not be very good for a while. Elena couldn't do anything when she saw her female companion crying. She winked at Solovyov and asked to get on the carriage nearby. Solovyov knew something about Count Pavel von Palen from social circles, but it was rare for two sisters to be jealous of each other for a young cavalry general, as the situation progressed so quickly. Don't worry about me, Miss Ha. In a few days, I will become the laughing stock of the whole Petersburg. I know, but you should also put yourself in her shoes. What you like may not be suitable for you. The other party also has the right to choose after knowing that you sisters have written to him. Just like when His Royal Highness the Crown Prince got married, he didn't just have one marriage partner to prepare. I don't care. I'm already a joke. Give me your gun. I won't live anymore. After saying that, she reached out to touch Solovyov's revolver. It was unknown whether she really wanted to commit suicide or was just joking. If you use a gun to smash your own head or shoot a big hole in your chest by aiming at your heart, it won't look good when you die. It will be troublesome for us to collect your body, and your brain and bones will be blown everywhere. Solovyov's gun was not loaded when he was not on duty, so it was useless to take it, but he had to stop her from making trouble. Solovyov knew that this girl loved to be conceited. If she knew that this way of dying was not good looking and would cause great damage to her beautiful body that she was proud of, she would calm down and stop making trouble. Of course, this method of dissuading suicide was indeed outrageous. It was also because Solovyov had killed people and seen many people being killed in the past year when he went out. He was familiar with this kind of identification. Moreover, when he saw the little fairy touching her cheek, touching her chest, and then hugging his shoulder and crying, he knew that this half-grown ghost girl's tolerance was really too poor. When she grew up a little bit, her psychological tolerance would be much better. In addition, it was the feeling of the bodies pressed together. I didn't expect that this little girl had such big breasts, which were soft and elastic. This was her special asset to show off, just like her beautiful shoulders. If you think it will feel better to cry it all out, then just cry like this. Of course, everyone present knew that these two were even more incompatible. If the tall and mighty little Count Palen was a good match for the two sisters, they had to make a choice. Then, Major Solovyov, who was smart and calm and busy with his career all day, was not so compatible with Countess Ekaterina Skafronskaya. This girl liked men who were full of security, and her mind was full of romantic love. Hugging the major and crying like this was just embarrassing in front of the royal family and her distant cousins. Okay, don't cry anymore. The emperor is going to hunt in the spring. He is going to hunt male deer. I will hunt a hair deer and roast the venison for you. This girl has a bad habit of being greedy. When she heard that there was venison to eat, she finally stopped crying. Female deer are not hunted in the spring because it involves the reproduction of the deer herd. The young officers who came to participate in the deer hunting also knew this. They had to rely on their luck to search in such a large forest. Solovyov happened to be in the same group with the cavalry major general, and he did ask this question. I like both of them, but if I have to choose, I choose Maria. She is obviously more mature. And Kataya, she is still a child, a little fat cat. And have you ever had that kind of experience? When I was in Italy, I had it with a noble lady in Milan. As far as I know, although Kataya likes to show off her charm, she has no experience in this area. She is actually a pure and silly girl. She should be worthy of a man of noble character, so that the whole world will envy this gentleman for having such a beautiful wife. This is what the Count imagined, but it was far from the topic. He didn't know what the future of the girl would be like. The Count obviously had a lot of experience in men and women before, and he was always with Maria. Solovyov shook his head and knew why the little fairy lost. Of course, the two of them continued to carry their hunting rifles forward. These guns were made by the Tsarist according to the needs of the royal family. Therefore, based on Solovyov's original design, there were some improvements in appearance, which looked very gorgeous. However, it would be nice if the gun was easy to use. The Count found the male deer. Judging from the speed at which the horns grew, it should be a good deer. Mishap, are you going to shoot or should I? You go first, Count. Although I promised Kataya that I would hunt deer for her and roast the deer meat for her to eat. You and her are like siblings or good friends, which is not very suitable. In the future, she will look for love and desire to be loved, but I don't know whether she can find it. The Count should be a good brother-in-law. After proposing to Countess Maria, he began to worry about his sister-in-law. Why are you talking about this? You must be better than me at the shooting range. You should do it. Okay then. The hunting rifle Solovyov used was a carbine that was sawed off a section. According to his shooting experience, it is much easier to use this to hunt deer than to engage in a firefight with the enemy on the battlefield. At least he doesn't have to worry about being shot to death. As for his shot, he didn't hit the head. He was afraid of injuring the antlers, so he aimed at the spine. Because the two were behind a big tree, the deer would not instinctively think that there would be such danger. With the sound of a gunshot, many birds were startled, especially the sparrows and crows that were here in winter. And the deer, after being shot, turned around and began to kick its legs, which was a sign that its spine was broken. Good shooting skills. You are really a good hunter. The Count was a straightforward man. After riding over, he saw that the deer had not completely died, but was still struggling. If you want deer blood, you have to get fresh blood. There are leather bags and jars on my saddle, but they can't hold too much. Yes, I hope the hunter sent by the emperor can come quickly. This guy also planned to get more, but it should be noted that pregnant women should not use it. It's not just them who have hunted. Paul meant to hunt deer, but it's not surprising to hunt something else, such as old wolves or wild boars, but compared to that, deer are more suitable. The situation of the Dolgorukov brothers is similar, but they hunted stupid roe deer. Today, when we went to the hunting lodge to eat barbecue, the accompanying dishes were quite complete. What a big deer, Pasha. You are big and strong. If it weren't for you, this little hunter wouldn't be able to drag the prey back. Although Solovyov had grown a little taller, he was still a little shorter than these guards. We have to thank Count Palin. We also released a lot of deer blood. There are many treasures on the deer. As for the fresh deer meat, after cutting it, several officers directly roasted it over the fire with hunting knives or rapiers. Unlike Solovyov, after opening the luggage roll, there were many tools and seasonings inside. You moved the kitchen here, Major. Solovyov didn't feel too proud when the female officer said so. He just said so. To eat well, you have to prepare well. There are grills and iron plates here. Although he had a good appetite, he couldn't eat medium rare or medium rare, which felt unhygienic. Such a large piece of venison leg meat was quickly roasted. He cut it into small pieces with a hunting knife, added sweet peppers and cabbage, and served it on a plate to the women. Aren't you going to eat it yourself? I like to eat it with fried tenderloin, coated with a little flour first. At the table, Paul and Alexander were still discussing the interesting things that happened today, and their discussion was not interrupted by the venison. These young people are really interesting. What are they doing over there? Father, they are eating while roasting. What they serve us are all large pieces of cut meat. How do you think it tastes? It's really good, but a little spicy. Your Majesty, it is added with chili powder. Paul must be intolerant of spicy food, and the main food in Russia is sweet peppers. Although this kind of chili powder is used, it is not sprinkled so much. But the young people think it's good, especially the girls who are growing up, which is considered to be in a critical period of development. The Queen herself began to lack etiquette when watching Maria and Catherine eating. I never saw you Ticketons like this when I was in the palace. Of course, she also knew that Paul's arrangements in the palace, when the family had dinner together, although he did not have so many requirements for the female relatives, were not rich or lacked novelty. Today, not only her own daughters were here, but also the maids from these noble families. This is Russia, which is somewhat different from the German court. They are like this when they only come to the hunting grounds in Pavlovsk twice a year, but it's okay. Although social activities in Petersburg make people happy physically and mentally, coming to the hunting grounds or the countryside can also escape the oppressive city life. The Queen has this attitude, and the Tsar himself thinks so. Outside of social activities in Petersburg, it is not relaxing. Chapter 110 Petition from the Aleuts. In the hunting lodge in Pavlovsk, the women also need to rest. This is the place where Paul expanded after he became the Tsar. There is even a temporary bedroom for resting, and the fireplace is especially warm. Your Majesty, these are the petitions from Siberia and the American territories collected in accordance with your edict. Kutuzov actually wanted to say one thing, that is, after going out for a walk, he came back here again. The Emperor is really addicted to replying letters. It just happened that the petitions from these distant territories were received in the hunting lodge. Kutuzov, you go and rest. There are these young people here. They can take turns to guard and chat with me. The Tsar was a little too confident about his personal safety. Although there were 4 officers on duty here today, 1 was promoted by him, 2 were his confidants' sons, and also friends in Alexander's small circle, and the last one was Count Palin, the son of his most loyal confidant. However, Paul still made a mistake, that is, the young count was more loyal to him, so the old count did not let his son participate in the conspiracy, for fear that he would expose it directly to the Tsar on a whim. Similarly, Count Zubov, who had recently returned to Petersburg, did not let his sister-in-law, the daughter of the Grand Marshal, participate in this, and his eldest brother Nikolai Zubov did the same. Young Count Palin was not good at current affairs, but he was okay if he was asked to talk about horse riding. Mishap, you are so unlucky to fall down in such a place. I know you have been on the battlefield and have been a liaison officer passing orders between the legions. It's okay as long as both the man and the horse are fine. This is really a good horse. Count Orlov must have put a lot of effort into breeding it. The one you picked is not the best. The previous count picked one from his stable and galloped along the riverside of Moscow. It can be seen that the count loves horses very much. He may even have personally watched the riding test of Count Alexei Orlov when the Orlov trotter was successfully bred. The Tsar himself was reading the petition of Siberian horse politics, which was related to China. The King government's demand for horses in the mutual trading kayak decreased, causing the market price to plummet. The most glorious time was undoubtedly the mutual trade during the Empress's period. At that time, a horse could be sold for 3 times the price around Moscow, and horse dealers made a lot of money through the mutual trade. Paul would like to ask this question to the young Count Palin. After all, he loves his woman as well as his horse, and is very familiar with horses. Pasha, what do you think of the horses in Siberia? According to the report from the Guards headquarters, many of the horses we imported from Siberia and the Urals are not suitable for riding, but they have good endurance and can be used to pull cannons or baggage carts. Yes, that's what I think too. The garrisons in various places have reported a huge shortage of horses, and the volume of trade from Siberia to China has dropped sharply. In this case, the infantry regiments stationed in the south and around Moscow, as well as the garrison regiments in various places, will have to start importing draft horses from Siberia. But your majesty, we also have to consider the quality of the horses. You know, horses that pull artillery carts need to have better leg strength. Solovyov, you have been to Italy and accompanied the field marshal throughout the campaign. What do you think? Your majesty, I think Count Palin is right. We rely on Cossack war horses to carry baggage in the mountains of Switzerland. The Austrians didn't prepare mules for us at all. In future wars, I'm afraid we will need to prepare a large number of military horses. Paul himself was also thinking about it. He had previously denounced the inferior war horses provided by some places at the military committee. Siberia was too far away, and there were not many garrisons there. However, considering the vast territory of Russia, even inferior horses had to be used. Regardless of what the Tsar finally decided, they had to take on the escort mission, while being randomly questioned. Considering Paul's character, it was not surprising that he did anything. The petition of the Aleuts was related to the extensive management of the Russian-American company in the American territory, and forcing the Aleuts to hunt for fur. It's Baranov again. All my money. Paul had considered the possible consequences of the extensive management of the Russian-American company a few days ago. The first year of the merger of the four companies had already led to a serious decline in profits. Without external competition in the territory, they did such a cruel job. And the root cause, anyone with a normal brain circuit can perceive it. The reason is here. But another problem is that these overseas companies are generally far away from the emperor. The same is true for the British and Dutch East India companies. They have actually formed an independent political entity and can even depose and establish local kings. As a company, they have actually exceeded their authority. Baranov himself has been active in the American territories for a long time and is not in St. Petersburg. Ryazanov has always been mediating here. But the Tsar himself sent an imperial envoy, which is nothing more than a traditional Russian farce. This kind of thing will happen in the past, present, and future. Paul also doesn't have much time to deal with the Aleut problem. For him, it is too far away. Whether he can get a piece of land on the Gold Coast or somewhere else in the future through the South Sea Company listed by Count Tachenhausen's family is still a question. Okay, let's stop here today. He looked at some more petitions and didn't even plan to reply. There was a secretary beside him who was responsible for taking notes. Your Majesty, how should these petitions that you have read be responded to? I have already written a formal reply to the Siberian horse issue. Please polish the words and submit them tomorrow morning. As for the Aleut issue, Baranov is still irreplaceable. He is familiar with local affairs, so leave it there for now. Just reply according to general affairs. It will take a year or so for this letter to reach Pavlovskaya. It was even a question whether his order could reach Alaska while he was alive. After all, 1801 was a near-death experience for him, and it was also known as an extremely unfortunate year for the Russian royal family. Then he felt upset and warmed himself by the fire by the fireplace. By the way, he also took out the latest Petersburg news to browse. The literary section published poems. Why is there no serialization today, Solovyov? Your Majesty, these days I have either been on duty in the palace or in Gatchina. In the middle, I also went to the village you granted me. When I come back, I have to prepare to grow strawberry seedlings. The translation work has been delayed. Where have you translated to? Now the little overlord Sun Sen of Jiangdong has been assassinated, and his brother Sun Quan has become the lord of Jiangdong. The kitten prime minister and the northern warlords are about to have a decisive battle, right? The decisive battle is about to begin. Your Majesty, do you want to see the result now? Or do you want to wait for the serialization in the newspaper? Don't worry, it seems that the Prime Minister will win. He has already driven away the Emperor's uncle, and the forces threatening his rear in the east have been eliminated. He can concentrate on fighting the Yuan family along the Yellow River. This question was relatively easy to answer, and Paul could still figure out the pros and cons. In addition, he suddenly remembered that when leaving Petersburg, Maria once told him that Mr. Fomin, a musician at the Imperial Theatre, was in worse and worse health. He was a famous musician in early Russia, good at music teaching and rehearsing operas. Sometimes he would also guide Maria, but because he had an infectious disease, in order to ensure the safety of those around him, the musician was in the hospital and would not survive this spring. Solovyov, I remember you often sang for Mariah and collaborated with her on some folk songs. He could never avoid it, but Paul's tone seemed to be not very interested in this matter. He preferred to be with the soldiers. He was the first person in Europe to award medals to soldiers. Napoleon's Legion of Honor and a series of medals that could be awarded to soldiers had to rank second. Music, just because he doted on his third daughter who was almost disfigured because of smallpox when she was a child, he was willing to understand part of it. Yes, Your Majesty. Do you know Mr. Fomin of the Royal Theatre? I have some impression of him. I met him when I was recording music for His Highness. I haven't seen that gentleman in the palace for a while. I think he is not in good health. He looked like that when I first saw him in the Little Winter Palace. He has always been in poor health. Musicians are all talented people. Mariah asked me to care about his condition because Mr. Fomin taught her the harp. He is indeed sick, and the situation is not good. Mariah wanted to see him, but she had an infectious disease. Since he was hired by the Royal Theatre, he actually still had a certain income. Although he was not as good as Mozart, he was not too unhappy. However, there are still many musicians in this era who are not happy. When Paul thought of this, he suddenly remembered the Arabian horse that Olov first introduced. In the end, the skeleton was kept in his stable and carefully preserved. The most important thing for a musician is his works. It's an infectious disease and his life may be in danger, Your Majesty. Yes, so Mariah wanted to preserve all his music scores, which are kept in the Royal Theatre. There is an opera in it, The Story of the Golden Apple. It has just been completed, but has not yet premiered. Your Majesty, if it's the Golden Apple, it's the story of Paris and 3 ancient Greek goddesses. Yes, the Golden Apple is not a good omen. And this story takes place in Troy, whose location is not even confirmed. Where is this place? Maybe in Turkey, Your Majesty. But it's just a story. I'm not stupid enough to stop it from being performed, just because it takes place in Turkish territory. Solovyov couldn't tell a joke, because Jan Leoxy was not around anymore, but Paul himself had already grasped the essence of a certain character in the crosstalk. But this play is very interesting. Iphigenia is related to Troy. There is also a legend from the Athenians, claiming that the poor girl was taken to Chersonesus. Your Majesty, that is a play by Aeschylus. When Crimea was still called Taurica, although it was far away from the mainstream European world, it had close ties with mainland Greece. Galleons could get there by sailing along the shore of the Black Sea. That's right. There is a close connection. How did the Greeks come to Crimea? There are also many Greeks living there now. They should have come from Mithridates Pontus or from Byzantium. The name of Cape Chersonesus should come from Greek, right? If we dig there, we might know. We might know if we dig. We might find something at that cape, but in Crimea, more important is Sevastopol and the Black Sea Fleet. Besides that, there is Odessa. When he mentioned Odessa, he thought of Potemkin, but now his hatred for Prince Potemkin was not as serious as when he first ascended the throne. All of Potemkin's nieces married well. Countess Skafronskaya was his favorite, and also Alexei's favorite. If he had begged his mother more at that time, he might have been married long ago. I know that he couldn't walk when he saw a girl with a beautiful figure and plump breasts. Madam, you have 2 daughters. Pasha, you proposed to her yesterday, right? Yes, I proposed to Mariah. Both sisters are very cute, but I can only choose one. When Alexander and Constantine got married, they also chose one of the sisters. Mother liked the 3 Saxon sisters very much at that time and wanted to keep them all, but only one could be Constantine's wife, so only the youngest Juliana was left. Your Majesty, you mean Her Highness Anna? Yes, but this useless boy beats his wife at home. He is not a village man. This is really shameful. The whole of St. Petersburg knows about it. Pasha, you have to love your wife, do you know? I know that, Your Majesty. Paul didn't have the auspicious physique that would mess up the marriage of that staff officer. He was just admonishing the cavalry major general he favored. The 2 guys outside, they don't even have wives. Mikhail often plays with Catherine, but it's a pity that my sweetheart is not yet old enough to get married. The King of Bavaria wants to propose marriage, but it's too urgent now. The same is true for Prince Peter. None of the 3 brothers have formally discussed marriage issues. Your Majesty, don't look at me. I'm the youngest officer on duty today. I know, you little hunter, but I also saw that the younger one was crying in your arms. But you two are like good friends, definitely not lovers. I can still see this. Your Majesty, I don't want to get married too early. I still have a lot of things to do. Paul smiled when he heard this. I know you still have a lot of things to do. How are the grenades and Molotov cocktails going? Your Majesty, don't worry. Now that I'm back, the grenades will be completed soon. As for the Molotov cocktails, the only problem to be solved is the ignition problem, and the formula itself is not a big problem. He was very confident about this point. Chapter 111 Marshal Suvorov falls ill. The Russian army finally returned to the border of their country. Marshal Suvorov was sitting in the carriage now, and his complexion was very bad. At this age, the elderly could not stand such torment. Moreover, during the period when he was ordered to live in seclusion, he felt that his health was getting worse and worse. Although the Tsar finally let go of all the problems, aging inevitably affected him. Especially this time, when he went to Switzerland. Suvorov's health even recovered a little when he was in Italy. When he arrived in Switzerland, he even used strange behaviors to stimulate Russian soldiers to fight bravely as he did in the past. Master, if you are not feeling well, I can make the carriage more comfortable for you. Not yet, Prussia. The eagle is about to go home. Let the children see me at this time, to encourage them to go home. What's more, Prince Bagration and General Miloradovich had come before to remind the elderly marshal to take a rest, but he declined politely. These Russian soldiers sang cheerful songs and marched forward along the road. After the ice and snow melted, the ground was all muddy, which made the marching slow. It was not until they reached Brest that the situation became better. Marshal, the order from Petersburg requires you to hand over the army to General Rosenberg and return to Petersburg to accept the honor of the triumph. Our emperor wants to give this honor to an old man who is about to die. Haha, this should belong to the brothers. In fact, Suvorov was worried that Korsakov would complain first after he returned. There were too many jackals like this in Russia, and this worry was not unreasonable. Tsar Paul had always been moody, and some officers of the conspiracy group in the Russian army always used his banner. What happened on this trip was not surprising. This kind of drama of humiliating important officials in the court was a Russian tradition. Prince Potemkin got the position of commander-in-chief during the Russo-Turkish War by making Marshal Rumyantsev retire and Kamenský step aside. He kept Suvorov for no other reason than that he was a good fighter. There Suvorov met Kutuzov, who had been a company commander in the Astrakhan regiment. He was the regiment commander at that time. Then he brought out two young men, Bagration and Miloradovich, and found that Nikolai, the son of his archenemy Marshal Kamenský, was very talented. He discovered the next generation of corps commanders for Russia, and there was no need to import too many talents of this type from abroad. Then, during his exile by Tsar Paul, he also found an interesting young man, but he knew that he was old and had no time to train a new generation of generals. He was very impressed by the bravery of Grand Duke Constantine, but he was a little too reckless. Now he asked Mr. John Antin to read him a story, which was the translation manuscript that Solovyov left for the master. Keep reading. It's interesting. If the Kitten Prime Minister sends out a Cossack cavalry, they will definitely attack General Yuan's rear. Without the logistics base, this battle will be over. Alexander Vasilievich, although Miss Ha's book has not been fully translated, he left me an outline of the story. The granary of the Black Nest was indeed burned down, and General Chunai, who was sent there by General Yuan, was captured. Wasn't this guy in charge of the 8 guards in the Grand Marshal's mansion before? How could he be so incompetent? Master, you also said that there are always a group of crows in the capital city that cry in front of the emperor. That's right, that's right. I have done everything I can now. Those Austrians betrayed us, and when I return to St. Petersburg, I will report the whole process to the emperor. There are still many things to do, so let's do this for now. After the army entered the Russian border, the field marshal's health became worse. After leaving the army, most of the Russian troops were stationed in the Minsk area. Only the troops that originally belonged to the guards continued to move north, but there were more infantry among them, so they fell behind. Marshal Suvorov originally went with only his entourage, but Prince Bagration was worried about his teacher's health, so he left the army and followed with only his adjutant. Miloradovich also accompanied them, but he was on a mission to St. Petersburg, and he had to make arrangements at the post stations along the way, so he was not in this small team. When they arrived in Novgorod, the old marshal's body finally couldn't bear it, and he collapsed completely. His estate was relatively remote, so he didn't go back. It was just that the noble leader of Novgorod and the local governor got the old marshal a special carriage to send him to St. Petersburg. After hearing the news of the marshal's illness, Tsar Paul personally rode to 23 Kryukov Canal, the official residence of the marshal's friend Marfa Fomina, a Russian warrior with the most outstanding military achievements, who did not even have his own residence in St. Petersburg. The residence in Moscow was eventually sold due to financial difficulties. You know, he was in high debt, and because he opposed military reforms, Tsar Paul got angry with him at that time and directly calculated the marshal's financial problems. All of this is gone now, and because of Grand Duke Konstantin's advice, the Tsar did not initiate an investigation into Suvorov. After all, a small mistake such as a general serving as a duty officer is nothing compared to the news that the marshal himself fell ill. Paul was still quite emotional. When he saw the marshal, the old man was already haggard. Although his spirit was still there, it made people feel that it would be difficult for him to survive this. Your Majesty, I'm very grateful that you can come here in person. But I have become like this. Alexander Vasilievich, you should lie down. I have read the doctor's report. You were very ill when you arrived at Kobrin Manor. Yes, it is unlikely that I can go to the monastery to seek a quiet life. Your Majesty, what I can do for you is to drive all the French foxes out of their holes, but there is a black fox that is really cunning. That's true. Dr. Weckert, you must do your best to treat the Grand Marshal. The honor of triumph is still necessary. No, Your Majesty, the triumph should be left to the young people. Paul also shook his head. Since he came in person, he saw that this old man looked like a skeleton when he was healthy, and even more so when he fell ill. He felt bad. At least the two did not have a new conflict in 1800, and Suvorov had to rest here for a while. At this time, Paul asked Mr. John Anton and the loyal old servant Proshka, and learned that the Grand Marshal had been feeling unwell when he was in Krakow. The accompanying military doctor diagnosed that there was no big problem at the time, and that he became seriously ill after returning to Russia. Among them, Paul also sent out the German Weckert, who was not very fond of using bloodletting among the imperial doctors. He was also an old acquaintance of the Grand Marshal during the Empress's period. The Grand Marshal's illness is still due to his age. Even I'm not young anymore, and at this time I can only recuperate. There is no better way. For example, those tribute supplements can be added to the diet, but the Grand Marshal's appetite is not very good at this age. Even the imperial doctor shook his head, and Paul knew the problem. But there is one thing, Your Majesty, that is, our master. He has always wanted to read some serialized novels in the newspaper, and Mr. Anton read a lot to the master. Ah, I'm reading it too. The servant still knew what the Grand Marshal was thinking about. In addition to his family, it was Solovyov serials. Tsar Paul will make arrangements for both children. Arkady will continue to serve in the palace, and Paul also asked the queen to arrange for her. In the future, one of the girls with suitable family background will be chosen as Arkady's bride. He knew his ability as a marriage genius. Suvorov, who was lying there, smiled when he heard it. As for the serialization, Solovyov, here, don't go to the Winter Palace for duty for the time being. Come and accompany the Grand Marshal more in the near future. The book you translated is very good. Alexander Vasilievich likes it very much. You must speed up the progress. Yes, Your Majesty. Solovyov took such a job, and he also felt that he had an obligation to accompany this master. After all, he usually corresponded with Suvorov for advice, and he also learned a lot in the army. Compared with Sergei, the old man who traveled through time and space with blood ties, but not spiritual connection, Suvorov was a master for a shorter time, but the relationship was closer. When Tsar Paul left, most of the entourage also left. Only Mr. Weckert led a group of imperial doctors to stay. Solovyov and Bagration stayed by the bed, while Arkady went to her sister's place and would come to visit in a few days. My illness is really useless, but there is nothing I can do. People always have to go to see God. You will get better, Alexander Vasilyevich. The merchants who came back from Kayakta also brought precious Chinese medicinal materials. I asked about it, and it is used for supplementation. Solovyov found that it was difficult to switch his mind to the point that ginseng replenishes vitality. Although there was English content, he couldn't bring in all the traditional medicine in this regard when speaking Russian. In short, even if people who are dying take it, it can also prolong their lives for a while. That's a good thing too. Let's leave it to those who need it. I'm already a 70-year-old fox. There must be other patients. Such precious medicine may be useful to them. Although Suvorov refused to take the medicine, Solovyov was not without a solution. When Uncle Proshka came over, he leaned close to the loyal old servant and whispered a few words. If this can save the master's life, one more day is one more day. It must be used. Master Mishap, our master and Master Andrei are not here, and I don't treat you as an outsider. I will do as you said, and grind the powder into the food for the master. If it works, thank God. This servant has been with the marshal for more than 30 years, and his loyalty is beyond doubt. And Solovyov calculated his vacation, and he would basically be here for the whole of April, and he had to speed up the progress. He looked at the manuscripts in his hand. In fact, there were still quite a few. The Petersburg News was a weekly publication, so the speed of publication would not be too fast. He had to hurry up, and the intensity of the courses given to those young ladies by the Queen in April was so high that Ekaterina was called by the actresses of the Royal Ballet to stretch her legs for a month. She could not bear it. Maria was also arranged to take courses, so during this time, Solovyov could accompany the marshal and help Mr. Weckard keep an eye on the doctors under his command. I know this ginseng. It has this effect when taken orally, but the dosage should not be too large. It's all crushed, so there shouldn't be any problem. If you weren't on duty in the guards, I really want you to be a doctor. I don't think I have that talent. If I were a surgeon, I wouldn't be as steady as I'm holding a rifle. I don't have the patience to be a doctor. If you come to look at the prescription, maybe it can be of some use. Yeah, that's true, but the patient's mood is also very important. You can let in relatives and friends who must be seen, but don't visit some unnecessary people like this. Patients always need a quiet environment. Even playing music needs to be more soothing to improve people's mood. When you are in a good mood, it is indeed conducive to treatment. Dr. Wecker didn't elaborate, but Solovyov also knew that the problem with Marshal Suvorov's health was aging, which is something that the elderly always have to face. People in St. Petersburg also knew that the marshal had returned, but the triumphal ceremony had not been held yet. Although many people know that the Tsar and the marshal had quarreled over military reforms, Paul personally brought his entourage to visit the patient at 23 Kryukov Canal, and we know that their relationship is still very good. In the first few days of April, there was news that the marshal's health was better, and he was even able to see some old friends. With his disciples and loyal servants taking care of him, he might still be able to recover. But everyone knows that for the elderly, this kind of slowly weakening disease will not last too long, even if they try to keep it going. Of course, Solovyov's writing was so fast that sparks were coming out of his pen that he translated many stories. After listening to it, Suvorov also made comments and his spirits were much better. As for the daughter and son-in-law who had once severed their relationship, they also came to 23 Kryukov Canal to visit the patient. The marshal forgave his son-in-law for embezzling his property and told them to live a good life. It seemed that the disease was under control. Suvorov couldn't even stay and wanted to go to the yard to bask in the sun. Chapter 112. News from the money-loving Count Kutaytsov. The only monument erected on the Air Square now is the obelisk commemorating Marshal Rumyantsev, which was erected in 1799. To make a monument for Marshal Suvorov, it also left a difficult problem for the artists. It was not for other reasons. After seeing Suvorov's portrait, you will know that he was a thin old man. When he was healthy, he looked very shriveled, not the kind of great commander that people wanted to see. In fact, when making the monument, the sculptor Mikhail Kozlovsky did not refer to Suvorov's image at all, but made it into a Greek-Roman ancient hero. When Paul saw the pattern of the monument, he was quite satisfied, but he did not show it to the marshal himself, which was purely self-indulgent. When Suvorov saw it, he would only say some abstract remarks on his sickbed to express his dissatisfaction. And this pair of monarchs and ministers who have always had conflicts sometimes maintain a tacit understanding between them. This does not look like the real person, but only has a symbolic meaning, reflecting more of the sculptor's own style. If I give it to Alina, the second daughter who knows how to draw, she probably won't give it a good review, but will compliment it for the sake of her father. Besides, this young lady has been fascinated by comics recently. In this era, they are all satirical comics, not comic strips. When she arrives in Mecklenburg, she wants to recruit a group of cartoonists who work for newspapers to make her own workbook, which is said to be for herself and her children. Looking at her stroking her bulging belly, and considering her age, she is completely a big child. It is inevitable that she wants to show it to herself, not to mention that good things should be shared with sisters. As for comics, it was mentioned when Solovyov and His Highness were communicating at number 23 Kryukov Canal, but he also knew that he had no talent for painting and could only come up with some concepts. Speaking of which, he still saw the content drawn in the British tabloids and thought that there could actually be other ways to spread culture, but there has never been such a thing as Superman. No matter how much you know, there will inevitably be omissions. What's more, he was half-baked in many aspects, so he wrote to Alina, because Her Highness still understood art. The comics she wanted to create were stories from Greek mythology. Who made this name given by the Empress? Although it is pronounced the same way in Russian, the more formal name is Helen, so you know that her name comes from Troy. In fact, the first 4 children of this family have a strong meaning. After seeing the reply from Her Highness, Solovyov was pushing Suvorov to the garden to bask in the sun. You have been communicating with the princes in the palace, Miss Ha. Yes, Alexander Vasilievich. When I was in the palace, although I was an officer, I was assigned a lot of childka work. You do have wonderful ideas sometimes, but don't be distracted too much. You still need to be focused on your achievements. The first consul of France, if he was too distracted by affairs other than military affairs, he would not be able to give full play to his talents on the battlefield. You are talking about this again. What we should do today is to bask in the sun. And the weather is warm today, so I told the doctor that coming out to bask in the sun like this will be good for your recovery. Are you an Egyptian? Suvorov loved to say strange things. His words made Solovyov think for a while, but he couldn't think of the answer. You said I'm Egyptian. Which book did you base that on? I heard that the ancient Egyptians didn't wear any hats or turbans when they were young, while the Persians would wear turbans when they were young, which made the Egyptian skulls look thicker. At this point, Solovyov remembered that the marshal was talking about the unconfirmed rumors in Herodotus' history, but there was a way to verify it. I just think that the sun is radiant and hot, and absorbing some heat in the spring is good for the body. That makes some sense. We need to collect some energy. But I'm probably really old. He was still talking clearly, but he was not energetic and a little drowsy. Considering his age and being seriously ill, this was inevitable. But it should be noted that no Tsar in history has lived to his age, neither before nor after, and the closest one was the Empress. You should too. Solovyov also found that the marshal's head was tilted in the cushion of the special wheelchair, and he fell asleep like that. He was indeed tired due to old age, and could only be a sleepy marshal at this moment. He had to follow the doctor's advice and go back to bed in half an hour. As for the stories he wanted to hear, he didn't always have the energy to listen to them. That afternoon, the Tsar's favorite and state secretary Count Kutasov came to visit him. He came to visit the patient and report to the Tsar when he returned. Count, the field marshal is a little tired today and slept for a long time. He was still running a fever yesterday, but it has subsided today. I pushed him to the garden this morning. That's good, Major. I'm here to ask questions on behalf of the Emperor. If the field marshal keeps sleeping like this, I can only wait. After all, he is so old, and he is sick. From his past performance, I know that he will not pretend to be asleep like Count Kutuzov. He always makes himself look energetic. Yes, you wait here. I'll ask Uncle Proshka to get you some drinks. Just brewed black tea. You seem to have a lot of experience in nursing patients. During the Battle of Novi, my leg was bitten by shrapnel. From the writing style, it seems that you wrote that anonymous petition. Why do you want to hide your abilities? The Emperor likes you very much. This is a good thing that benefits both nobles and civilians, so there is no need to do this. How old am I? If I add too much firewood when burning the stove, either the stove will burn out or there will be thick smoke. Neither is a good thing. Ah, very cunning. No wonder the Grand Marshal said you are as cunning as a fox. But you are loyal to the Emperor, very reliable around the Grand Marshal, and you take care of several princes. You have been to all the places in the palace where you can show your face. If everyone in the palace is like you, there won't be so many people vying for favor. Kutaisov himself didn't care. As long as Tsar Paul was there, his position would not be shaken. Moreover, as a Turkish prisoner, he was able to reach his current position by observing the words and expressions in the palace. At first, he thought that Solovyov was on the same track as him, but he found that this kid could tinker with various new weapons and wanted to take the military merit route. After returning, he was promoted to the battalion commander of the guards, so he had no competition with him. Even when he was arranging the wedding of his son Pavel, he also thought about finding a husband for his 13-year-old daughter Maria. In this regard, he was optimistic about Vladimir from Count Vasiliev's family, the nephew of the Minister of Finance. For him, the biggest benefit is that he can make as much money as he wants in the position of the Tsar's state secretary. The reason why Paul never touches him is that, on the one hand, this loyal servant has served him for 30 years and has a deep affection for him. On the other hand, he never directly takes money from the treasury, but always takes advantage of the Tsar's favor to buy manors in remote areas and gain benefits from bribes from all sides. This greedy guy has no way to deal with the old minister like the Grand Marshal, who has a high reputation, but is poor and has just paid off his debts. However, he has been observing the old man's words and expressions for many years, and he knows that the old man will not give him even a kopeck, and he still respects him a little. As a courtier, he wants to please this old general. This is not a problem, because the Grand Marshal has now handed over the military power. When Kutaisov and him had a good relationship before, it was when Suvorov did not have the military power. This is not a taboo in China and Russia. But for Solovyov, he was not so polite when it came to money. Although the major of the guards had no business to ask him to do, this little baron who owned a village and worked for Count Bobulinski with his father had some property. When the count saw him, he sometimes needed to use some things to arrange things, and Solovyov was no exception. I didn't get anything new, so this is a gift for your daughter Maria. Everyone knows how to pick things and coax children. If you wear this necklace at the engagement ceremony, it would be very suitable. But Maria is still too young. But the girl from Prince Lopukhin's family that your son is going to marry is only 16 this year. Was she 14 when you got engaged? Haha, you really got it right. However, Kutaisov, because of the mischief of several Grand Duchesses, asked the servants to strip Solovyov's military uniform in the locker room and put him in women's clothes. He also looked more handsome and even more like a girl, so he mistakenly thought that the major's sexual orientation was unclear. Considering that there is already a handsome crown prince with some feminine features in the palace, it is barely acceptable to have such a major who has not yet grown up. There is also Prince Golitsyn, who obviously does not like women, so it is not surprising to have another one like him. However, Solovyov has always been avoiding Prince Golitsyn, who does not like women. He does not know that he has been rumored to be a woman-hating count by this count. After all, such a petite blonde girl with big breasts and big buttocks cried in his arms for a long time. That night was outside the guard time, so something should have happened, but nothing happened. The count gave a rumor that the major battalion commander of the 1st Battalion of the Guards did not seem to be very interested in women. There was such a rumor when he dressed up as a woman, and the gossip-spreading count said it again, even more so, although no one connected him with the situation of Prince Golitsyn. After waiting for a long time, Suvorov woke up and saw Kutaisov coming here. Although the nobles of Petersburg were dissatisfied with such a figure beside the Tsar becoming accountant secretary of state, Suvorov's opinion of him was not as strong as others. And he must have something to ask when he came here. But Suvorov didn't have much to say. He just mentioned, "I have nothing to say to the emperor anymore. If I want to say something in the future, I will say it to God when I'm called by God. Your Majesty, is there anything else the marshal needs? The emperor has forgiven my debts and will erect a statue in the Mars Square. These are enough. I just ask the emperor to pay attention to the fact that when Marshal Rumyantsev and Prince Potemkin were the commanders of the Russian army, we were the running Russian hares. I have said in the past that when we reform the army, we should adopt the advantages of others instead of writing them down according to the drill manual. As for personal issues, the emperor has approved my personal will, which is enough." Then he lay down again, and his physical condition was indeed getting worse. Solovyov went to see the guests off, and all the affairs in the palace were handed over to the loyal old servant Dubasov. Count Kutasov was also very talkative. He mentioned Tsar Paul's arrangement for Suvorov. Korsakov's previous blame was bounced back by Grand Duke Konstantin and Solovyov on the spot. In addition, the problems of the conspiracy group and the generals on duty were no longer a problem because of the illness of the Grand Marshal. The marriage arranged by the Grand Marshal for his son Arkady is not even approved by someone like me who makes a living by pleasing the emperor and the court. The princess is already 19 years old, 3 years older than the little prince, and the girl is said to be pregnant. I have to say that this is a strange arrangement. After Solovyov heard it, he found that it was not only in St. Petersburg, but also in this circle. The daughter of the Duke of Courland, Wilhelmina, can be said to be a great beauty. When Solovyov was with the Grand Marshal, he had seen the portrait and was also discussing whether this marriage was feasible. However, this girl had an affair with her mother's lover and tutor, General Armfeldt, but the outside world knew little about it. The courts on the Baltic coast were not like those in Petersburg, where any rumors would be exposed. It was because the field marshal was ill, otherwise Arkady would have a cute sister with a bulging belly as his bride. And the field marshal didn't know how he heard from the matchmaker that he was also interested in the Duchess of Courland and Sagan as his daughter-in-law. She was the eldest daughter of Duke Peter von Biron, the heir to a fortune of 3 million thalers and a large tract of land, and was said to have good personal knowledge and character. Judging from her letters and poems, she is definitely talented, but her personal character is not good. Where did you know this news? I intend to have a good relationship with the ministers around the emperor, so I arranged for someone to inquire. But the Grand Marshal is so ill, I can't tell him. You are the only outsider around this prince, and you can keep a secret. Prince Bagration's hot temper is really worrying. He can't keep a secret, and may do something dangerous. The emperor is preparing to arrange a marriage for him. There must be no mistakes at this time. Of course, these two people probably don't know that there will be more explosive things later. They just said it casually. And Wilhelmina also left Hamburg and went to Silesia. After her father died, she was arranging the funeral and the wedding date would be postponed until after May. Chapter 113 Alexander outside the wall. Arkady lived in the house of Alexander Lvovich Nereshkin, and he was treated as a member of the family. Mr. Nereshkin was the minister of the palace, and was trusted by Tsar Paul. The minister often held receptions at his home, to entertain guests who came here. It was also a major salon in the upper class. And the Crown Prince Alexander often visited this family, and even recently ignored the Crown Princess. Because of the relationship with Peter the Great's biological mother, Alexander often called this family cousins, and among the guests entertained by his home, there were always people from other branches of the Nereshkin family who came to visit. In this way, Alexander met Nereshkin's younger brother Dmitry Lvovich and his beautiful, strong and plump wife Maria Antonovna, a princess from the Chitveltinsky prince's family. In such an environment, it is also suitable to see what the life of the crown prince is like. Solovyov came here, mainly to communicate with Arkady and to mention the recent situation of the Grand Marshal to Alexander Lvovich. Thank you, Major. Although Arkady is engaged to the Duchess, I still hope that my daughter Alina can have more contact with Arkady. Look, she's over there. As expected, all girls named Alina are beauties. They are really lovely. Major, you know how to appreciate the beauty of young girls, but why haven't I heard of any scandals between you and any girl? Even the younger daughter of a pair of sisters, that Her Majesty the Queen likes very much, she seems to be just a friend to you. Alexander Lvovich was indeed very confused about this, but there was nothing he could do. The Countess needs friends to comfort her recently, not the nourishment of love, not to mention that she is my client in business. Yes, that's true. Your Majesty is here today, and it will be even more lively here. But Alexander Lvovich knew that the Crown Prince was very interested in his younger siblings, and his brother also knew this. At this time, Solovyov was paying attention to how the lady with the figure of a classical sculpture woman got together with the Crown Prince. In addition, it should be pointed out that she is also a Pole, but her father is a moderate, which is different from the situation of some other Poles. Such a schedule was carried out when Solovyov was on an expedition with the army. Although Alexander still maintained a relationship with the Crown Princess, because Larissa was not in good health recently and focused all her energy on raising children, she could not meet his needs. As for Dmitry Nereshkin's wife, it is still unknown what the situation is, so close to the Crown Prince. However, the Crown Princess gave birth to 2 children, and her breasts were not as full as this lady. After giving birth to her eldest daughter, this lady handed the child to the nanny and still appeared in social occasions. Alexander Lvovich, although my status is not high, ranking only 8th, you are willing to talk to me on an equal footing, which really makes me flattered. But you are also responsible for the Emperor's safety, and you are very young. Are you going to present cannons to the Emperor in the future? Cannons? When the Emperor sees me, he only talks about weapons. And your friendship with the princes is also very pure. I'm also curious. Isn't your father going to be a father again? My father is indeed in good health, but this also proves that the couple has a good relationship. Baron Sergei was actually quite anxious. After all, the gossip here in St. Petersburg was also related to his son. But this doesn't prove that I don't have a love life. Maybe I can meet the right girl one day. I can introduce you to one. Major. Many of the maids around Her Majesty the Queen are unengaged. But when they see me, they may lack interest. Although I love art, they don't seem to be good at anything. After saying this, Alexander Nereshvajra took a sip and almost spit out the wine. Yes, you and His Highness Constantine are completely opposite types, but you have a common topic, researching new weapons. Moreover, when it comes to art, they only comment on familiar painters, which is sometimes very boring and lacks innovation. They just read from the script and talk about what they know, or chase fashion, which is really a headache. Although Alexander Nereshkin could recall in his mind that there were indeed few young women who were compatible with him in this regard, only the Crown Princess in the palace and the 2 married princesses and Princess Maria could be somewhat compatible with him, but with Baron Solovyov's family status, this was unlikely, and he had been in the palace for so long. If he made a fuss, it would have been spread all over the city long ago. After all, gossip about the Russian royal family sounded more exciting. And this kid was very honest. He didn't resist, even when he was changed into women's clothes by the spoiled young ladies in the palace. Such a loyal young man is not easy to find, but unfortunately his title is too low. There are also rumors that he is not very interested in women, and even less interested in men. It seemed like Solovyov was a dead fish, but he still had his own ideas. As for marriage, it was better not to mention it during Paul's time. He was more interested in the fact that Paul might be assassinated at any time. Before the dust settled, even if he married a girl, it would not be so easy to control if something happened. How to bid for Alexander now was actually a problem, but he didn't know that Paul's 2 older sons had a very good relationship in private. Constantine once talked about Solovyov and his wit and bravery on the battlefield. The Crown Prince, who was good at negotiation, seemed to have some in-depth exchanges with Mrs. Mereshkina today. This kind of green grassland allowed by the family was also because the husband was very rich, and it was also beneficial to use his wife in the court. The Crown Prince had not given Dmitry Nereshkin too many rewards yet. He was the Crown Prince, and had not yet ascended the throne to become the Tsar. Now he could not control so much. Solovyov had seen couples like Count and Count Stroganov living a carefree and harmonious life, Prince and Princess Yusupov, who separated after having children, as if they had completed their mission, and his benefactor Count Bobulinski, who lived in harmony and supported each other. He had also seen some weird couples like Count Kushilev, the deputy chairman of the Navy Committee, who were married to an older man and a younger woman, but could still live in harmony. The only thing he didn't understand was what Alexander, who was an actor in front of everyone, was pursuing. If the Empress was still alive, she would probably keep him at home and write a book about Alexander's expedition to Lausa every day. Speaking of which, although Alexander was also an artilleryman, he had no talent for the art of war, and he was deafened in one ear by firing artillery. But his kidneys still felt good, and on this day, he spent another pleasant night with Mrs. Mirishkina. Solovyov was probably thinking of this lady who was strong and beautiful, with a Greek sculpture-like beauty, and who was probably more durable than the bed when in bed. There were so many women in the palace, and there had probably never been such a woman, so he was particularly favored by Alexander. In fact, Lausa probably knew about it in the palace, but she had nowhere to seek comfort. Alexandra and Alina got pregnant soon after they got married, and they couldn't come to listen to her at this time, let alone the queen. Maria and Catherine couldn't confide in this either, and even the Polish woman had been loved by everyone in the court except Tsar Paul. Even she herself tried to get along well with this lady. This would bring sympathy. The upper class in St. Petersburg believed that after her husband had a reserve cavalry squadron of mistresses outside, Her Royal Highness Crown Princess Elizabeth could still stay at home and take care of the children as the future mistress of the Winter Palace. If she were an ordinary noblewoman, she would have been unable to restrain herself from having a lover outside. Indeed, because Alexander's close friend, Adam Czartoryski from Little Poland next door, was sent to Portugal as a diplomat, and also received a task to collect intelligence from the coastal areas of Africa, he would not be able to come back for the time being, so Alexander did not have to worry about a fire in the backyard. He was a person who liked to start with people around him. It must not be a rabbit. After all, the year of the rabbit was 1783. Solovyov did not believe in fortune telling. Besides, he felt that this body was produced in the year of Zinchao, and he always felt that it was a money-losing product, so he had to work hard to make money and accumulate merits. To be honest, his father's consumption was not small. The manor in Ryazan was enough to accommodate more people, but the house at number 4 Laundry Lane was in a situation where the Baroness was still very young. If her belly continued to take orders and work, such a warm small courtyard for the little nobles might not be able to accommodate their family. Therefore, the money saved by the father and son now has an important purpose, which is to buy a house in St. Petersburg. The place that Baron Sergei chose was number 29 on the Moika River embankment. It was said that an architect from Ancona, Italy, helped him choose it. Before Solovyov's head was hit, he went to Moscow, not St. Petersburg. He didn't know that this place was so big that he had to build more toilets after the reconstruction. After all, that place was the consulate in St. Petersburg of the government that overthrew the shogunate and was tamed by the Americans. However, considering the sanitation problem, Solovyov strongly asked the architect to arrange the water supply and drainage of the new house for me, otherwise he would not get his wages. As for the shape of this apartment building, Baron Sergei actually thought very carefully. His family lived in it, and at the same time, he also wanted to open up the lower floor as a store. The first floor is a cafe, the second floor is your office, and the third and fourth floors are your own. Just because you, my old father, have this little mustache, it is too impressive. Our surname is not Kutuzov. As for himself, he still didn't want to leave number 4 Zilla Lane. This yard is very clean, and it is very convenient to do things. It's just that the Tsar will live in the Mikhailovsky Engineers Fortress in the future. If it is located at number 29 on the Moika River embankment, it is very close to the fortress at number 2. This new home is actually very convenient, and it is very quick to go anywhere. If something happens in these important places, Solovyov can react quickly. If a cafe is opened on the first floor, it will also be very convenient. But he also has to see what the decoration will look like in the end. When he returned home, he also saw that everyone in the family was moving, and his things were still here. Baron Sergei took into account that he had not been home these days, and was in the palace, or with the Grand Marshal, and some things needed to be moved to the new home by his own designation. And he also saw the Baroness in the carriage, moving out with her 2 sisters. "Miss Cap, check what you need to take to the new home. Go and have a look." Solovyov made a simple arrangement, but at this time, while he was moving, he also saw Grand Duke Constantine and Prince Bagration riding towards the Kryukov Canal Street on the riverbank. The marshal's physical condition did not relapse, but he was in a coma from time to time. Now it is May in the Russian calendar, and it can be seen that Suvorov's life is coming to an end. It seems that it is only a matter of a few days. Even with Mr. Weckert, the most reliable among the imperial doctors, taking care of him, Suvorov was finally notified of his critical illness on May 16, 1800, May 4th in the Russian calendar. The Tsar himself was not present, but Grand Duke Constantine and Count Kutasov visited on his behalf, and the Marshal's relatives in St. Petersburg were also present. "I have nothing to say. While I'm still clear-headed, Your Highness, as an old minister, has little time left. First of all, I have a request. My friend, Count Gvostov, the poems you wrote are too bad. When my last moment comes, please do not publish any poems to mourn me." "I will do that, Alexander Vasilievich, you always say that. Don't engrave the title of Grand Marshal on my tombstone. Just bury me with the military honors of an ordinary field marshal. If the French are not completely defeated, there is no need for such a grand ceremony." His attitude on this point was very firm. Another thing was his son's marriage. "Arkady, if you can complete the engagement, you will marry the Duchess. If there is any accident, it's up to you. Alexander Lvovich, thank you for taking care of my son all these years. I know what you want to do." He also had to instruct on some other things, but this made him exhausted, and even more tired, and soon he fell into a coma again. Chapter 114. There is a conspiracy after the funeral. Tsar Paul also learned about Suvorov's critical illness in the palace. According to the rules of the Russian court, when visiting meritorious old ministers, a prince or an important minister was usually sent. As for the funeral, starting from the superstitious Elizabeth Petrovna, no Russian Tsar had ever appeared at the funeral of these meritorious ministers. Even the Empress did not attend the funeral of Prince Potemkin. Such an obituary should be prepared in advance, but this document can be said to be still suitable. Although Prince Saltykov was in the diplomatic academy, he still had to draft an obituary, which was also for envoys from various countries to see. As for this format, it was the format that Solovyov wrote when he was tested on official documents. However, it seems that this format is Russian great military strategist, Grand Marshal. Due to illness, the treatment is ineffective, so this format should be used. Suvorov's last day was spent in a coma. When he exhaled his last breath, he was called by God to meet the old friends he had always talked about. However, he always said that Hannibal, Caesar and others were his old friends, and I don't know what kind of statement this is. After intense discussions in the palace, the arrangement of the funeral process was actually very clear. First, the bells of each church would ring to inform the citizens of Petersburg, but when it was to be read, the Tsar's notice could only be posted in each block, and the body would be kept at number 23 Kryukov Canal for mourning, and officially buried in the Church of the Annunciation in the Alexander Nevsky Monastery on May 24th, May 12th in the Russian calendar. There is a problem. After the death of the Grand Marshal, the palace has been asking Tsar Paul not to attend the funeral. Whether it is historical facts or the decision he has to make now, the Tsar himself will go to the Church of the Annunciation to attend the funeral. There is no precedent in the Russian royal family after moving to Petersburg. This rule did not form during the reign of Peter the Great, mainly because of the successive reigns of several empresses. Empress Anna Ivanovna herself had the tastes of a cool and rich woman, and she was more concerned with her own enjoyment, and later Elizabeth and Catherine II did not attend, but Paul himself wanted to go, and his ministers could not stop him. There was only one problem, that is, there was no problem with the coffin being placed at number 23 Kryukov Canal, but the entrance was too narrow. When the coffin was brought in, it could be turned sideways, but when it was time to move it out, it became a huge problem. The solution was to put the coffin on the second floor. The night before, Solovyov called in the engineers of the guards and made a set of pulleys to hang the coffin down from here. There were many soldiers attending the funeral. On the morning of the funeral, the generals who participated in the Italian and Swiss expeditions, in addition to the generals who stayed behind in the corps, led by General Rosenberg, Grand Duke Constantine, Prince Bagration, Count Nikolai Kamensky, General Miloradovich and others all came. Suvorov had promoted many people in the army, and he had gained great prestige among the army and civilians because of his repeated victories. Many people from the Kryukov Canal embankment to the Alexander Nevsky Monastery at the confluence of the Neva River came to attend the funeral. Tsar Paul himself planned to go directly to the monastery. He set out with the guards unit in the morning, but when he arrived at the monastery, he became impatient. The coffin was kept on the first floor, and then it was carried to the second floor, where the coffin was lowered and carried by veterans selected from the grenadiers. The funeral procession was mainly composed of soldiers, and there was also a military band. They had obtained the music scores during the week, and practiced together in advance. What he got was the soldier's narrative song, which was often used at funerals. It had to be used once at Kryukov 23 and once more at the burial. A lot of time was wasted here. In short, Paul finally decided to ride a horse to the mainland, to greet the funeral procession, which was an exception for the Tsar. There were so many people buried here that they could list a list. Paul also saw that his daughter Olga, who died young, had a marble column as a tombstone, which was placed there. The Russian royal family was later buried in the Peter and Paul Cathedral. After he returned all the way, because the funeral procession was moving very slowly, he rode a horse to the intersection of Little Sadovaya Street and Nevsky Avenue, where the procession had just arrived. The Tsar himself was also seen in the crowd. It was rumored that Tsar Paul had a bad relationship with the Grand Marshal, but he actually made an exception and came here, which could be said to have shattered some false rumors. And the entourage clearly saw that Tsar Paul took out a handkerchief and wiped his tears there. In this way, only he knew what was going on. There was another person crying even harder, Major Zaitsev, a staff officer who followed Suvorov to participate in the expedition. He was the Tsar's entourage today. His crying triggered a chain reaction among the entourage and the crowd. The funeral procession of such a funeral finally came to the Church of the Annunciation, which is also the resting place of many people. It is strange that after Tsar Paul cried bitterly on the corner of Nevsky Avenue, he went directly back to the Winter Palace. Why he did this is unknown. The remaining mourners came to the church and watched Suvorov's coffin slowly hang into the tomb, followed by shoveling soil and sealing the tomb cover. As he wished, it was engraved with Haile Suvorov instead of a string of complicated titles. And one thing is, that Suvorov has always claimed to be born in 1730, but his birthday is actually November 24th, 1729, November 13th in the Russian calendar. The reason is that Peter II died of an acute illness during this period, and the date at that time was more or less adjusted. The one who cried the most was Suvorov's old servant, but now the master has given him freedom and he can choose to go anywhere. However, Uncle Proshka was worried about the young master Arkady and asked to stay in St. Petersburg and stay with the young master for a while. The master kept talking about the young master at that time. Sergeyev and I have discussed that we will accompany the young master. When the young master gets married and has children, Sergeyev is young and can accompany the young master for a longer time. I will go to the country estate to look after the house and the yard. He was still very loyal to his master. Even after being relieved of his obligations, he still wanted to look after the house for the master. Probably like this, the funeral ended quickly. For the people in St. Petersburg, life goes on, and what they have to do has not stopped. The Tsar himself went to the training ground in Gatchina twice between April and May for exercises. This kind of rehearsal exercise is still useful, but the Tsar himself came to a conclusion that seems correct, but is actually wrong. After all, the conclusion he came to was from the exercise field, and it was very mechanical, not the truth that could be seen on the battlefield. It was on this basis that Count Peter von Palen and Count Panin had the opportunity to seek his allies in the army. Among them was the dismissed General Bennigsen, who was dismissed when he was serving in the Izam Hussar Regiment, and he was also of German descent from Hanover, plus 3 of the 4 Zubov brothers. If anyone saw their conspiracy, they could only say that these people had some interests with the British. Admiral de Ribas, He held an important position in the navy, and his father-in-law was the secretary of the empress. The British provided training to the Russian Navy for a long time before 1793, and the exchanges between the two sides were very frequent. Count Panin was in the diplomatic academy, and he was mainly an instigator. Count von Panin selected the candidates, and he did the persuasion work. They wanted to do it at any time and end the rule of the tyrant by any means. But what is strange is that Tsar Paul is actually quite good to the common people. The nobles are the ones who are really unlucky. He often increases taxes. Although it is within the acceptable range, the nobles believe that their interests have been greatly damaged. In fact, the Tsar and the Queen have already looked at this account. According to the law, it is still legal. If it is audited, it will not cause the nobles to suffer too much loss of interests. It is just ironic that those who want to kill Paul are not the nobles whose interests are more damaged, but those around Paul. When they gathered at the house of Count von Panin, they had to avoid the family of the Count. His son was very trusted by Paul, and served as the commander of the cuirassier regiment in the guards all day long. Many of his family members did not know what he was going to do by inviting so many people. Now the tyrant has begun to punish officers at will, which has caused widespread anger. What we need to do is to gather more people and use daggers and poison at an appropriate time. As for poison, that's something women use. After the admiral said a few words, his plan was strangled. Moreover, it would be easy to go off topic if he talked to this group of uneducated officers of the guards. They felt that the emperor's treatment of officers had become worse, while the treatment of soldiers had become better. Soldiers could even get medals. The barbecue Tasov could even be made a count and become a state secretary. If Solovyov saw these people, he could only say that they were a group of keyboard warriors in 1800, but they wanted to do serious things. Officers from the Semenovsky Guards Regiment, officers from the headquarters of the Putin Regiment and the 3rd and 4th Battalions, some hussars and officers from the Izmailov Guards Regiment, all wanted to vent their dissatisfaction. The duties required by the Tsar himself prevented them from socializing in Petersburg, drinking wine, playing with women, throwing policemen into the Moika Canal, tying them to bears, and doing many illegal things, such as having sex with married women, and provoking duels to kill male masters. Although Dolokhov had done such bastard things, for some reason, he was not drawn into the rebellious group of the guards. Many of them thought they were idealistic people or people who performed well. Even one of the 5 Tuchkov brothers, the surviving Pavel Tuchkov, joined the conspiracy as the commander of the artillery. We need to find a way to get the most loyal soldiers and officers around the tyrant to leave so that we can get rid of him. Von Panin said this, and many people nodded in agreement. Among the 4 brothers of Count Zubov, one did not participate. The eldest brother Nikolai did not attend the meeting because of his big mouth and his wife's lack of information. The 1st Battalion is the most difficult. The officers there were promoted by the tyrant from the lower ranking officers, and they have very strict discipline. There is also the 2nd Battalion. These 2 battalions often have night guards. In 1799, the Winter Palace and Pavlovsk had 2 warnings. Paul knew that there was a conspiracy group in Petersburg, but a coup of this scale was really boring. Moreover, Alexander and Constantine did not join in. As for other aspects, von Panin was also analyzing them one by one. Remove the officers he is familiar with, and then we don't have to replace them with our people. It's enough to let the guards rotate. These soldiers will only obey orders mechanically. They will also think it is a rotation of guards, and don't know what they are going to do. Yes, they will not move until they are told what the purpose of the coup is. On the contrary, these lowly country bumpkins will stab the person who said this with a bayonet. When it came to this, some officers of the guards began to laugh wildly. They also looked down on those serfs. Even the elite in the guards were supplemented by serfs and civilians. The officers, regardless of their rank, were all nobles, and there was a natural gap between them. They also knew that they could not tell the soldiers what to do. In this case, as long as the outer defense problem was solved, they could enter the palace and implement their plan. However, Count von Panin also knew that he had to alienate the relationship between Paul and his son, so that at least Alexander would acquiesce to what they were going to do. Then, Lieutenant General Terezin did not have the power to mobilize any officers, and he had to find a way to transfer the loyal officers of the 1st and 2nd Battalions of the Putin Regiment, whether to promote them or transfer them horizontally. In any case, he had to think of some way. In addition to these, he also had to rely on the help of the British. In the past, Empress Elizabeth Petrovna was able to obtain the support of the Guards and the support of France for her coup. The same is true for Count von Palen. His conspiracy group must have a good relationship with Lord Whitworth. The Zubov brothers and their sister Olga are Lord Whitworth's mistress. This matter is a bit too convenient. Just a matter of 2 snaps. Chapter 115. Don't take the side roads when inspecting Peterhof Palace. After the spontaneous morning ceremony in Petersburg, people still had to return to their daily lives, but the shadow of conspiracy gradually replaced this peaceful and quiet life. Tsar Paul was looking forward to the completion of the new fortress and palace built in his birthplace, but the interior decoration and some arrangements are still in progress, and it will take until the end of the year to complete. This may have something to do with the alarm in the Winter Palace. Paul himself believed that the new palace under the protection of the Guards was safe. But in the summer, as the weather warmed up and became hot, the court came to Peterhof again. This is a lively palace, with fountains replacing running water, and the redecoration plan is actually closer to the ideas of Peter the Great. After all, this is still called Peterhof. It sounds like German, isn't it? Peter's courtyard? After all, Solovyov was still very sensitive to the language of horsemen. He and von Bystrom, who had recovered from his injury and returned to the Legion, came to Peterhof to work together to protect the safety of the royal family. The officers of the Guards were also able to see that Tsarevich going in and out of the Nereshkin summer villa. It was obvious what he was doing. After all, the lady was in good health and had a cheerful personality, which was very pleasing to His Highness. As for moving into the palace, everyone followed the routine, doing what they should do at ordinary times and what they should do now. It's just that the summer in Petersburg is so hot. This kind of weather is very unscientific. Mr. Major, you have been in Petersburg for a few years. I have been in the Guards since I joined the army. You said this damn weather. We are close to the sea here. Logically, it shouldn't be like this. It's really hot. It's because you are thoughtful that you let us all change into caps. Otherwise the brothers would be as hot as those idiots of the Grenadiers. Solovyov himself didn't wear a hat and wore thin clothes because of the hot weather. Because of this, he was scolded for the first time since the Tsar knew about it. However, the affairs of the soldiers were not taken into account. After all, the emperor liked to punish officials. If Solovyov was fined 1 month's salary, he would not lack the money. Agapev, as a soldier, you should be an officer and speak in a set way. It's a pity that you are a civilian. Unless you have made special contributions, you cannot become a second lieutenant. There's nothing we can do about it. Who made me come from such a background? But Mr. Major, you are different from other masters, and our emperor is also different from the previous emperors. Oh, where do you start? Our emperor eats about the same as you officials, even worse than some officials. For example, our regiment commander is a lieutenant general. I once followed him on duty and saw the pump of his meal. Our emperor's meal is only slightly better than the meal of the marshal you mentioned. Don't talk too much. Don't you think about how old the marshal is? When he was in the capital, he was over 60 years old. If your father lived to this age, his appetite would not be good either. You are right, there is a big fountain below the position where they are on duty. At least after the fountain comes up, it can bring some water vapor and feel cooler. When Solovyov left the post, he heard the private soldier of the Guards complaining constantly. After changing shifts with the 2nd Battalion in the afternoon, the officers will not have rest time. That is, the soldiers can return to the barracks. Even the new recruits' barracks with the doors and windows of the palace open are cooler than Peterhof Palace in summer. The palace is quite quiet now. The queen is itching to make a relief for her granddaughters. On their respective name days, she will give them a few small things as birthday gifts. Paul is reviewing documents and convening a meeting of ministers. In this hot weather, it is also a torture for some older ministers, especially when they have to dress formally. Alexander entered the villa of Nereshkin's family. Konstantin has been training hard during this period. His guards regiment has lost a lot of soldiers and has added a lot of new soldiers. It is not wrong to train hard. The other two princes, Nicholas and Mikhail, are still young, not even old enough to hire a tutor for school. Today, they were taken to the aquarium by their nanny. The female family members gathered in a good place in the palace to cool off. The male servants were driven out, and only the maids were around. Because the weather was too hot, they generally wore relatively simple and loose clothes, which were somewhat Greek in style. After Alina was forbidden to paint with those potentially toxic pigments, she began to use pencils for sketching. She probably consumed the most pencils in the palace. Her skills have improved a bit, but because she is pregnant, it is not convenient for her to move. However, Julie, who is beside her, is in the same situation as her assistant, leaning on the chaise longue. Today's occasion gives people the feeling that it may be more retro, as if returning to the end of the Roman Republic, and the clothes are also very light. But my sister-in-law doesn't want to expose one side of her breast, which is not considered Greek work clothes. There are girls here, so there is nothing to be embarrassed about. Indeed, there are only maids and maids hired by the palace here now, but the crown princess still feels very embarrassed. In addition to the fact that she is not used to exposing her breasts still look a little small if she doesn't use padding when she wears clothes. It's no wonder that Alexander has recently fallen in love with Maria Narishkina. Larissa is still too delicate in comparison. Even after giving birth to a child, although the prominent parts have grown a little, they are still far behind. She has fair skin and is well dressed. She dresses like a Greek woman and wears Greek slippers. The most attractive thing about her may be this pitiful look, but Alexander may get tired of it after a long time. Not everyone likes such a fresh type. Her Royal Highness the Crown Princess will definitely not like it, and you will be the same. The long list drawn up by the court doctors also included which perfume formulas cannot be used, which made them all very careful. Julie's delivery time will definitely be earlier than the two princes. She has been particularly fantasizing recently, thinking about her mother always hugging her when she was a child. How should she treat this child? Julie, your Russian has improved. We want to settle here. My mother wants to return to Paris to live with my uncle. The French National Assembly did cancel the wanted order for 140,000 immigrants in exile and allowed them to return to France. Julie knew that this was the result of her father's operation, but it was the first time in her life that she had to be separated from her mother. But the environment in Paris is so much worse than here. The apartment we live in is much better than the one in Paris. It would be fine if mother lived in a villa in the countryside. Paris and London, the city centers are not that good. Ouch. But the environment in Paris is so much worse than here. The apartment we live in is much better than the one in Paris. It would be okay if mother lived in a villa in the countryside. Paris and London, the city centers are not that good. Ouch. Julie was very talkative when her mother was not around. This is a characteristic of the French. Once they start talking, they can't stop. But when she was holding her stomach, some people still made jokes. Julie, shut up, the baby is protesting. Julie, shut up, the baby is protesting. That's what Alina said. It can be confirmed that both Mrs. Lebrun and Julie are old Parisians. Although the baby in her belly will be born in a foreign country, the characteristics of Parisians are brought from the womb. I hope it's a girl, so that I can have my own little model. I hope it's a girl too. Alexandra said so, and the ladies all nodded in agreement, and the lively Alina didn't care. This is not wrong. There is no artificial ultrasound detection now, so it is impossible to know that she is pregnant with a boy. But when they went to the aquarium a few days ago, the dolphins rushed over and wanted to rub against them, just like when Larissa was swimming before. You still have to walk more when the time comes, but sister-in-law. Several girls stared at Larissa, which made her a little uncomfortable. She still had no way to calm herself down. After Alexandra and Alina got married, they both started talking more about their husbands. Today, they were enjoying the cool here and agreed to inherit the appearance of the ladies in ancient times. So they put the topic of the conversation on painting, which made her feel a little more relaxed. As for Alexander having a mistress, she knew it was inevitable when she received court education. When she was courted by Count Platon Zubov, she was only 14 or 15 years old. In the small court of Baden, this kind of thing would never happen in public. And now, the pressure she faced did make her always cry, and her spirit and mood were not very good. After the show, she wanted to relax by herself, so she sent the maid away and walked in the English park of the Summer Palace. This park was built in the late period of the Queen's era and completed in 1796. It was the Queen's retreat. She originally planned to rest here often in her later years, but it was only used in 1796, and then it was out of use. Even on weekdays, few people entered and left the palace here, but people often walked here. Larissa was attracted by the tranquility and comfort here, so she leaned against a tree with a collection of poems under her arm. How nice, we won't be disturbed here. The wind started again in the afternoon, and she felt very comfortable. After all, such a remote path would not be passed by anyone. It led to the birch house, which was rarely visited. After the death of the Queen, Paul only retained the wooden house and the completed palace in the construction of the English park, and stopped the construction of a series of pools and pavilions in the building. But it does not mean that no one has passed by this place. Solovyov happened to be in the English park. The reason was that he reported to the head of the group that, although the English park was no longer in use, the forest was dense and the internal environment was complex, which was prone to safety hazards. He walked through the entire park this afternoon and had seen any possible hidden places. There are probably a few places where assassins can hide, but few people come here, so nothing will happen. He walked by himself, mumbling the language that he couldn't speak in front of others. He felt that his accent had changed. The center of Mandarin was near Chengde, and in Russia, it was easy to become a northeastern accent. Larissa only saw a figure passing behind the big tree, and she hurried to leave, but her feet slipped, and she fell down. Solovyov didn't see clearly that there was someone behind the big tree. Now he didn't care about that, and jumped over in one step. It must be said that this expedition to Italy and Switzerland has greatly improved his personal ability, and he has saved people on the battlefield more than once. It's just that his hand was holding her up, and Larissa fell face down. If you don't see clearly, it's easy to have an accident. When he saw it clearly, it was too late, but he couldn't hurt Her Highness. When he caught her, his palm just happened to be on her breast. At this time, Larissa, who was usually gentle and timid, blushed to her ears, and then instinctively slapped the reckless guy who came out of nowhere with the back of her hand. To be honest, it was not a slap, but more like a protest. Your Highness, I'm sorry, I didn't notice it was you, and I came here to conduct a security check. Major, I didn't expect it to be you. Fortunately, you, Elena and Countess Katish are good sisters. If it was someone else. She bit her lip again, looking like she was bullied, which was really cute. I will definitely call the guards. Of course, she also seemed to think that Solovyov was a good sister to the sisters-in-law and the little fairy, which made the major of the guards feel that his life was indeed very embarrassing. Your Highness, I'm glad you're okay. We, the officers of the guards, are responsible for protecting the safety of the palace. When there is a war, we will go to the battlefield under the leadership of the Emperor. I know you are a good officer. After Constantine came back, he often mentioned his favorite warriors at the dinner table, and you were mentioned more frequently. But you also think that I'm the kind of person who is rumored. But my orientation is normal. Like other officers of the guards, my next goal is to get married. Haha, it seems that people have misunderstood your handsome face. If you put on girls' clothes now. By the way, how old are you? 19 years old, Your Highness. Larissa covered her mouth with a book and laughed. She could barely maintain her reservedness. After all, her manners could satisfy the Empress. In the future, she would become the hostess of the Russian court, although she was the most pitiful beauty with the least sense of existence. Even if you change your clothes and put on some makeup, you still look like a girl. If His Highness puts on makeup, he won't be as handsome as you, but he will be more heroic than you. When she said this, she mentioned Alexander. Thinking of her husband running to the Nereshkin's house, her tear glands couldn't be controlled, and she began to cry. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116. I found out now that it caused a misunderstanding, but it will be hard to say if I find out later. Seeing Larissa crying, she felt really pitiful. Her eldest daughter had recently been handed over to a nanny and a tutor. Although the bedroom she lived in was not far away, she was reluctant to let the child go because she had taken good care of her for the first time as a mother. Mariah was still young. She could still rock her daughter's cradle, tell her stories, and hold her hand to practice walking. Although these were the rules in the palace, she didn't want the girl to be taken away again and be taken care of by a tutor. It's just that her tear glands were too developed. It can be seen that she was a young lady with rich emotions and a soft heart. She was dressed in the cool summer clothes of ancient Greece. In fact, she wore 2 layers of clothes, linen and silk, which could be said to be the standard of aristocratic girls in the ancient Mediterranean world. Although her white shoulders looked a little skinny because of her slender figure, they also showed a healthy color under the sunlight at dusk. Your Highness, don't cry like this. Since she was dressed like this, and she didn't bring a handkerchief with her, she couldn't wipe her tears with that collection of ghost poems, which was a hardcover book that was rarely seen on the market. Solovyov himself has always had some toolbox attributes. He can take out all kinds of tools from his coat pocket, including handkerchiefs. Thank you, Major. After wiping her tears, she sat on the ground and prepared to get up, but she twisted her foot when she slipped and fell, and her slippers fell to the bottom of the grass slope. Ouch. Ouch. Fortunately, Your Highness, it's just a minor joint dislocation. Although I'm not a doctor, I still have some experience in encountering this kind of trauma. It may be a little painful, please bear with it. He caught Larissa's sprained ankle, and after examining it, he also confirmed that the injury was relatively minor, which was better than rolling down the grass slope and getting seriously injured. But speaking of this sprained foot, if it can be reset now, it will still take a few days of rest. He exerted a little force and heard a click. Larissa cried out in pain and was about to stuff the handkerchief into her mouth to avoid the next possible more painful resetting operation. Oh. Is it okay like this? It's better to fix it. I'm not a senator, and I don't carry a medical kit with me. You are very fragile. I think I should call a doctor to fix you with plaster and wood. Rest for a few days, apply some frankincense and myrrh on the wound, and it will heal. You have slender ankles and small feet. If you slip, you will be easily injured. I suggest that, even if you want to be alone, you need someone to be with you. No, Mikhail, if you call a doctor, it may cause misunderstanding. Go pick up my shoes for me. I will go down by myself, and then go back to the palace to ask for a doctor. In that case, Your Highness, if you are like this, you may need to rest for a while. Solovyov picked up the slipper that Larissa had dropped, and was suddenly hugged by the weak crown princess again. Mikhail, you are really reassuring. No wonder His Majesty transferred you to the guards. I didn't bring anything. This is a reward for you. She leaned against Solovyov's cheek and kissed him gently with her lips. Your Highness, I only put on lipstick. Today, we have a ladies' tea party and we all have to dress in Greek style. And you look more like Eurydice in this outfit. Don't get me wrong. There are many people with this name, and they are the wives of harpists. But here, only Mariah plays the harp. If we talk about Orpheus, if everyone is like him, they can go to the Styx and bring back their wives. Of course, we are unlikely to have poisonous snakes here. But Your Highness, you fell down. I think you should give it a try. Don't let your injuries get worse, because you are worried about being misunderstood. But this noble young woman still didn't want Solovyov to face a dangerous situation. After all, rumors would cause trouble and even his life would be in danger. In the past, when the Empress was young, several empresses ignored their status and had affairs with those young officers. Empress Anna and Elizabeth Petrovna did not continue to give birth, but found children with their blood relationship to inherit the throne. They had no problem doing whatever they wanted. The empress herself already had Tsar Paul and his brother Alexei, and Paul performed very well in having children with his wife, so she had no worries. Therefore, after 1780, the empress was more self-indulgent than before. Count Zubov failed to tease Larissa and was just regarded as a laughingstock in the court. Although she had Paul's trust, her status was not high, which was very dangerous. There was still a rumor that the commander of the 1st Battalion of the Guards was not interested in men or women, and it was not appropriate to have misunderstandings now. Larissa limped down this gentle slope to find her 2 maids. Before leaving, she said this: "Don't tell me. I will only tell the doctor that I sprained my foot. I just need to stay in the palace for a few more days. It's not good for you or me if I misunderstand you. This is really a good girl. She always thinks of others and even considers Alexander's mistress." Looking at her slender back as she walked away like this, and the light fragrance that just came close to each other, Solovyov realized that, although there was no problem this time, he was in big trouble. It seemed to be a real heartthrob. He didn't know what Larissa thought, but he knew what he thought. He had seen many beauties in the palace. Before, he was just coaxing children in the palace. He was ridiculously regarded as a good sister by young ladies. In the guards, he was regarded as a good brother by officers of the same age. When I heard them brag about themselves, they were also powerful in front of girls, but I didn't see anyone really succeed. Except for a few low-ranking officers of the guards who had lovers outside, most of them were still single, and they didn't even have as much contact with women as he, who had never looked for women. There were even a few lieutenants and ensigns of the regiment who said that the plump and lovely countess had cried in his arms, and nothing had happened. If it were them, they would have emptied their pockets to buy precious jewels to propose marriage. However, he did not do that, which was a little joke. He thought that his mistake was that he worked too hard and ended up running into the crown princess who was reading under the tree. After a series of events, he couldn't stop and felt moved. When Larissa went back, she also claimed that she had twisted her foot and asked the doctor to see her, but she also groaned in pain for a long time. After returning to the bedroom, she had to change her clothes. When she took off all her clothes, she looked at her delicate body in the mirror. She saw that, if it was another girl in the mirror, she would like her. She even foolishly reached out to touch the mirror and continued to cry when she remembered it. How nice it would be if Alexander treated her the same way as he did in the past. In her mind, Solovyov also appeared. This guy was not a frivolous person. He was even a little shy. Like her, he was willing to consider others. And this face was indeed something she wanted to pinch. He was a cute little brother. Yes, Larissa was 2 years older than Solovyov. She was only 21 years old now. She had no desire to find a lover now. She just wanted to watch Maria grow up slowly, and the daughter who was taken to be raised by a tutor was also the same. Especially the little girl she gave birth to. It was like she was scaled down in proportion, with sky blue eyes. Although she was still a doll, she was very cute. She was more confident than Nayab, and could boast that her child was the most beautiful. Looking at Maria who was already asleep, she also walked over slowly and picked up the child, not caring that she was not wearing any clothes. My lovely little Masha, grow up slowly in your mother's arms, and you will become a beauty in the future. Alexander was in the salon and banquet that day, and did not care about what happened in his palace. He returned to Peterhof Palace the next morning. When he returned to the palace, he saw Larissa sleeping with her child in her arms, only her sprained ankle was fixed. In addition, Larissa was only wearing a thin silk pajamas when she fell asleep on the bed. This sleeping face was really cute. Just because she fell asleep with her daughter in her arms, Alexander wanted to be intimate with his wife today, but he couldn't be so impatient. He was not Caligula or Nero, but it was still necessary to touch her. Compared with Mirishkina's plump figure and seductive eyes, Larissa at home was more refreshing. But Alexander also sighed. This silly wife could never learn to be as coquettish as his mistresses. She was just virtuous and good at thinking for others. She could arrange the affairs of the palace, and had a high cultural accomplishment. These could not find passion for him. But when he was caressing his wife's body, Larissa also woke up. "Your Highness, you are back. You are so beautiful, Lisa, just like a muse, but a little thinner. Let me see how your foot is." It's just a sprain, Your Highness. You need to rest for a few days. Although it doesn't affect your walking, it hurts when you move. Alexander is a sensitive person with extremely rich emotions. He can sense that, although his wife respects him very much, she focuses all her attention on the children. She has been a little light to him in the past year, just like she always seeks lightness when putting on makeup. Even nail polish and lipstick like to use very light colors. Except for the pitiful look, Alexander can't feel any passion at all. He has indeed learned the spirit of the French. If Peter the Great knew and saw how French he was, he would say he was a good descendant. Because of this, he also gave up the idea of being intimate with Larissa today, and turned his attention to the children. However, Maria was fine in her mother's arms, but once she was in her father's arms, she woke up, and started to make a fuss. Your Highness, the medal you are wearing hits Maria's leg. Let me hold the child. However, she couldn't calm Maria down for a while, so she could only put her into her pajamas, hoping to calm her daughter down with a warm embrace as a mother. Then Maria really obeyed, holding her mother's chest with her little hands, trying to find something. That's good. It seems that it's not easy for the child to leave her mother. You should raise Maria well, and I thank you. Larissa knew that her husband's heart was stolen by a Polish woman. She had heard a joke about a Polish pickpocket from Elena. Before, the Polish man wanted to come to her bedroom, and he also wanted to steal her heart. Although Alexander couldn't be said to be cold, this respectful tone was like an old couple who had been married for 40 years. When Alexander continued to say something, she thought of how pitiful she was. Now in this family, only Tsar Paul, as a father-in-law, was more caring for her. Although those sisters were close to her, they all had to get married. Countess Rodionova and Julie could not be in the palace often, and the sisters she met in the social scene were unlikely to be with her often. Thinking of this, she began to cry again after Alexander left, but even if her tears turned her into a spring, it could not ease her emotions. It was not until Maria, who was groped repeatedly, did she stop thinking about it, and put all her energy on the child. Little Martha will grow up, to be like her mother in the future. She still avoided it here, and did not cause any trouble. Except for the accident of spraining her ankle in the park, she did not cause any disturbance in the court. At the same time, she did not express anything, not wanting to cause trouble to anyone. She just called Countess Rodionova. You sprained your foot, Larissa. It's not convenient for you to walk like this. I came to see you. It's okay, Sonia. The doctor has already treated it. You don't need to look at it anymore. The more delicate you look, the cuter you are. If I were a man, I would also like you. Then she hugged Larissa and rested her chin on the crown princess's shoulder. Although the countess didn't know what happened, she said it close to her ear, which made Larissa blush. Why do you say that? I want to tell you that His Highness once thought of contacting me, but I found a way to refuse. It is indeed not easy for this loving couple to be interfered with by others. Alexander hit a soft male at the beginning, but later on, the couple was trusted by Alexander and Larissa. I know you are my good sister. I have something I want to entrust you to do. What do you want to do? Go and get a ruby brooch that the Summer Palace Jewelry Workshop has custom made for me and give it to Major Solovyov's sister Yulia. I like that naughty girl very much. When she reaches age in the future, she can come to the palace and be a maid for Tona or little Masha. This was a very covert move, and even the countess couldn't figure out why she was beating around the bush in such an abstract way. Chapter 117, Jewelry Factory in Peterhof. The ruby brooch chosen by the countess looks gorgeous in decoration. Although she is very intuitive, she did not say anything, but just faithfully carried out the instructions of her bestie. In a workshop near Oranienbaum in Peterhof Palace, there is a factory that specializes in supplying building materials to the royal family and the nobles nearby. This factory was established in 1721 under the order of Peter the Great. At first, it was just to provide building materials. There are a large number of stones that can be mined around Peterhof Palace. After some natural stones are sent here, they are directly processed into suitable building materials. They are very good at polishing. In the later years of Peter the Great, he was very satisfied with the Dutch merchants who served here. However, in 1731, a serious fire broke out, which destroyed the factory. Then the local rich man Queen Anna Ivanovna from Courland ascended the throne. She ordered the reconstruction of a new factory, and the business was more complicated, including hard stone cutting and mosaic collage processing. By the time of the Empress, this place was directly under the jurisdiction of the Academy of Arts. It had begun to process jewelry and to make complex mosaic collages and various utensils used in the palace, including some jewelry and utensils decorated with small gems. It can be said to be a luxurious luxury goods processing center. The person in charge here now is the old Count Stroganov. As the leader of the nobility and the chief chamberlain of the court in Petersburg, he does have to take care of a lot of things, including the recent wedding of Prince Arkady Suvorov and Elena Myrishkina. The 15-year-old groom and the 14-year-old bride were still ignorant, but they had already married. The reason was also the news from Silesia. In the end, the Duchess gave up the marriage plan, but did not give a reason. But later, some situations were still clarified. Both parties of the engagement were free, because there was no formal confirmation of the marriage. The guests all praised the couple for being so cute and matching, but the two sides did not establish a solid relationship. Solovyov, as the last disciple of the field marshal, also attended the wedding. At the wedding, Arkady did not let his cousin sit beside him, but Prince Bagration, who could be said to be the most proud disciple who had followed the field marshal for the longest time, and inherited his aggressive and fiery attacking thought. He thought that the little goblin at number 7 Million Street had always asked him to inspect the prince, but in terms of personal interactions, they were already very familiar with each other. The prince was resolute and brave, and was very loyal to his friends, but his gambling habit was a huge problem. As a senior gambler, he often lost the game, and was dug into a trap. Although Solovyov knew that many of these were due to cheating, the Georgian prince himself enjoyed it. Among the nobles present today, there was also the Stroganov family, because Arkady, his cousin Andrei, was the son-in-law of the old count, and married his daughter Sofia. Although the old count and his wife were separated, he still missed his daughter and finally gave a considerable dowry. Yusupov later became the richest man in Russia, followed by Count Bogulinsky and Count Bezukhov, the richest man in Moscow, who was rumored to have huge wealth. Now Count Stroganov's family is the richest in Russia. In addition to jewelry, their family also owns a large number of artworks, including sculptures and paintings, as well as mosaics. These artworks are difficult to measure with the value of wealth. It can be said that this family owns a huge spiritual wealth, and a considerable number of them are treasures. In addition to the treasures collected, there are also a large number of imitations placed at home, such as some of Bernini's sculptures. The originals may be in Italy, but after the skillful hands of craftsmen, a series of works have been completed. Although they cannot be completely imitated, they are highly overlapped. It is precisely because of this that the old count himself is still very confident in appraising treasures, but he has a cane in his hand, not the hammer of the adults. What's more, the adults had already followed Emperor Kyanlan last year, and they had no chance to meet as the richest people. The countess came from Prince Golitsyn's family. She was well educated and handled things properly. "Madam, what can I do for you?" "The prince in the palace asked me to give this brooch to your sister, Yulia." She also explained that the crown princess hoped that Yulia could be a maid in the palace for her eldest daughter in the future. Although it was not as honorable as the maids assigned to the queen and the crown princess, it was also a kind of trust. Solovyov's heart stomped, and he knew what the prince meant, because their meeting in the English garden did not cause anything, and outsiders did not know. The reward for the sister is also a normal reward for noble ladies like the queen or the crown princess to the girl they like. Of course, although he was moved, he could not detect the slight emotional fluctuations of the prince. "Your Highness Elizabeth is really thoughtful. Madam, on behalf of our whole family, thank you. Let's not talk about that. I have some things to do at home, and need your help." After hearing what the countess said, Solovyov realized that someone could not wait to publish the first 20 copies of his translated books. If a book is translated into Russian, it must be accompanied by illustrations and the font size must be very large. At this time, it needs to be processed. Then the old count received a task to make mosaic paintings in the home of a book lover. "You are an expert in this field. In Petersburg, apart from sinologists, only you can understand the original meaning of the work. In addition, for Romance of the Three Kingdoms, some nobles do regard this as knight legend plus, which is much more exciting than the knight novels ridiculed by servants. Not only does it not make people's brains what, but you can also learn a lot of basic military skills from it. So, it is considered a big seller, bringing a lot of income to the Petersburg News and the publishing house. At least the sales of newspapers have increased sharply. In this case, we can not only produce hardcover books, but also peripheral products. Peripherals? Mosaic collages are too big. We can make some exquisite small sculptures. Solovyov said this, as if he was making a soldier, or a figurine in the 21st century. After listening to Solovyov's explanation, the Countess knew what to do next. The old Count called him to discuss this issue in depth. Alexander Sergeyevich, it is hard to imagine that a noble leader in St. Petersburg would condescend to ask me, the son of a country baron, for cultural advice. Your artistic vision is unmatched by anyone in St. Petersburg. We should also note that we all have unfamiliar areas. Come, mishap, sit here and take a look at the drawing of this pattern. Except that the facial features look more like Russians. There is nothing wrong with it. There is no other way. We can't describe the Chinese in the way that the Tatars and Kalmyks look. Their appearance is not quite the same as these ethnic groups under our rule. However, it is indeed interesting to draw General Zhang Fei as a brave Cossack, and you must have read my annotations on the weapons in it before designing them like this. Although legendary stories can be reflected in sculptures and paintings, we must also see that many of them are based on facts. So I asked the craftsman in the jewelry factory to pay attention to changing Marshal Guan's sword into a spear during production. Fortunately, the craftsman did not make a Frankish lance in the drawing, which is already very good. Solovyov proposed his own adjustment suggestions and also explained the point. Miss Cap, do you mean that in China, Guan Yu is commemorated as Imperator? That's not what I said. It was said by Her Royal Highness Elizabeth when I was telling stories to the princes in the palace. Although the meaning of emperor in China is not quite the same as ours, we should also consider the origin of emperor here. That's right. Since it was said by such a talented woman as Her Royal Highness the Crown Princess, it should not be wrong. However, we want to make this kind of mosaic collage and exhibit it in the Chinese garden. Not to mention the emperor. Many nobles in St. Petersburg have such needs. So it's a huge order? That's right. In addition, there must be many illustrations in the published books. You must also pay attention to the content required here, and whether there are some fallacies. Just by looking at the exquisite decoration of the first volume, Solovyov knew that it was not simple. The royal factory and these factories in St. Petersburg could make a lot of profits on books like luxury goods. They could even be changed into French versions and exported. Although no changes were made in industry, the handicraft industry did start to make a profit. The old count was very satisfied with Solovyov's suggestion and invited him to dine in his villa. Young man, you have a bright future. Don't get involved in something that is not good for you. This is my experience as a person who has been through it. If we talk about age, I'm older than your father. The old count gave Solovyov a lot of instructions and wished him a complete success this time. However, it will take until August to complete the first batch. The font on the cover is also relatively heavy and simple, only in terms of the fonts used by Europeans. In addition, he was invited by Prince Bagration to go to the bathhouse. Although the Georgian prince was ugly, he still paid attention to the cleanliness of his appearance and even took a bath. After returning, he could tell the little fairy that Prince Bagration, although dark-skinned, was strong and vigorous. Some of the private matters needed to be experienced by the parties themselves, so he told them in a relatively simple way. You have to know that happiness after marriage has related contents both physically and mentally. Although the rumors released by Tsar Paul at the beginning cannot be fulfilled immediately, it also depends on how both parties feel in the end. At least that is what the Tsar himself thinks. If the little fairy was told some in-depth content, she would probably blush. Although this girl was boastful, she still had a strong sense of shame. Moreover, she was relatively free recently, leaving Alina and going to Lausa. However, Solovyov was not so stupid as to ask the little fairy about the recent situation of the crown princess. He only mentioned the recent profit sharing. Our pen business, whether it's cosmetic pens or pencils, has considerable profits. We even export them to Denmark, Norway, and Sweden. From the news in the Stockholm newspaper, it seems that Her Majesty the Queen of Sweden has publicly displayed her Macute box, which has become a fashion there. Speaking of which, the Queen of Sweden is Laois's biological sister, and her display has a strong advertising effect. It would be great if it were so. We could get a lot of profits from Sweden. I'm just worried that the King of Sweden would do it again. He's not trustworthy. Don't worry about that king. Elena has always hated him. If the stupid ass King of Sweden suddenly wants to impose taxes on Russian goods, it may be a devastating blow to the Second Armed Neutrality. However, Gustav IV has made many stupid mistakes in this matter. He is not afraid of itching, even if he has too many lice. In the palace, the crown princess has now received a small mosaic, but it is not a character in the hot-selling book, but a girl in red. Julie went to the old house of Solovyov and brought back a story that was not even noticed by Solovyov himself, because it was just a love story. How much of the content of the script of Romance of the West Chamber has been revealed by this large Cosette with a face like an apple? I still like this love story very much. Kataya, what about you? It's just a pity that the idiot was busy with the palace security work while completing some great work in the jewelry factory in Oranienbaum. Speaking of idiot and great, the little fairy emphasized her tone. She was very familiar with Solovyov, so she said so. If he is focused on some work, this major is undoubtedly a fool. I hope he will not be too dull in emotional issues, but there are rumors that he doesn't like men or women, and only knows how to do things. Your Highness, that's not the case. I think he is a loyal person. He has helped me find out a lot of things, but what are they? Your Highness, even you have to keep it a secret. Larissa would not dig into the details, but Major Solovyov already had a good impression on her, and he was also very capable, loyal and reliable. It would be okay if he was not really an emotional fool. Chapter 118 Belarusian Golden Killer, rich in nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. Solovyov knew that Russia was very large and had abundant resources, so he also paid attention to minerals that were very important for agriculture, namely soluble potash, which could be used to make potash fertilizer. The reserves of this substance are mostly concentrated between 40 degrees and 60 degree north latitude in the world, with Canada and Russia producing the most, which can be said to be on par with each other. However, Russia's production should include Belarus's production, otherwise it would still be far behind Canada. However, in this era before the Industrial Revolution, Canada's development was still incomplete. No matter how much Russia was in the mudland, it was also a developed civilized country, although it always seemed barbaric to those in Western Europe. Even in this environment, it was also full of vitality. However, recently, the leaves of flowers and plants in some places in Peterhof Palace began to show signs of yellowing. In previous years, the gardeners carefully trimmed the flowers and cultivated these precious plants in the palace. Although there were no problems with the tropical plants, the temperate plants that adapted to this climate had this problem. It's strange. It hasn't been like this for many years, I swear to God. If this old gardener was in the Middle East, he might have sworn on his beard. Such a poor growth state is indeed worrying. Regarding this issue, Tsar Paul consulted the botanical experts in the palace. Their knowledge was not as accurate as that of future agronomists, and they did not know the consequences of the lack of trace element. This Tsar also wanted to enjoy flowers in the garden, especially the tulips native to the Netherlands for display. If the leaves were like this, the flowers would definitely not grow well. With his temper, it was inevitable that some officials in the court would be unlucky. Solovyov often served as an officer on duty, but he did not often take care of the gardener's affairs, because these people were mainly responsible for flowers, not fruits and vegetables. He often wrote letters to Pavlovsk and his own village, and the content of the communication was also the growth status of the plants. In addition, they also sent copies of strawberry seedlings, which he took home and dissected to see the actual situation. The growth is still very gratifying. This year, we should be able to produce high quality strawberries. After using a certain amount of bone meal, coal fraction and potash ore, at least the strawberry and tomato seedlings can be guaranteed to grow strong, and the period of time for harvesting in the future will be longer than expected. Your Majesty, don't blame the gardeners and the palace eunuchs in charge of gardening for the tulips in the garden. I think it's probably because the soil is lacking in nutrients. Oh, Solovyov, come and see. Although Paul is moody, he can still listen to others when he wants to hear their opinions. Your Majesty, you can dig out some of these tulips that have not yet bloomed, as well as some other flower seedlings, and you will know the general situation. Paul immediately ordered the gardener to pull out a lot of them, even uprooted. That's true. Paul looked at the tulip seedlings that had been cleaned of soil. The roots of the two well-grown plants were very developed, and after cutting them open, he could see that both the roots and stems were very full. Those with yellow leaves generally have weak roots, and some have symptoms of root rot, which are generally fungal or bacterial diseases. Your Majesty, I can only say that the growth environment of plants is very important. If the nutrition is unbalanced, this problem will occur. Paul remembered that when he lived in Pavlovsk in the spring, he saw Maria and Ekaterina, the sisters, dressed like country girls, working barefoot with Solovyov for 3 days. Every night, the queen would take them to the bathroom to wash them thoroughly before sending them to bed. At that time, the two girls were still enjoying it. In addition to growing strawberries and tomatoes, they also planted a lot of flowers on the ground of a separate greenhouse. Soon, seedlings emerged and they will bloom soon. You can ask the gardener in Pavlovsk how they are doing. Of course, Paul himself also attaches great importance to this matter. After all, for Russia, civilians and serfs need the food produced from the land to survive, while the nobles use this output to maintain their luxurious life, and the Tsar himself and his ministers have to focus on the stability of the country. In Britain, it may take a week first. If there is an agricultural disaster, the nutrients in the land will be taken away, which may lead to a poor harvest. Your Majesty, if it is not a drought or flood with extremely strong destructive power, there are still some remedies. These flowers in the garden are malnourished. Do you have any solution? If you want to supplement nutrition, the village that Your Majesty has given me, and in Pavlovsk all use a mixed fertilizer. The main ingredients are a kind of Belarusian ore, animal bones and urine. Urine, what is that? Your Majesty, it is a crystal extracted from human or livestock urine. Although Paul is not afraid of this, Princess Anna Gagarina, who is listening next to him, has begun to frown. Your Majesty, this is just to be put into the ground, otherwise it sounds very interesting. Yes, Anaya, but excrement always has to go into the ground, and you don't need to farm. Paul couldn't say much about this young spiritual partner of his. In fact, Solovyov didn't like this frivolous woman very much. Although she was young, he didn't know what was in her mind. It was still Her Highness Larissa who was more thirsty for knowledge. When he heard the maids gossiping while patrolling in the palace, he knew that Her Highness was going to buy books again, as well as music scores for her sister-in-law Maria and picture albums for her daughter Maria. The girls' school of the Smolny Palace will need a headmistress in the future. If Her Highness's status was not too high, she would be fully qualified and even give lectures to the Imperial Village School. And if she went there, seeing such a gentle teacher appear on the podium, even if her chess was not spectacular enough, it would be enough to attract the attention of others. In order to watch the game in a civilized manner, these young men would have to listen to the lectures carefully. That prince would not dislike this, and would even always take care of the children himself, which was different from the princess, who had no experience as a mother. Children of this age start to grow teeth, which is the first dangerous stage in their lives. Even healthy children may die prematurely due to infection and other diseases at this stage. The Tsar himself is now concerned about saving the flowers in Peterhof Palace. Solovyov, I will do it according to your method of growing strawberries. The formula may be a little different, but I believe you can do it well. Even if there is no bounty, Solovyov is willing to do it. This kind of face-saving work is actually a preparation for agricultural work. He mixed these things together, especially many raw materials came from Belarus, and the potassium content was there. It is rich in nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. It can be said to be the golden color of Russia. At this time, Santiago is still a Spanish colony. The story that emerged in his mind was probably the memory of the brick hitting him before. And let the flowers in the palace bloom. This environment is good for everyone. It is best to be happy physically and mentally. After the top dressing, Solovyov originally expected that it would take about half a month to see the effect, but the symptoms of potassium deficiency in these leaves were soon alleviated. However, it was not possible not to bloom, so he got borax and calcined shells, ground them into powder, and then prepared some zinc salt to add. This rough method was correct in terms of element, and no matter how poisonous borax was, flowers were for viewing, and not for eating, so there would not be any big problems. Solovyov also paid close attention to these tulips. In addition to tulips, there were also roses and various flowers. These young ladies all liked flowers very much, especially the two who were about to give birth. One liked poetry and the other liked painting. Sometimes they had to be supported by maids to walk around the garden. Alexandra and Elena, although they were 1 year apart in age, had been inseparable since childhood. In family paintings, they always appeared in the same area, including the family portrait that the Tsar had always planned. The two of them appeared on the right side of the picture, wearing loose long skirts. Solovyov was taking care of the flowers in the flower bed, including his favorite Madeira white jasmine, which the Tsar had promised him to add some new flowers to the greenhouse and flower bed, so he got this one. Mishap, what are you doing here? Elena always corresponded with him as a good sister, and the content of the letters was not dangerous. Frederick Ludwig knew that his little wife had such a know-it-all friend. Your Highness, I'm taking care of the tulips in the flower bed, and of course there are Madeira jasmines. No wonder it smells so good here, it's a precious ornamental flower. Yes, that's right, this is the greenhouse. It was transplanted last year. I have an order from Count Stroganov to help manage these flowers in the palace. Aren't you an officer? Why do you like flowers so much? Because they smell good. The fragrance of fresh flowers is always so tempting. Otherwise His Majesty wouldn't always let the two highnesses come out and walk together. Yes, it's good for health here. But I've always wondered about one thing, Your Highness. Elena nodded, motioning him to continue. Your Highnesses, you two are obviously 1 year apart, but you two are like twins. After I joined the Grenadiers, I often saw you two Highnesses. You were often together, rarely apart. Even the two of them are still holding hands, but the little hands are a little fatter than usual, but there is no sign of swelling on the feet. To distinguish the two of them, we may still have to look at Alexandra's great mind. However, at this moment, Alexandra, who has always been more reserved, took Elena's hand and said, the time of our pregnancy is close, and I'm afraid we will have babies on the same day. When she said this, Elena and her heart connected, which was nothing, but Solovyov embarrassedly smashed his boots on the floor. However, their movements were highly synchronized, so this thing is possible. Didn't you see that Julie also gave birth to this French girl these days? You girls, your menstrual cycles are very close, and you get married on the same day. Many things are not strange, and even people are used to it. We are in St. Petersburg, and it will be difficult to see each other again when we go home with our husbands. My Highness, Alexandra, I don't think so. Life is always wonderful. We may meet again someday. Your Highnesses are so close on weekdays. When we can't see each other, we should communicate. If we miss each other, we can find a place in Germany to meet. This is a solution. After all, the Mecklenburg families are relatives of Prussia. In the past, many princes from Württemberg went to Berlin to work. It is not impossible to meet, and this distance is much closer than returning to St. Petersburg. However, what will happen in the world? Württemberg is still under the control of France. William and Alexandra cannot return to Stuttgart for a while. The date of their return home depends on the results of the negotiations between France and Russia. At the same time, Baden is actually controlled by the French, which will also be put on the agenda. I think this is also possible. When the French return to their own country, we can meet often. The relationship between the sisters is really good. While holding hands and stroking each other's belly, nothing they do will surprise people. As for the original theme of flower appreciation, they almost ignored it, with happy smiles on their faces. St. Petersburg was so warm at this time, and the first consul, who had ridden a mule across the Alps some time ago, was seeking a decisive battle with the Austrian army. He had just been blown by the cold wind at the mountain pass. Solovyov knew the approximate result. He couldn't lose Deseix's life in Marengo, and then lose the battle, right? In that case, the Russians would not have to go out in the future and could live at home in peace. But some people, as if they were destined, persisted in Marengo until the main force arrived and finally won. The Austrian veteran Melas can really write a book, Lost Victory. After all, he is an old comrade who almost defeated Napoleon. Being able to save all the dying flowers and plants feels like this battle. Tsar Paul was very happy because Solovyov cured a large area of flower and plant root rot, but according to the agreement, he did not give any special rewards, but only allowed Solovyov to introduce some flowers to plant in the greenhouse according to his ideas. Chapter 119. I'm the one who arranges the guards on guard duty. Throughout June, Solovyov spent more time in the flower garden than on duty, but he was always energetic and had a schedule for the troops' duty arrangements, even down to the precise arrangement of each post. Major, do you still need to set up secret sentries? Of course we need to set up secret sentries. This position is more comfortable than standing guard in the open. The one who came was an adjutant from the regiment headquarters that Solovyov was not familiar with. General Terezhin himself rarely managed the affairs of the regiment. The leader of the regiment was Paul himself. It was unimaginable that this guy could be a member of the conspiracy group. After Terezhin knew that Solovyov had set up secret sentries, he actually had ways to deal with it, such as sending the major away and taking some actions when he was not on duty. Now that Tsar sent him to save the flowers and plants in Peterhof Palace, but the masters had not made up their minds yet, and some key positions had not been determined. In addition, Peterhof Palace is a place to spend the summer, with many doors and windows, and the guards posts are all external. If there is a real coup, I'm afraid that these soldiers will raise their bayonets to protect their emperor. Moreover, the guards have been on duty recently, and they have never been able to infiltrate these guards. They are also equipped with rapid-fire rifles. They have no chance of winning at this time. So he put it aside, and Solovyov's time in the flower garden passed quickly. Now many flowers have bloomed, especially the grafted jasmine flowers, and the flower garden is also very beautifully trimmed. Now it is time for him to put down his work in the flower garden and go to the hospital to visit Julie. He also wants to talk to Mrs. Lebrun about the portrait order. Mrs. Lebrun has returned to Petersburg these days to take care of her daughter. Her daughter is tall and slender. Although her face is not as pretty as hers, she likes her daughter, no matter how she looks at her. Now she holds the two children in her arms, one on the left and one on the right, with a happy smile on her face. She named both girls herself. The first was Elizabeth, representing her mother, and the second was named Helen in memory of her good friend Alina, with whom she often practiced sketching together. Brunette, Pierre Serabin de Reta après avoir eu des expositions réussies Moscow et Paris. Brunette Pierre's exhibitions in Moscow and Paris were very successful. Mrs. Lebrun was very satisfied with her son-in-law, especially his artistic talent. As a painter of late classical art, he influenced many later artists, but Julie was not very satisfied with his paintings. Mais pourquoi a-t-il choisi ce sujet? Why did he choose such a subject? This subject is a story from ancient Rome. It is a relatively successful example in Pierre Gourin's artworks in 1800. It only depicts the return of Marcus Sextus. He returned home, but his wife had died. In the painting, the daughter of this old Sextus means 6, hugged his legs, and his wife was lying on the bed. Even after a few months, although Julie loved her husband, she always had some small opinions about this matter. The two of them have different directions in artistic creation. Julie paints the daily lives of girls all day long, while her Pierre has always been creating works of ancient stories. Madame Lebrun, while mainly engaged in portrait painting, also accepts some stories of mythological themes, but she cleverly integrates her customers into the whole picture. For example, recently, she received a big job. According to the Flora Goddess series painted last year with Julie as a model, she had to reproduce the figures and faces of these female customers. She has done this more than once, and has achieved great success in both art and business. She is also very popular, and sought after by customers. It can be considered a business philosophy. Here she is trying to comfort Julie. Marcus Sextus, after learning from the prescriptions of Sylla, has returned from his descent, filling his pleas with milk, with his mother. Marcus's ass is on the bed of a woman. He is the master of his women, and he fills his grandmother's arms with his grandmother's tears. On the table, I see all the immigrants. Marcus Sextus escaped from Sulla's ban and returned to find his daughter weeping beside his dead wife. Marcus sits by the bed. He holds one of his wife's hands while his little daughter kisses his knee. The painting suggests the return of an immigrant. Mammon, are you going back? Mom, are you still going back? Julia's eyes were filled with tears. She and her mother had never been separated for a long time, so she was reluctant to leave. Pierre Gurin came to St. Petersburg to be a lecturer at the Academy of Arts. Although the couple still planned to return to Paris in the future, St. Petersburg was more comfortable. Brunette, Maman Tamorsi, Maman vient de rentrer à Paris pour voir. Now Sirens Tadges ensemble. Brunette, Mom loves you too. Mom is just going back to Paris to see it. We will be together again. This is probably the most intimate mother-daughter relationship. They hugged each other like this. However, it was different from the past when there were only the two of them. There were two more girls. Madame Lebrun, the grandmother, wore her iconic big straw hat. She was not a wolf grandmother. She also injected her love into her granddaughter. When Solovyov and Yulia came to visit, they saw the mother and daughter hugging and crying, and it was not easy to come in for a while. On enter, can you come in? After Julie wiped her tears, she saw the Solovyov brothers and sisters standing at the door. Paulina was too young to be brought along, and the Baroness couldn't come, because of the same health reasons. They were very familiar with the mother and daughter, Madame Lebrun. However, Yulia's French was still not very good, so the communication here became Russian. Anyway, Madame Lebrun was not completely unable to understand. Julie, or Madame Gurin, congratulations on becoming a mother. I always feel very happy at this time. It was also because they were safe now. The hospital's sanitary conditions were also very careful, especially the disinfection and ward environment. Because Julie had given birth to two babies at once, it was not convenient for her to get out of bed. She just covered her body with a blanket, but her upper body was dressed, and the nurses who patrolled the wards came to check her regularly. After all, she was an important patient, and was sent from the palace. With some of the inherent characteristics of Russia, the hospitalization fees were high, and the care was also very meticulous. Yes, my mother's life was probably not as hard as mine, but it was dangerous enough. The two of them were so close to each other. Even though the lady was almost 50, she looked very young because of her dressing. Only the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes betrayed her age. That's great. My sister Paulina was so close to my mother at home. In that case, I would like to share happiness with them. To be honest, it was rare for the Baroness to be a stepmother. She took care of Yulia like her own daughter. Considering that early marriage was common in this era, those who had children early would have children of about this age. If you come to be close to me, Yulia, we welcome you too. You and I actually have the same name, like another me in the world. Julie was a chatterbox and good at talking. She was also very close to Yulia. It seemed that they could get along well with the sisters there. Then she hugged Yulia and the two of them started to hug each other's faces. Solovyov was here, and it was a bit awkward, no matter how he looked at it. As for me, Julie, I'm here on behalf of my mother. I asked the servants to make chicken soup, and it's still hot when you open it. Miss Hap, you're so nice, but it's a pity that you're not a girl, otherwise you would be my good sister. Okay, don't mention this. Last year, Madam said that I looked like your uncle. You look a lot like my uncle, except for your green eyes and golden hair, and your skin is a little rosier. I'm a soldier. What does your uncle, Mr. Etienne Vergay, do for a living? Etienne is a playwright and poet. He's good at writing comedies. It was Madame Lebrun who added this point. Although Solovyov had a good memory, he couldn't remember everything. Thank you, ma'am. Miss Hap, you are a major now. It is not easy to be promoted quickly at this age. But ma'am, I was at war with France before. That is your homeland. I think it is a good thing for you to go back. It means peace is coming. If you have a chance, Miss Hap, you can go to Paris and be a guest in my house. It was you who helped us mother and daughter. Don't say that. That man also cheated in the gentleman's club and made my friend and predecessor Prince Bagration lose a lot of money. I taught him a lesson for you, for Julie, and for friends. It's not that simple. What's more, although the guy's shot did not take the secretary's life that year, the sequelae were also fatal. Regardless of whether he is dead or alive, Madame Lebrun mentioned something here. I have just completed some of His Majesty's orders recently. Mishap, you will need them when the time comes. Madam, don't worry about this. If you arrange the shipment, it will probably be the soldiers of my battalion. They are the most loyal to the Emperor, and I also know a lot about art. I have also seen the portraits you brought back. One of them seems to be authentic. Oh. It's a painting by Titian, and you can tell from the painting techniques. I compared it with the authentic ones in the Winter Palace. They use the same painting techniques from the same period, and they are the earliest works in Naples. I also saw them when I was traveling in Italy. Just like your theme paintings, the themes are often arranged. Madame Lebrun knew that this kid spoke frankly and had no ill intentions, so she smiled in return. That's right, and there are at least 6 versions in the world. Michelangelo even praised the composition of Titian's Danny and the Golden Shower. I want to dedicate this painting to the palace as well. That's good. The Academy of Art will have one more collection, and your home isn't very suitable for preserving these paintings. In addition, there are other works that can be converted into cash and are worth buying. When I return to Paris, I will help you sell them. Thank you, ma'am. It's okay. As a professional, I can still do this. However, Solovyov was not in a hurry to convert them into cash. He even mentioned to his wife that, if they were all sold, the money could be left in her hands. He had absolute trust in this lady and was not even worried that she was too smart. With her rich experience in the court of Versailles, she could guess his intentions. However, Mrs. Lebrun's attention was all on her granddaughter, so she didn't think about this. The story of Zeus turning into a golden rain to seduce Danny, without rich associative ability, could not guess this idea. After all, it was just a painting. And it's not just this one painting. The paintings that Solovyov commissioned Mrs. Lebrun to paint were mainly paintings by unknown painters, but the composition looked good. However, there was also a painting that seemed to be an authentic work by Titian. From the perspective of painting technique, it was correct, but Mrs. Lebrun had not seen the original painting during her trip to Italy, and it was seized from the spoils of the French army, so she had to go back to Paris to ask Mr. Lebrun. However, this also required some time to prepare, and the journey back to Paris was not so smooth. Mrs. had unfinished work in St. Petersburg and Moscow, and at the same time, someone had to take care of the 2 little granddaughters. She had to arrange everything around Julie before she left. As for Mr. Gurin at this moment, he was creating a large mural in the Mikhailovsky engineer fortress. Because the construction period was too tight, he had to complete this huge project before the Tsar himself moved in, so he had no time to take care of his wife and daughter, so he could only entrust his mother-in-law to temporarily put down the work at hand and make arrangements. However, this theme does not look friendly at all. It is the story of Agamemnon being assassinated at home after Troy. If Solovyov knew, he could only sigh. That Tsar Paul seemed to have a premonition of his fate. He was so anxious to move into the castle, and no one knew why. Whether it was the Winter Palace, Peterhof Palace, or Gatchina, they were actually very safe, and the posts of the guards were well arranged, and the open posts and secret posts could provide mutual cover. Inside the fortress, although it looked very safe and the barriers were strict, it always gave people a feeling of being trapped in their own cocoons. From a security perspective, more than one person had said this to Paul himself, but he just wouldn't listen. Solovyov could think of many problems, and he attached great importance to Paul's safety work wherever he went, but no matter who it was, it seemed that no one could persuade him. This was very troublesome, and in the conspiracy group, there was also Count von Palin who supported Paul's relocation, and few outsiders knew that he was luring the Tsar into a trap. Chapter 120. Even though they know there is a knife on their heads, there are always people who are so bold. There was one thing Solovyov didn't know. It was true that he loved Larissa, but there were also many people in the court who admired the crown princess. In addition to the farce of Count Platon Zubov in the early years, there were also some young officers who were eager to try, especially those who were about the same age. However, they all had the courage to do it, but they didn't have the opportunity. Solovyov thought it was very dangerous. He had the intention to do it, and he was not lacking in courage, but he always thought that he should choose a time when Alexander was in Poland to express his love to His Highness. After all, among all the officers of the guards, his working conditions were the most convenient for doing so. After all, he was responsible for arranging the sentry in the time of changing shifts. And because he was the battalion commander, he even had his own barracks office and lounge, and the environment was solitary, which was relatively safer. He was also carrying out his own conspiracy here, provided that he eliminated those potential rivals that he could see. Even if he didn't do it himself, he had to ensure the safety of His Highness. Because of Alexander's absence, Larissa always had no one to talk to, so she became more and more dependent on little Maria. She took the child with her almost everywhere she went, except for a while when eating. She was with her when bathing and sleeping. She was even always careful to put the child in the cradle after coaxing her to sleep in her arms. Or the child simply grabbed her chest and wouldn't let go, so she had to carry her to bed and sleep together, not only during naps, but also at night. The child seemed to be treated as everything to her. When she called Maria, sometimes she would call her Mon Mouse. If Julie saw this, she might think that there was no mother who was more attached to her daughter than her own mother, Madame Lebrun. It was good for her to be like this. When Alexander was outside, she was at home with the child, and she received a lot of sympathy. However, among the sympathy she received, it would be fine if it was sympathy from the circle of noble ladies. This is always worth discussing. It can be said that the crown princess is a model of noble ladies. If her husband was also at home, it can be said that her happiness is probably not even comparable to that of the lady at number 17 Nevsky Avenue. Alexander likes his daughter, but he prefers to be outside. In this case, there are always some officers in the guards whose eyes are greener than Solovyov's. They want to become flower protectors, hoping to see her beauty. At night, they will become Mike Oldwolf and Howl. However, Solovyov has always wanted to let these guys know who is the eldest brother among the young officers in the guards, although he is still the youngest in the roster. Even in history, Okhotnikov, who wrote love letters to Queen Elizabeth, is older than Solovyov. He was born in 1780 and did not appear in St. Petersburg at this time. He did not join the Guards cavalry until 1801. If Solovyov knew his resume, he would complain, is it that cavalry captains like to seduce ladies so much? And the story of this young cavalry officer is even more outrageous. These young officers were extremely arrogant, and Solovyov learned about them from Fyodor Tolstoy, who was a lieutenant under him. After all, it was Solovyov who paid off his gambling debts. After transferring from the navy to the army, Solovyov happened to come to the guards from the front, and became his direct battalion commander. Miss Cap, you have to listen carefully. We, the lieutenants and ensigns, were drinking in the tavern, and those talkative guys started saying that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince often didn't return to his own palace, but went to the Polish girl from the Nereshkin family. Don't you feel surprised? I'm responsible for the security of the palace. Although I have the lowest seniority among the 4 battalion commanders, I do the most work. I know about this. On the streets of St. Petersburg, there are many people who sympathize with Her Royal Highness Elizabeth. They all say that she is a poor person. From her manners to her beauty, as well as her personal character, she is the best in St. Petersburg. It's not surprising that she has a little lover by her side. Is that right? That's exactly what they say, Miss Cap. I see that you are not surprised at all. Instead, I find it a little magical. The building downstairs from my house is rented out to open a cafe, and some people from His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's regiment talk like this. I say, Fidenka, although you were not in tune before, you are a good guy. Can you hang out with these guys less? As for me, if I hang out with them, I can help you get intelligence. You rarely attend officer gatherings, and you're still single, but you're called on by the Emperor to perform missions all day long. If I hang out with this group of people, maybe I can get some valuable intelligence. Solovyov was so angry that he laughed. Everyone in Petersburg knew that the crown princess was very pitiful. This Count Tolstoy was brave and aggressive, and now he had a life on his hands in a duel, but he was not a complete bastard, and he was not quite the same as Dolokhov. Letting him go among the group of young officers was actually to gather intelligence. If there was really a conspiracy to murder Paul, it could be discovered in advance. This kid could drink a lot, and his personal strength was off the charts. Apart from loving women, gambling and holding grudges, there was nothing else wrong with him. But he was always more likely to cause disputes when he was like this. But this is not over yet, Miss Cap, my big brother, you have to listen to me. These people are trying to take advantage of the fact that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is not in the palace to get close to the Crown Princess's bedroom at night. They should not be members of the KO family, but they all have this hobby. In fact, although Solovyov has not taken any action yet, he is also a reserve member of the Boss KO Club. It's just that such an arrogant guy is even more unreliable than the arrogant guy like Fida, which makes Solovyov himself full of suspicion. Recently, he has been on night patrol, and he is always on it. If someone wants to approach the bedroom where the Crown Prince lives in Peterhof Palace, it would be fine if it was a stranger. Among these arrogant guards officers, many are members of this regiment. Solovyov didn't even need to go to Dolokhov to verify. He probably already knew what these people were going to do. Fenijayenka, listen to me. Never mention this kind of thing to anyone else. Also, strengthen the guard work in the palace. Soldiers should be stationed at the gate and there should be secret sentries. All these should be arranged. In addition, our 1st Battalion has been on night sentry duty during this period. We must pay attention. Don't worry about this. As long as we are on duty, we will definitely listen to you. That's good. Also, are there any officers from our battalion who participated in this ridiculous tavern revelry? If this really happened, I would have been shot in the head during the duel. Hearing this, Solovyov knew that the other party must be telling the truth. This guy was very confident in his dueling skills throughout his life. He said that he needed to strengthen the defense work, but because many officers made a bet, Solovyov and Feni Tolstoy didn't know which bastard was so bold as to dare to come to the Crown Princess's bedroom at night. Since there are such lawless lunatics, there may be someone who wants to murder the Tsar in the future. After all, in Russia, anything can happen. It's enough for a cook to cook, but there are also cooks who rebel. Solovyov patrolled the Peterhof Palace himself. Anyway, he had nothing to do when he was on duty at night. He rested during the day and worked at night. In the past few days, the malnutrition problem in the flower garden has been solved. He also has the mind to send flowers to various palaces to decorate the palaces and improve the mood of everyone in the palace, including these soldiers on guard. Agapiev was arranged to stand guard at the door of the Crown Princess. Next to him was a pot of roses. It bloomed beautifully during the day. He could enjoy his eyes when he was on duty, but when he was on duty at night, there was nothing to see except the bright moonlight. He kept in mind what the major said, strengthening vigilance and ensuring safety. When on duty in the palace, the guard soldiers all had this creed. If they go out to fight, they will crush all enemies who dare to invade. However, daily work must be done well, and now you have to keep your ears open. He could hear some rustling noises behind the bushes. There were many places in the palace that were easy to hide in. Someone might pop out of the bushes at any time. This aroused the high alert of the private soldier of the guards, but he still held the rifle in front of him. He often did this when on duty, pretending that nothing had happened. If something popped out, he could open fire without a command reply. After all, the royal family members were all sleeping in their respective places at this time. Even the Tsar himself, if he went out at night, he would bring 2 guards officers with him and would reply to the command. It was at this time that when a dark figure appeared behind the bushes in front of him, he shouted, "Command." Seeing that the man did not answer, he raised his rifle, but what responded to him was a continuous fire from the pistol. However, this guy's shooting skills were really crooked. If Agapiev could be selected to serve in the guards, he must be a tall and strong target. After firing 4 shots in a row, none of them hit the human body, but only knocked his hat off. The tradition of our guards is the flying hat. Then he found a good cover, loaded his gun, and blew the alarm whistle. In history, there would be no assassination or coup plot in Peterhof Palace. Everything was done in the city, not even in the Tsarskoye Selo. This alarmed all the soldiers and officers who were on guard in the palace at night. Solovyov himself was on duty at Tsar Paul's bedroom. After all, the Tsar had not gone to bed yet. Paul came out in pajamas, looking very tired. Solovyov, where did the gunshots come from? Your Majesty, it's over at the bedroom of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The Tsar himself knew that his eldest son and heir always lingered around his mistress. As a father, he could educate him on this, but whether he could listen was another matter. In this case, he could only counsel his daughter-in-law with Queen Maria to be more charming and win her husband back from the vixen. At the same time, he could not prohibit Alexander from having mistresses, which was also a common phenomenon in the palace. For example, he spent most of his time with his wife, and he also had to find a few noble ladies to chat about personal matters. As for the last time he slept with a woman other than his wife, it was arranged by his mother, Her Majesty the Queen. You lead the team to take a look and ensure the safety of the palace. However, Solovyov did not dare to relax the security work in the Tsar's bedroom. He only took 2 young officers with good skills. At this time, one of them was always fired at Tolstoy because he was the most accurate with a short gun. As for Solovyov, he was the most accurate with a long gun, but when he was on duty in the palace, he did not often carry a long gun, which was different from on the battlefield. Agapev only drove the man away from the front of the bedroom, but the man had already run into the woods, so he could only send out a patrol to chase him. It was indeed horrifying that such a thing happened in the palace. The shadow had been running towards the English park. If he entered the park, it would be even harder to find him, as there were no guards there, especially in the Birch House and the main palaces, which were usually unmanned. However, it was on the path leading to the park that the guard soldiers with torches saw the outline of the man in the weak light. It seems to be a uniform. Then they were fired back again, but this time Solovyov snatched the rifle from a soldier next to him and fired at the fire. The man fell to the ground, and when the guard soldiers came forward fired at Tolstoy saw the man's face clearly. It's from the royal guards of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Good fellow, your shot was really accurate. It went straight into the back of the heart. I'm not as good as you with a long gun. I'm not as good as you with a short gun. Don't worry about whose shooting is accurate. We have to give an explanation to the emperor for such a guy. In the bedroom, Larissa, who always slept lightly, was awakened by the gunshots in the middle of the night. The child was crying non-stop, causing the maid and the nanny to be in a panic. The few guards guarding the door of the bedroom could only continue to stand guard there. There was no better way. They didn't come over to salute until they saw the major, who came to check at night. You're back just in time. We need to report to you. You did a great job and prevented the assassin from succeeding. Are the princes and ladies inside okay? To reply to the major, the 2 princes and the ladies are all fine, but little Princess Maria keeps crying there. We can't do anything. We are soldiers, and we can't do anything about crying children. There's really nothing we can do. After he went in, he saw Larissa there, and Solovyov still had his gun on his back. Your Highness, I'm glad you're okay. He left the palace without saying much, also to avoid suspicion. Chapter 121. Some people still have to pay the price. This inexplicable night attack ended with the murderer being shot dead. But Solovyov now has a big problem. The intelligence obtained by Fida is very absurd, but how Paul will deal with these people is also a problem. In the cafe downstairs from his house, only someone mentioned that the current situation of the crown princess is delicate, but this rumor is everywhere on the streets of Petersburg. Tsar Paul and Queen Maria have heard of it. The former is more sympathetic to his daughter-in-law, and the latter just restrains herself from always being a wicked mother-in-law, but always talks about Larissa's lack of charm to attract her son. In fact, Larissa has some advantages. The more pitiful she looks, the more she will arouse men's desire to protect her, and the public opinion field is very sympathetic to her. But this is another problem. How to explain it to the emperor? Count Stroganov also came. This handsome guy is a confidant of the crown prince. Everyone knows that Tsar Paul is moody. The kindness he shows when he is calm and the tyrant called by the rebellious group when he is furious seem to be 2 completely different people. The position of Tsar is actually a very difficult position to be in. Alexander's successor Seleucus once said that if he knew that he would have to deal with such a wide variety of affairs and a huge number of official documents when he ascended the throne, he would never let himself wear the crown. Paul himself did not sleep well that night. He believed that such things that happened in the court should be court conspiracies against him. Although he did not go to listen to the report at the time, but let the eunuchs and the officers of the guards handle the matter, it was indeed unreasonable to attack the bedroom of the crown prince. On the other hand, Count Stroganov looked at Solovyov, who was at the scene, and always felt that, although the matter was simple, it was not good for Alexander himself in any way. First, the officer who was shot dead was Rogachev, a lieutenant of the crown prince's guards, and it would be easy to track him down. But the commander of the regiment was the crown prince himself, so it was a problem of lax military discipline. Second, the news that Fida got back in the tavern, although it was a drunken revelry by a group of young guards officers, and the guards regiment at Peterhof Palace had stepped up its vigilance afterwards. But this matter was somewhat absurd, as it was directed at the harmless crown princess, and it was not an assassination or a kidnapping, but a case of forcing a kitten to steal fish. Third, the rumors on the street, although this was not the main factor, it also sounded like a scandal of the royal family, since the Crown Princess Elizabeth in the palace is so charming that the young officers of the guards would love her, even if they lost their lives. Then the Crown Prince stayed at the Nereshkin's house and was not as diligent as the Tsar himself in his official duties. Count Peter von Palen was as excited as a fly encountering a rotten egg. This was a great opportunity to alienate the relationship between the Tsar and his son, but he had to wait until Paul himself began to deal with the incident before spreading rumors in Petersburg. However, it also depends on how the palace solves this problem. If you want to talk to your majesty, you still have to protect the honor of the two highnesses. Count Stroganov set the tone for this matter. In this absurd matter, both he and his wife had to protect the reputation of their friends. Because he had a good relationship with the count and his wife, Solovyov would not refute his opinion, but in the whole incident, Larissa herself was the most innocent. As for Alexander himself, this storm would inevitably cause conflicts between father and son. You have to know that the Empress's close ministers were willing to bet on the crown prince, and even some people around Paul were like this. They obviously hoped to turn the tables in the future, and they didn't necessarily have to look at long-term problems. The sooner Paul stepped down due to various accidents and formal procedures, the more beneficial it would be for them. After all, among these people, except for the Zubov brothers, they were all old. Pasha, but no matter what you say, it will make His Majesty angry. I have thought of several excuses, but with the style of our emperor, he will definitely hold many people accountable. Among the guards, you may be the only one who won't have any problems, because few officers of the 1st Battalion participated in the carnival, and Fida also brought back intelligence. But because this kind of thing is too absurd, the emperor will not believe it after reporting it, so I adopted this method. Strengthen vigilance, but I didn't expect that there would be a stupid intruder who would shoot directly. Count Stroganov heard this, and knew that there were many absurd things. Fortunately, except for the dead, no one was injured. But, Count, the marble pillars at the entrance of the palace were damaged, and many people in the palace were frightened. Fortunately, it was farther away from the palaces of the young ladies, otherwise who knows what would happen. Solovyov thought. You still have to report to His Majesty. This is your responsibility as the commander of the guards battalion, and you are also the officer on duty. Only I can do it. Tsar Paul was very angry about this, and he quickly summoned the officer on duty. But Solovyov first rushed out a report, and then appeared in front of the Tsar. So, you got the news in advance? Yes, Your Majesty, but this is a bit ridiculous. I would rather believe it than not. I added more sentries, but I didn't expect someone to sneak in, and then this attack happened. You did a good job, and killed the assassin with your own hands. It's just that our evidence was all interrupted by this man's death. Your Majesty, as far as I know, some young officers of the guards got drunk and boasted, and then this incident happened. Excuse me, Your Majesty, the guards are full of desperados and adventurers, and many officers did not come to be loyal to the emperor or to fulfill their obligations as soldiers. I know about this. There have been many incidents before, some pretending to be the late emperor, some pretending to be the daughter of Empress Elizabeth and Razumovsky, and some pretending to be me. Your Majesty, there have always been many scammers in the countryside of our country, but those who pretended to be the late emperor are not only in this country. I heard that there are also those abroad. He even had his own territory in Montenegro. Speaking of this, Paul still remembered that the Empress was so angry that she laughed when she heard it. That was after the Pugachev uprising was suppressed. When he thought about it, he couldn't help but start laughing. His laughter was sometimes uglier than crying. It's true. When I think of this, I can only clean up the officers of the guards. But it's impossible to dismiss them all. They should be rotated to the Caucasus. The journey there is long, and not many people will know about it. Your Majesty, you are indeed a benevolent emperor and commander. Don't flatter me, Solovyov, if you make a living by your own ability. Paul motioned him to sit down, and then asked the eunuch to call Prince Bagration on duty. Sit down, Prince. You should have heard my conversation with Major Solovyov. Yes, Your Majesty. You have always been kind, but I think that at this time, thundering measures should be taken. This is a stain on the reputation of the two princes. That will only let more people know, Prince, that you are still as hot-tempered as before. Before the Grand Marshal died, he was more worried about you than his son Arkady. If there is a public execution or announcement, it will only create more trouble. Let these people go to the Caucasus and Odessa. When they get there, officers from the guards will usually be promoted one level and will not complain. And they are far away from me. They act recklessly outside of St. Petersburg. Unless it is written in the memorial, I will not know. The Tsar himself took this attitude because he felt that his position was very safe, and replacing a group of officers would indeed help to rectify the discipline of the guards. Facts have proved that the Grand Duke Constantine's guards, which had been on the battlefield, performed very well after returning. But what he didn't know now was how loyal the new officers were after the replacement of the guards. Perhaps the love of the common people and low-level nobles for him made him forget everything. However, this also disrupted Count von Palin's arrangements. A group of guards officers who had been instigated by Count Panin were packed and sent to the front garrison. But no one knew how the new group of people would perform. But Count von Palin took advantage of the large number of new officers to start secret activities again, and he always had to be prepared first. It seemed that the conspiracy group was thwarted again, but Tsar Paul called Alexander when all the close ministers left, and the father and son had a big quarrel. Solovyov didn't know about this. He went to Count Stroganov's villa and killed an intruder in the palace. He was actually given a holiday by Tsar Paul. Here, he also saw the crown prince himself, who entered the count's official residence angrily. I think the entire guard should be reorganized. There are too many dangerous elements. When he said this, he was still looking at Solovyov, which made the major nervous. Your Highness, what's wrong with you? Count Stroganov still wanted to comfort his friend and boss, and poured a glass of red wine. This is port wine. Have a glass, and don't worry. Alexander took the glass, and he seemed a little impatient. He has always been a good actor, and Paul rarely gets angry with him. This time, it was because of the reckless people in the guards under his jurisdiction. Naturally, he was resentful, but he couldn't resist the Tsar himself. As for Lauser, he didn't plan to go back for the time being. Paul took into account this scandal, and mentioned that there was an assassin, and asked everyone who knew about it, including Count Stroganov, to keep it secret. I think so, Pasha. At this time, you and your wife are the most trustworthy people. He didn't care that there was a major officer directly under the Tsar next to him, and he complained and talked about the problem of emotional entanglement. But Solovyov was also full of questions. If Lauser seduces you a few more times, you will be able to throw yourself into her warm arms. Lauser is special. She is too cold, but warm, soft, and fragrant to the touch. This prince is too abstract. Solovyov can't figure out what's going on. He deliberately distanced himself. Since you like your wife, she is directly in your bedroom. Just open the door and lift her skirt. Do you need to pay too much attention to the mood of your own wife? As for Maria, she is passionate like a ball of fire. When I'm with her, I feel like I'm going to burn up. Nonsense. The Nereshkin family deliberately pushed their daughter-in-law in front of you, and she is so full of desire and so coquettish. It would be strange if she didn't burn up. If everyone in the Russian court was like the owner of this villa, it would be a world peace. When the countess heard that the crown prince was coming tonight, she went to the wooden house in the courtyard to take care of the children, to avoid too much contact with Alexander. This crown prince, when he can't get something, he has a strong desire to conquer, but when he has beautiful and precious people or things in his hands, he doesn't know how to cherish them. The crown princess has not established a stable private relationship with anyone yet. The psychological comfort she is currently seeking is a child. It would be good if Alexander could return to family life. But he didn't have this idea, and Queen Maria had said more than once that the Crown Princess Elizabeth herself was this and that. And this has become an established fact spread by the female nobles in the court. You know, if the report is biased, you have to be responsible. Solovyov could only continue to watch Alexander's performance on the spot. After he drank the appetizer, the count asked for dishes, especially the fresh sturgeon soup. Also, Your Highness, we have a cold dish today, which is a platter of raw meat of several kinds of sea fish. The fish were alive when they arrived here. The count was going to use the food he had served at home to divert Alexander's attention. He and his wife were loyal friends of Alexander and his wife, and they hoped that the couple could have a relationship like that of their newlywed days. For a model couple like them, they would actually benefit more in the court. However, the competition for favor among the nobles often hurts the model couple. Although Alexander highly trusts Count Stroganov and regards him as his confidant, one thing is one thing. The Nereshkin family or other noble families will always provide him with women. The size of his mistress team can indeed support the pomp, and the quality is not bad. There is no need to worry about being sanctioned by the Tsar himself. After all, Paul is not Ivan the Terrible or Peter the Great. It's just that the official Russian statement is sometimes purely disgusting, but many of the modified content appeared during the reign of Nicholas II, which was not the case in 1800. Solovyov can be sure that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is in good health. The problem is obvious. He is still indulging in beautiful women and doesn't want to leave. Chapter 122, The Golden Apple Party at Peterhof Palace, Part 1. The heat of summer has not yet passed, and the clothes in the whole palace have become cooler. The only ones who suffer are the soldiers and officers, and their boss, Tsar Paul. The Crown Prince himself has had more official duties recently, but he always goes to indoor places, and the environment in the palace is still very good. At this time, the summer clothes of young ladies and those girls who are about to get married look very eye-catching. At number 7 Million Street, the new clothes that the little fairy made for herself are very bold. Although they cover the flesh balls on her chest, the deep V shape is still too explosive. It goes below the southern hemisphere and only stops at a position above the belly button. Her chest is originally bigger than her sister's, and her figure is more conspicuous. But it's not good to wear it like this. It may make me look fatter. Yes, she still has a little belly. The price of a plump figure is generally that you can't guarantee a perfect figure, although her belly is like Julie's breasts that can only be squeezed. Moreover, in the court of Petersburg, Queen Maria still has some requirements for dress, and it is obvious that she cannot wear this outside. Forget it, I have to show it to my dear husband in the future, or go to Italy and Paris, where no one cares what my skirt looks like. She put this set away and changed into the maid's dress that she usually wears in the court. Even in this way, she does look older than others. She has been narcissistic since she was a child. When she was in the palace, she was loved by the empress because of her lively personality. Moreover, her name was also a tribute to the empress by her parents, and she was kept in the palace for a long time. However, considering the open atmosphere in the empress's court, it is not surprising that she has been infected with anything. But now, Solovyov knew that this girl always talked more than she did. When it comes to things after marriage, she is still a little shy, so he always teases her with this. He is now chatting with Count Litter. Although the count has not been in Russia for a long time, he has mastered a poor but fluent Russian, and no longer needs to add French or Italian as seasoning. The count and his stepdaughter were also going to Peterhof today. There was also a summer villa nearby that was awarded by the Tsar. The countess had already gone there, and they were going to take a car afterwards. Solovyov was not assigned to any duties, but picking up and escorting these nobles was also his daily work. If you say so, I can only say that Milan is indeed a beautiful city. If there is some leisure time in peacetime, it would be a beautiful thing to stop and appreciate the scenery there. but we left Milan very soon and went to Turin. After that, we went to war and experienced the hard march in Switzerland. That's a pity. If you could live in Milan for a year, you would be able to experience more of the city full of charm and passion. Solovyov could only keep a business smile. He knew that Count Litta was also from the Visconti family, but he was not from the same branch as Sylvia. He was not surprised that Sylvia had not written to him recently, because Italy was back in the hands of the French, and there would be no correspondence for the time being. Moreover, the Visconti family is not bad looking. In addition, the several branches of the Milanese family, although they no longer have the power and status they had in the Duchy of Milan, are now flourishing. It is no wonder that he is favored by the Countess and Countess von Palin. After all, Maria is married, and now there is only Ekaterina in the family. Count Litta has the Countess as his wife, and is a lover of Maria, but he is the father of the little fairy, which is quite confusing. However, Solovyov sometimes can't understand that the Italians' thoughts, especially what they say, are not necessarily consistent with what they show with their hands. Maybe there will be a chance in the future. Many islands there are suitable for recuperation of patients. The emperors of the Roman Empire built villas on many islands. That's true. For example, Capri Island. Milan is not close to the sea. If you want to experience the scenery of a small island, I'm not talking about big islands like Sardinia or Sicily, but also Corsica, where the French rulers come from. But that island, I heard that it belonged to Genoa in the past? That's true. When they talked about this, the little fairy had already changed her clothes and came out. What do you think of this? Very good, Catherine. Among the unmarried girls in Petersburg, it is indeed the most attractive. This stepfather was very good to Catherine, and she could feel the feeling of being a father. We are going to participate in a Greek-style ball, so we dress like this. Then don't we have to take off our shoes when we get indoors? Solovyov said so. Indeed, the girl didn't wear socks, and the nail polish on her toenails was also pink. The sandals she chose were a modified version of mules, a kind of indoor women's shoes. Yes, take off your shoes. There are blankets there, so you don't have to worry about slipping. This aroused Solovyov's vigilance. He was worried that Louisa had said something to the little fairy, but the girl did not emphasize the word slipping. She probably didn't know about the accidental meeting between her and Louisa. The people who came to the palace this time were all young girls. This party became a ladies' party again, but without Alina, the daily active person, and Alexandra who had always been with her. The time had come to July, so the date was almost here. At that time, the doctor would be invited to the palace again, but the two princes would be in the summer palace, not in the imperial village. According to the rules, when the members of the Russian royal family were born, those born in autumn and winter were generally born in the winter palace, while those born in spring and summer were mostly born in the Catherine Palace in the imperial village. This was a rule that had been stable since the empress's time. At that time, a temporary diplomatic agreement will be signed with the people of Mecklenburg and Württemberg to temporarily cede the bedrooms of the two princes to the two countries. The territorial sovereignty of the palace will be restored the day after the birth of the child. Then, the guards at the door will be placed far away. This court gathering is more like a masquerade. Everyone is carefully dressed up as ancient Greeks, but it is unlikely that they will wear work clothes. In the Hera Games held at the same time as the ancient Olympic Games, there will be girls dressed like this. But from the performance of Louisa refusing to dress like this, when Alina sketched her, it is indeed not very effective. In the Russian court, which is famous for its openness, no one would dress like this even on more private occasions. They all wore papyrus with many wrinkles, and can show their body curves. Most of them showed their arms, as if they were comparing which girl had the best arms. However, it should be noted that they are all white, and they still need to clean their arms regularly, especially the noble girls present. If you trace their family origins, they are all from Eastern Europe and Northern Europe. If you look closely, their arms are still hairy. It is not surprising that Countess Strodionova's mother was called the Queen of Spades by Pushkin or the Lady with the Mustache by others, but the Countess herself is not like that. But Louisa is an exception. She is always worried that her hair grows too fast, but she is not too worried about her arms. In the paintings related to her, except for her shoulders, Her arms are often exposed. There is no other problem, except that she is a little thinner. The painter needs to make her figure rounder. The painters of this era are embarrassed to show up without the skill of retouching. Now in this palace, everyone has to play the role of a Greek mythological character, and all arrangements have been made in advance. Maria played Clea, one of the daughters of Zeus, and one of the muses. In the Russian court, she was tied to the harp. This role was a forced arrangement, but she was willing to do it, and she was not as cute as her sister Catherine, the hot air balloon takeoff place. Catherine was holding a wine jug. Everyone knew that this was the goddess of Euthebe, who was responsible for pouring wine at the banquet of the gods on Mount Olympus. There was really wine poured into her wine jug. In addition, there was a big pocket around her waist, which contained wrapped candies and dried meat, which looked very much like that. Considering that this Grand Duchess sometimes looked like a wild girl, it would not be out of place if she had an eagle on her shoulder. After all, in ancient Greek drama, before this goddess was arranged to be the daughter-in-law of Hercules, her main task was to pour wine and feed Zeus' eagle. The two of them still had a carefree life. In this masquerade, there were only girls, and they had to play their own roles and comment on their appearances. Then when Larissa came out, she came with little Maria in her arms, but she couldn't play Hera. You could say she was jealous of Alexander's mistress, but at her level, she couldn't even be jealous, let alone Appleseed Gar. So she held the child, and dressed up as Calliope, the head of the muses. It didn't matter if she held the child, she got a harp toy, and held it on the other side. This look was quite appropriate. After all, Orpheus, the harp player, was really regarded as Calliope's son in Greek stories. You're so good. Our Marias are all related to the harp. The child is still young, she just thinks it's fun here. However, the child still snuggled in her mother's arms, and only when she saw Larissa's maid coming over did she hold her aside. If there was a man present, he would definitely be fascinated by the figures and faces of these girls. Maria's routine program was to play the harp and then start singing. But this time it was Larissa who sang. She was a princess of the Margrave of Baden. She spoke French and German in her own court. After being in Petersburg for so long, she was already proficient in Russian. She was going to sing a segment of the unpublished play The Golden Apple. Although she had not practiced for a long time and her poor lung capacity was not suitable for a bel canto singer, her voice was very pleasant, and she was very good at using her vocal organs, which made her voice more elegant. Your Highness, what do you mean? Of course I want to give a golden apple to the most charming lady in our venue. In fact, Larissa prepared gifts for everyone. She didn't like socializing, especially those noisy occasions. At this masquerade where all the girls were, she could let go a little more. Larissa was able to come out today because of the instigation of her two sisters-in-law. They thought it would be fun, and they also got support at the ladies' tea party, so they invited the girls who came to spend the summer to attend such an event. In this way, someone is always needed to evaluate, and the judge is not in the field, but in the courtyard. They are some palace eunuchs and guards officers, but most of them are married, and in terms of personal character, there is no scandal in the outside world. In the palace, Count Stroganov is the first choice for this job. He is so handsome, but he has always been good to his wife. When they are apart, they often communicate with each other. He can be said to be a model husband. Solovyov came here purely to stand guard and be on guard. I really want to take a gardening vacation, so that I can go to the flower bed to trim branches and leaves, which is better than standing here stupidly. Today's occasion is so beautiful, Miss Ha. If you miss it, you may rarely see it in the future. I know that the princes are going to hold such a cute party, but you said this. I love my wife, and am loyal to my marriage and feelings, but it does not affect my appreciation of beautiful people. Oh, that's right. There are many portraits of ancient mythology hanging in your house, much more than religious portraits. As for you, I think you should think more about your future. As a young nobleman, you should join the guards, get married, and join the club. You should find a chance to complete the second task. How old am I? Don't you see how many good guys in St. Petersburg got married in their teens? I'd better put it off. Especially since St. Petersburg has been so lively in secret recently. After hearing this, Count Stroganov stopped talking. He had heard from his wife before that, although Her Royal Highness the Crown Princess had no private affairs, she was very caring towards the sister of the Major of the Guards. He was a person who liked to think too much and hoped that it would not cause any trouble. However, considering Alexander's actions, the Count himself actually thought that if this continued, someone would eventually enter Elizabeth's boudoir, which would cause great trouble. Generally speaking, secrets will not be kept for a long time, but Solovyov has not had such movements so far, and he is even an important commander in the guarding of the palace. It doesn't sound like him. It's just that some clues have been detected. Maybe Alexander, because he really can't figure out the orientation of this major, thinks this is a fake news. I wish all book friends a happy year of the dragon. There are only 2 updates today. Have a good year everyone. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123, The Golden Apple Party at Peterhof Palace, Part 2. At the ball, the girls tried their best to show their talents, especially the characteristics of the Greek goddesses they played. Mariah and Catherine did not need to act, they played their roles as they really were. Mariah was good at playing the harp and loved music. She was a famous music enthusiast in Petersburg. Clear, one of the muses, was the most suitable for her. Although Catherine was of noble status, she was the youngest of the girls present today, except for Lois's little Mariah. It was no problem to say that she represented the goddess of youth, and her performance was also very good. She was always pouring wine for her sisters. However, the big wine pot she was holding did not contain wine, but kvass, so the alcohol content was not a problem. The girls should not let themselves become drunkards, which would easily ruin the good impression their beautiful appearance brought to outsiders. They came to the courtyard now, and were going to find Count Stroganov to judge, but at this time, someone said this. S'il Comte Stroganov est juge, alors il n'y aura pas d'essence l'histoire de la pomme d'or. Il faut trouver un homme qui libertaire pour jouer Paris. With Count Stroganov as judge, the original meaning of this story is lost. We need to find an unmarried person to be the judge. However, the Count was waiting there, and before they went into the courtyard, someone began to chatter and make fun of this moment. Now northeast Pavans pas left ira tend trop long temps. They can't be kept waiting too long. This is what Lois said, and she took up the writing board in her hand, which was the symbol of Calliope, the chief muse she played. She was going to lead her sisters to the courtyard. There were more than 20 girls in the group. Loisa herself did not want too many people to attend the party, so only some girls who had close relationships in the court were here, including Alina, who had just married from the Nereshkin family. She became Arkada's bride. The Polish woman had no necessary connection with the women in her family. What's more, this girl was very cute. She dressed herself up as Demeter today, but little girls generally couldn't handle such a majestic role. Even if she held wheat ears in her hands, she also carried a fruit basket. She was the first to come out. Solovyov wanted to complain, "Are you here to pick mushrooms?" What's more interesting is that the girls are very self-aware. Including this girl, no one really plays the main god. Moreover, the symbolic meaning of the god of agriculture itself is more, and its main responsibility is also agricultural harvest. The responsibility is heavy, but in various stories, when it appears, it is accompanied by the appearance of her daughter Persephone. This is a story about an uncle who likes his niece and takes her back to be his daughter-in-law. The things about Mount Olympus have never been very clear. At the same time, it also tests the level of knowledge. Your Highness Mariah, where is your harp? I have to use this instead. This is a 7-stringed lyre toy prepared for little Martha. After all, Mariah's harp needs someone to carry it, and it is too big, so it can't be pushed into the yard. It's really great, and Catherine holding the wine pot is the goddess of youth. Yes, do you want a glass of kvass? Catherine always felt sore when she put the wine pot on her shoulders. Now she was held in her arms. In the ancient world, little girls sometimes went to the well to fetch water, and they were held like this. I think this is unnecessary. You want me to give a golden apple to the most attractive lady during the judging? I'm willing to do this. After the count said this, the girls were laughing. Some of them even carried folding fans with them out of habit, to cover their faces in disgust. Pasha, the sisters think this is not appropriate, because you are not a Paris, but a Hector, your highness. Then I'm even more flattered. Lowessa meant to change an unmarried young man to make the evaluation. As for the choice of this shepherd, it is too late to find someone temporarily. Baron, how about you come? Solovyov was a little unnatural when he saw Lowessa now, and even blushed. Mr. Major, I have never seen you so shy before. Maria often dragged him to work illegally to record music scores, and she had seen Solovyov's resolute and serious expression at his post, and she had heard that he went to the front line to fight, but she had never seen him like this. Does he like his sister-in-law very much? Maria had this idea, but she thought of what happened in the palace some time ago. He was more like a patron saint standing in Peterhof Palace, but this patron saint was also a little thin. Of course, when this girl was thinking wildly, she knew that the major was still very aesthetic. Because her sister-in-law was very beautiful, and asked for it, he blushed. He would not know the little story of their accidental encounter in the English garden. Your Highness, I don't want to be shot by a poisonous arrow. If you have read Iliad carefully, you should know the story of Helen. In the end, Paris was shot by Philoctetes, the archer of the Greek coalition. Solovyov's tongue was about to be tied. After all, Greek names have always been like this. Although Russian names are long, they are not so verbose. This is the first time I see you like this. You have always been known for your profound knowledge. But your highness, my tongue sometimes does not want to keep pace with my brain. Solovyov saw Lowessa dressed in Greek costume again, first in the light of the fire, and then in the moonlight. She was so charming that he didn't know what adjectives to use to describe her. That's true. I can't tell you clearly that Philoctetes was a great archer who was abandoned on an island. In the end, Odysseus went to invite him back. Yes, your highness. In the end, the city that could not be conquered was conquered by the Trojan horse. Although you are smart, you are not a cunning person, and you can't be Odysseus. Your highness, are you punishing me by not being able to go home for 20 years? No, haha, your home is not far from the Winter Palace. How can you not be able to go home? Hahaha. Lowessa laughed. Her voice was always very pleasant. Solovyov knew that Alexander seemed reluctant to communicate with her in terms of knowledge, but just liked her delicate face. Although the crown prince was a diplomat who was good at dancing with long sleeves, and liked women in social circles, he might not be a person who sought to understand everything in terms of knowledge. In front of the Tsar, Solovyov also felt that Paul was familiar with many aspects of knowledge, especially military training and judicial provisions. He was not very talented, but he became an expert in these two areas through hard work. Alexander is not like that. He has always been smart and has mastered knowledge quickly, but he has never sought to understand everything and is prone to give up halfway. I'm afraid that he will only be able to be a good Tsar and an actor on the stage in the future. Although such a couple looks like the kind of golden boy and jade girl that people envy, they are obviously not in life. Lowessa still hopes that her husband can come back to her, but their long-term relationship has developed to the current state. As for such a joke, although it is not funny, it can also make her happy. At least the brainwaves can match. Your highness, thank you for letting me go home. If we go to the new fortress in the future, it will be closer, and we can go directly from the Moika River embankment. Don't talk about this first. You won't be shot by a poisonous arrow. No one uses a crossbow coated with poison now. I ask you to be the arbitrator today. You can think of yourself as the judge of the underworld. That will be more fair. Solovyov could also find that it was difficult for people to refuse Lowessa's pitiful look, no matter whether she gave it involuntarily or pretended. However, this made people say that she was dead. Solovyov always understood what misinterpretation was, but he couldn't refuse it. She has a higher status than me. She is also the boss lady of this Russia in the future. Naturally, she is a higher official than me. She's bigger than me. So he took the golden apple. Souls le femmes le plus séduisantes peuvent posséder des pommes d'or. Only the most charming woman can get the golden apple. Such a difficult question is indeed a life-threatening one. When Solovyov saw the count winking at him, it seemed to be a hint. Wink at me if your life is threatened. It also requires the girls to walk by him one by one to evaluate, which is very fatal. As for the girl from the Nereshkin family, Solovyov always felt that, although she was so young, she was very frivolous and would definitely not give her the girl. And Natalia Zagryevskaya, she is beautiful and charming, and is also Lois's maid. She is only 15 years old this year, but like his old friend, the countess, she likes to pretend to be an adult. It's just that the little fairy is plump and 2 years older than her. When she walks, it's easy to attract the attention of others. She is too thin, which is not good either. Moreover, she probably hasn't mastered the essence of playing a Greek role or the appearance of a girl of this era. Looking back, the performances of the girls waiting to be married are not very good, just like the little fairy. Today she is dressed as the goddess of victory. Let's not talk about other places, but her chest is very victorious. It's just that she performed very well at the beginning. Dressing like this is to show victory, rather than personal charm. If she is dressed as Venus, she is still a little short. In short, it's not good. If you only take care of beauty, you may fall here, because of her plump chest and round little butt. By the way, I have to make a hook, because the goddess of victory is written as Nike. Girls, you all performed very well, but I still cannot give you this golden apple. After all, there are still some shortcomings. As for opinions, you need to consider more. Although Greek gods all have 7 emotions and 6 desires, what are the divinity represented by these goddesses and their symbolic meanings? After everyone passed by, Solovyov was now in trouble. From today's dangerous conversations, he found that Loisa seemed to be interested in him, but rashly giving her this golden apple would only bring disputes and various troubles. For Loisa, life in the palace would definitely not be easy, and for him, this is a fatal problem. The solution he thought of was actually very simple. The last one to come was Ekaterina. In his opinion, this girl was often rash and reckless, and she was very young. Playing with children could always avoid some troubles. In order to walk more conveniently, Ekaterina put the ceramic kettle aside, leaving only the pocket around her waist, which was used to feed the eagle. She also proudly raised her neck and held up her undeveloped chest, walking on the cobblestone road. This girl is still childish, but she can represent youth. Solovyov still uses his brain. Seeing Ekaterina posing like a proud little swan, he finally gave his evaluation. In the end, I want to give this golden apple to Her Highness Ekaterina. She represents youth, and I hope that the ladies can keep their youthful and beautiful appearance for a long time. Count Stroganov smiled. He thought to himself that this kid really knows how to avoid this crisis. Giving the golden apple to a child can avoid this embarrassment. But Ekaterina, the child, jumped up when she heard this. This girl's Achilles tendon must be short. She jumped very high, but you are wearing a Greek robe now. When she fell, she didn't realize it, but jumped and hopped like a little deer to receive the award, completely breaking the rules, but she still had to fall. When she got the golden apple, Solovyov saw that she was about to fall, so he squatted down and caught her in his arms. It must be said that this girl is too thin. I don't know where her amazing appetite has gone. Your Highness, your ribs have already hit me even through your uniform. And the candies and dried meat in the big bag are generally very hard, just like a small hammer hitting it. It's just that the distance is too close. Hearing this, everyone present laughed. Solovyov was glad that he escaped the disaster by making a joke, but Ekaterina was still in her arms and didn't get up. Major, I think I twisted my foot. Who told you to walk barefoot and jump like this? It's not surprising that something unexpected happened. This tearful little girl really needs care. She should be carried to the hall and a doctor should be called. However, the situation is not as serious as Lois's last time. Solovyov also prepared some medicine boxes with prepared medicine for injuries when he was on duty here. After all, this is a common trauma. Old Western doctors are good at using surgery, so it is not surprising to have some external medicine. Ekaterina was still seeking comfort and hid in her sister-in-law's arms crying. It seemed that she was really in pain. It's not a big deal. I also sprained it and it healed quickly with medicine. In a week, you will be a lively little dear again. Your Highness, you still have to wait for the doctor to come. I'm just a quack doctor and I have seen many injuries. Thank you for your intelligence, Miss Ha. Lois's smile made Solovyov blush even more. Of course, his heart rate soared. It was not because he liked her, but because he hoped that such a life-threatening question would not come again in the future. Chapter 124. This interesting summer. As the general on duty, Prince Bagration was responsible for the security of Peterhof Palace, and also for the security of Paul when he was in the Winter Palace. Tsarskoye Selo, Pavlovsk and Gatchina. One thing was strange. According to the two official birth certificates, whether he was born in 1765 or 1769, he was already over 30 years old. Because he had been in the army for more than 10 years and had little chance to rest, he had not yet married. This was not normal among Russian officers of this age. Even those who married late had to start discussing engagement in their 20s. Even a bachelor like Miloradovich had discussed this issue. Maybe it's because of my looks. Solovyov, you're right, even children will stop crying when they see me. Pay attention, Prince. They are French and Italian children. They don't need to see you. They just need their mothers to tell them, the Georgians are coming. Okay, stop kidding, kid. Seriously, His Majesty said he would arrange a marriage for me, but until now no news about the bride has been announced. Do you have any information? Why do you ask me? Because you are by the Emperor's side, and when Alexander Vasilievich was still alive, he entrusted you to me to teach you well. Although the field marshal said this, judging from the prince's performance, his general method of education was stand at attention, grit your teeth. I want to let you know what the spirit of a Russian soldier is. There may be more of this kind. Although he and Miloradovich were both appreciated and promoted by Suvorov, they were both too reckless. But I have nothing to teach you. You can only learn things on the battlefield. You are too smart. I may not be as good as you in talking about various theories, but those are all written or verbal, which does not count. That's true. I just want to ask if you know something. Since Bagration said it, Solovyov would not hide it. There has always been a rumor, and even the person involved has consulted me. Solovyov knew that there would be such a day, and although the two did not look like a couple, their brain circuits were somewhat similar. Your Majesty probably imagined that the girl you want to marry is Countess Skafronskaya, the younger one. The image of this girl emerged in Prince Bagration's mind. In his impression, she was even a little girl, the most reckless one among the girls on Million Street in the rumor, but she was also very popular with the deceased empress and the current Queen Maria. Why her? Your impression of the Countess is not the little girl who returned from Naples, right? Although she is a girl from a famous family, her figure is a little slimmer. I knew you still had the old impression of her. Coming here from Moscow, you can often meet that lady. It can be said that a girl has changed a lot. No, she is only 17 this year. Girls of this age have already started to get married. I know, but the Nereshkin family is really good at rushing. When Arkasha's engagement just couldn't be fulfilled, they sent little Alina here. Bagration said so, and Solovyov agreed. Everything they do is just right. Even including the mother of Peter the Great being stuffed into the Russian palace. It can be said that everything is just right. It is not surprising that Alexander calls them cousins, but they are still very good at rushing when it comes to visiting places. So, what does she look like now? Bagration was also a little curious, and Solovyov said, Katyr is also asking about your situation. We are on duty in the palace now, and cannot see it. Don't be funny, you were just called by the princess to be a judge. With her close relationship with our princes, she will definitely come. Well, I'll take you to see it, so you don't know anything. Ekaterina sprained her foot, so she stayed in the palace and was taken care of by the servants, while the sisters went to the yard to enjoy the night view. The torches were very bright, and under this lighting environment, it was very clear. Bagration was an old hand at reconnaissance. He took 2 binoculars from a higher position in Peterhof Palace and reconnoitered the area illuminated by torches. Although the prince was not very lustful and attached great importance to marriage, such observation made Solovyov want to laugh. It was Her Highness Maria's idea to hold a ladies' gathering without any men present and everyone dressed up as Greek goddesses. I saw Her Highness Maria. Which goddess did she play? It was clear, one of the 9 muses, who specializes in harp and music. It suits her very well. Beside Her Highness is Countess Skafronskaya. Can you see her? She is wearing a laurel wreath, holding a wreath and a cane, and dressed as Nike, the goddess of victory. This girl is really cute. I can recognize her. She has gained a lot of weight. At that time, I thought the count was abusing his little daughter. Solovyov almost frowned when he heard this. Others praised this girl for her beauty, talking about her figure. He himself had touched that pair of little hands, and when shaking hands, he could feel that the skin was very soft and smooth. According to this girl herself, she likes to add ingredients to the bathtub to make herself smell good. Only the steely straight man was concerned about the little fairy gaining weight. If it were Miloradovich, he would have praised the girl's figure. After all, he was a senior friend of women in Russia, and even the Empress said he was good. But for some reason, General Miloradovich was even included in the reserve of her lovers by the Empress, but in the end he was not included in the pile. He also went abroad to study, and served in the army in remote areas. Unlike the prince, he has always been sought after by women. He is not only an idol of middle-aged and elderly women, but also young girls and young women who are in love for the first time will write to him. From the age of 14 to 54. During the Italian expedition, although Solovyov often lived with Arkady, he often saw General Miloradovich dancing with girls. Milan's dance partner that day kept changing. I just don't know what he did at night, but Arkady got the news from the adjutant of the general at that time, and told Solovyov that Miloradovich really received a lot of love letters and tokens from Italian girls. Of course, handsome men who can fight and are very handsome are more popular with girls in this era. Although Solovyov can fight, he is always treated as a good sister or cute little brother in social occasions, which is quite different. As for Bagration, although the outside world commented that he was dark and ugly in his letters and notes, he was just like Othello in 1800. This seems to be a consensus. If his appearance can reverse the image, at least he has to wait until there are movies, and those muscular men in action movies once suppress the status of cream boys, then there will be some opportunities. Indeed, when he stood there, he was full of deterrence. However, apart from his majestic body, there should be nothing to appreciate about the little goblin. However, accidents still happen when they are supposed to happen. I don't know if it's because the little fairy has a plump figure, but even for the loose Greek style clothes, they feel a little tight, and such clothes are usually fixed with copper rings or pins. If this thing breaks, it will be fun to watch. The pins she used to fix her clothes were obviously changed too many times at home, and she felt that no clothes were suitable, so she kept changing them. The metal processing technology of that era was just like that. But Solovyov really wanted to give a thumbs up to the backward metal processing technology. Because of metal fatigue, the outer skirt and the inner lining pins broke. First, the white outer robe fell off, revealing the sexy dress she was wearing inside, which she had considered again and again not to wear outside, which set off her exquisite curves and plump victory. She was also bold to open the deep V in the upper abdomen, which also set off her plump buttocks. What a little beauty, don't you think? At this time, the prince saw it clearly through the telescope, and nodded in agreement. By the bonfire, the little fairy was a little flustered. There were only girls around the bonfire, but in case of an accident, she instinctively put her hands in front of her chest, and even broke the pins that fixed her clothes. Because of the fabric, it was impossible for her to hold it down. This silk dress was very smooth, and slid directly off her smooth body. Then, in the eyes of the girls and the two people who were observing with telescopes behind the highland bushes, there was a vibrant body, pink and white skin, firm but slightly baby fat arms, plump chest, slightly bulging belly, round buttocks, and strong thighs. Only the feet were covered by the clothes that fell off. Solovyov had seen those feet before, small and white. This is an unexpected harvest, This girl has really grown up. But if the emperor grants me such a marriage, I will cherish it. Bagration quickly put away the telescope after seeing this scene. He was indeed too simple and strong. Solovyov put it away because he was afraid of a nosebleed. He was very familiar with such a top girl. If he hadn't known her bad habit of talking and various small problems in advance, he would have fallen for her. This was too familiar. The little fairy covered her body and lay on her clothes, but she didn't scream. After all, there were girls around her. It was Alina from the Nerishkin family, who was next to her. She spread out her robe to cover her. Her clothes were fixed with metal rings, and she covered the little fairy with her whole body. This Alina was smart enough. Several girls on the side also came over, picked up the little fairy's clothes, tied a knot on them to fix them, and then helped her in. Every time there was a small accident, Larissa could notice that Mariah was holding her nose. "What's wrong with you?" "I'm fine. It feels like blood is rushing to my head." "You're blushing, Mariah." "Yeah." Larissa came to see Mariah's condition, but she should be fine, so they hurried into the palace. There was nothing to see, and in the chaos, Solovyov also put away his telescope. If he were to describe the countess, it would be the defense in Athens. Such a beautiful body. His brain was different from others, and this was what he thought of when he saw this girl. Ekaterina was lying there, and after spraining her foot, she let the maid apply ointment to her wound. Now she could still feel very comfortable, and the burning sensation disappeared a little. The ointment was a little cool, which was the effect of the ingredients in it. She was very surprised that suddenly, the girls who were gathering by the bonfire all returned to the room. What happened? She didn't see it, but she saw that the girls' faces were all red, and the countess simply buried her face in her robe and was carried in. "Your Highness, don't ask. This kind of thing is really hard to talk about." But Natalia Zagriazskaya was still nosy and whispered to Ekaterina what happened. Is that so, Sister Katish?" She thought that the sprain on her foot was nothing, but she limped over and looked at the little fairy. "Your Highness, is your foot okay?" "My foot is not serious. I want to see you. You are more beautiful than those paintings by the masters. What do you look like?" The prince has always been a little bit impatient, so she put her little hand into the little fairy's robe and touched the smooth back. "It's really good. The silk clothes you wear are really good." But after she touched it, she found that it was not silk material, but skin, and she was a little jealous. "My dear sister, how did you maintain your beauty like this? It's not just because you look good. There must be a way to maintain your beauty. Guess it." "I won't guess. I just want to touch it. If you don't tell me, I'll interrogate you." This little girl, who has the same name, is inevitably a little precocious, but compared to the little fairy talking, she prefers to take action. She pokes the fleshy little fairy with her slender fingers, which makes her giggle. "Your Highness, please don't poke me. Isn't it enough for me to tell you? Since they are indoors, these sisters can't help but have some handsy ones, and they even play around on the Persian carpet." Chapter 125 Coach, what ball should I play? Solovyov was bored in the palace and really wanted to do some sports, so he started to collect various materials. It was because the transportation was relatively blocked. Otherwise, except for a few sports such as basketball, all other sports would have been invented. Even if you trace it back, Western Europe is the birthplace of many sports. But to impress the Tsar himself, these sports must be combined with military training. Polo? Isn't that something the Persians play? The Tsar himself really knew about it. After all, Russia and Persia are bordering each other, and they know what is happening there. "Your Majesty, do you know this sport?" "I know it from some traveler's notes, but you said that this sport also appeared in China." "That's a fact, but now this sport has weakened there. In China, many sports have declined, and even many sports that originated in China are not so popular now. The reason cannot be attributed to the Qing dynasty. The sport of polo has been declining since the Southern Song dynasty. During the Tang dynasty, even during the reign of Emperor Zizong of Tang, polo was a very popular sport and was widely spread in Asia. Apart from being somewhat dangerous, there was nothing to be afraid of. If it is such a project, it is actually beneficial to train cavalry, but it sounds a bit dangerous. Paul still cherishes his soldiers, especially those who participate in this project. There must be many officers. But the excellent cavalry that your majesty needs will not appear if it is just based on ordinary training. The way the Grand Marshal used to train infantry and cavalry, letting light cavalry pass through the soldiers, although it is a bit dangerous at ordinary times, it can train brave and fearless soldiers. That's it. I can't agree with you. You said that a sultan who once ruled India died because he fell while playing polo. It's too dangerous for athletes. But playing tennis is also dangerous. The cause of death of Louis X and James I of Scotland was related to tennis. And this kind of tennis is the legendary royal tennis. This is a quibble, but for the polo project, we have to see the real thing before making a decision. For example, in India or Persia, where polo is popular, there are people playing this game. We can write to the Shah of Persia to make this request and hold an exhibition match in Russia. But the Shah of Persia has two A's, and their attitude towards Russia has always been unfriendly. But with Paul's words, Solovyov is not without a solution. He knows that there are actually tennis courts in the palace, and there are many other places that can provide sports. Under this premise, he still thought of several other projects, especially the game of throwing the ball into the basket. There are so many tall and strong Russian guys, so they must be more enthusiastic. If you are worried about the strength of the basket during the game, then don't jump up and dunk. Besides, Solovyov himself, with his height and bounce, can't complete this action. But there is one person who can do it, that is Paul's son-in-law, Prince William of Württemberg. He is tall and looks like the Silver Horn King. It should be no problem to find him. After leaving Paul, Solovyov went to the nearby palace of Prince Württemberg. He was walking with Alexandra in the garden today. Good morning, your highnesses. Oh, it's Mishap. Shouldn't you be on duty with His Majesty now? It's not my duty today. I just came from the Emperor. I haven't seen my father in the past few days. Is he in good health? His Majesty is in good health recently. He insists on riding a horse to review the troops every day, and his appetite is the same as usual. That's good. However, Alexandra's belly is very prominent, and it is unknown how many babies she will have this time. His Majesty is also concerned about you, Your Highness, and Your Highness Elena. We are all fine, but William seems to be more afraid than me when it comes to giving birth to a baby. Although he is tall and strong, and has been on the battlefield, he is very timid. Alexandra, we are husband and wife, and cousins. Of course I'm afraid that you will have an accident. Although I know that this burly prince is unfaithful, he is still a very good person. When Alexandra's belly is getting bigger and bigger, and it is inconvenient for her to walk, he still takes care of her personally. With such a big body, it is really useful to accompany his wife, and he also likes sports very much and often plays on the tennis court. It doesn't matter. Although there are always quack doctors when diagnosing here, the level of midwives is still very high. If it really doesn't work, there are so many experienced midwives in Petersburg and the surrounding countryside. There is always a way. This girl is very brave. If she marries to Austria, this will be a hell. But that's it, Your Highness. You still have to pay attention to hygiene. Before and after delivery, you have to wash your body every day to keep clean. And Alexandra knew that Solovyov was good in every way, but he had a small problem. He liked to care about people from all angles. He was a little reckless when he was careless, but most of the time, he was as careful as a hare. You even thought of this. I want to thank you twice. It's just that, Your Highness, your belly is about the same as Julie's. If it's 2 children, then I have to thank you 3 times. Mishap, you are really good. I hope my father will not give you a marriage. If one day my mother or sister-in-law wants to arrange for the maids around them to get married, it should be very happy to marry you. When this girl spoke, she seemed to have great prophecy, but this was also the daily routine in the Russian court. In addition to being brides for the children of great nobles, maids often married the more outstanding guards officers in the court. That's a blessing for me, Your Highness. When Alexandra said this, she seemed to feel some pain, and began to touch her belly. Seeing this, William supported his wife, and asked the maid who had been serving her to come over, and help her to the bedroom to rest. Alexandra is very strong. I have such a marriage with her, and I even feel that I'm not worthy of her. Your Highness, why do you have such an idea? If you are not suitable, then change to the donkey in Sweden. Among the single princes at that time, only Archduke Karol and Archduke Joseph of Austria were good. You think so too? Your Highness, let's not talk about this for now. I thought of a sport with 5 people on each side, and then throw the ball into the basket. However, considering the current level of timing, some things cannot be done, especially the timing of calling a timeout. It is not easy to control the timer. After all, the timer of this era may be more reliable than the hourglass. But this is a sport suitable for big men, right? That's why you came to me. If you find for giant grenadiers, you can dominate the basketball court. William's idea is really simple, but it is not wrong. Protecting rebounds and focusing on the inside are alright, as long as there are no guards with strong shooting ability. You are right, your highness, but there must be someone who can bring the ball across half court. If his majesty only hears what I say, he probably won't have a deep impression. But if he sees it, it may be interesting to see a performance game on the spot. At least, it is a kind of game that can cultivate team consciousness and discipline. William also wanted to, but because Alexandra's due date was approaching, he spent most of his time with his wife, and didn't have much time, but he still supported his idea. You can find Frederick Ludwig. His brother is also serving here. Elena is about to give birth with my Alexandra. When they are both safe, we will definitely help. The son-in-law of Mecklenburg is also a big guy, not to mention that he has a younger brother here. These Germans are all relatively strong. The Queen's brother, the Prince of Württemberg, is even more of a giant. Although the Queen herself is not a double-door figure, she is also relatively strong, and her family members are also tall. So she brought a relatively tall figure to her and Paul's children, but it should not be all of them. Although Maria and Catherine are more lively and healthy than their two sisters, they are indeed not as tall as their sisters. In terms of sports, there are actually many projects that can be carried out in the court. If you want to play football, you can find the British, but given the Tsar's strange temper, that he doesn't like France, if he can come up with any sports, he will definitely give priority to sports in these European countries. If it were football, triple jump, hockey, ice hockey and cricket, ice hockey would be more popular because of the ice and snow in Russia. Solovyov thought about it and let it go, but when he left William and Alexandra's palace and walked towards the guards' garrison, he met another friend on the road. "Ah, it's you, Prince Vyazemsky." Prince Vasily Vyazemsky. He used to be Suvorov's herald, this year 25 years old. This prince has many relatives. Their family is also prosperous. Today he brought a few cousins and appeared near the English park. "Mishap, good afternoon. I want to introduce you to my cousin Peter." "How old is this child?" "He has glasses on his nose, and this shape. It can be said that it is too much like Pear in the book is shrunk." Pear is transcribed into a Russian name. Isn't that Peter? There's nothing we can do about it. Sometimes the eyes get nearsighted. Don't you know that Her Royal Highness the Queen is also nearsighted? I've always been with the Emperor, and I seldom go to Her Royal Highness the Queen. Sometimes you're just not careful in some places. Her Royal Highness the Queen has been wearing glasses when she's working since she got married to St. Petersburg. Let's not talk about this for now. Where are you going? We are going to the tennis court to play tennis. Bgia has been with me these days because my uncle has been too busy to take care of him recently. It so happens that my hunting regiment is on leave these days, so I can take him out with me and be a caddy. I remember Andrei Ivanovich was often in Moscow. Yeah, you know my uncle, aren't you a busybody? Let's not talk about that. Let's go to the tennis court. There would be no hard courts on the tennis courts of this era. When modern tennis appeared among the British, it was still on grass, or on the traditional hard court of the Royal Tennis Court, or on the red clay court of the French. As for the speed of the ball, playing on a grass court, although the soil here is relatively soft, the ball speed is very fast, and it also tests the reaction speed of both players. If it is a clay court, it will be fatal. The ball speed is very slow, and it also tests patience. Such a court near the English Park is naturally a grass court, and it was rebuilt using the construction site of the Queen's original expansion plan, which can be regarded as making full use of the resources. Solovyov did not play tennis before. He had a small problem. Although he had a good sense of space, he was always prone to misjudgment when throwing the tennis ball. However, he was still a good hitter, but because his serve level was really not good, he had no time to practice, so he was unwilling to appear on the court. This time, at the request of Prince Vyazemsky, he had to come to the court. People hold rackets in their hands, which is hard to imagine that the earliest form of tennis was actually played by hand, and the speed of the ball would not be so fast. When Solovyov got the serve, His serve didn't land well. It was still traditional tennis, not as confrontational as modern tennis, and he didn't give away the serve directly. But if you really want to be serious, he and Vyazemski's doubles, both of them hit the ball with great force, which always makes the other party suffer. You play well, the power of the ball is very strong, and the speed is fast. This is grass, it's natural, the ball is fast, and it's more difficult to defend, but the landing point of my ball is really not good. Practice more, if you have time, find the feeling more, you will get it. You look thin, but you actually have some skills. Seeing the affirmation from his partner, he was also very satisfied. But when he looked at Prince Peter Vyazemski now, he felt that his face was a smaller peer. That's right, if you look at his portrait in the future, and know his deeds, you will know what's going on. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.